Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, no matter where you're coming from. Hope you all are doing well. What's going on, everybody? Good to see you on this Sunday for a lovely super review. What's going on, everybody? Dang, I missed it. Nah, no worries, no worries. Finally catching a live stream on Sunday. Hey, there you go. Oh, after doing half of the VODs, that's awesome. Welcome. Glad you're able to join us live. Took Saturday off, back to the grindstone. Hey, glad you're here. Super hype. Me too, Rascal. Me too. What's going on, everybody? How are you doing today, Leon? Do you feel ready for this? I feel ready for this. Yeah, I feel ready. I'm excited. I always really like these reviews, taking some time to go back to HTML, CSS, JavaScript to make sure things are maybe clicking a little bit more, making a little bit more sense, and taking our time with it. Today is a day where we can spend time answering questions, digging a little bit, spending a little bit more time on things than we normally would. And so we're going to spend a lot of time today going through HTML, then going through CSS, and then going through all of the basic JavaScript that we've covered so far. So if you are new, this is a great kind of class to dip your toes into the water. If you've been here since the beginning, it's a good chance to get that spaced repetition in, maybe clear up some things that weren't fully making sense. So there's a lot on the table for no matter where you're coming from this experience. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about kind of all the goodness we can get into. I did do a check-in today. We don't normally do check-ins on our Sunday sessions, but since we're doing a review and there are a lot of folks that might have joined 100 devs late, I just want to make sure they see it. So if you want to, you can do ! Check-in. And Jennifer says, I've been here since last cohort. Hey, turn up. That link is also always, of course, in the Follow Along Materials channel. Or if you're just following me on Twitter, you always see the link as well. There you go. All right, folks. So if you haven't already, go ahead and give me a check-in just so that other folks can see that we're doing the review. Now, today is, like I said, review. And it is for both sets of folks, new and returning. The thing I will say is that if you were brand new, like if this is like your first 100 devs experience, or maybe you've caught some of the VODs, but today's your first like day live in class, what you're going to notice is that we're going to go through some stuff fast. We're going to take our time to explain things, but you got to realize that we've done up to this point about a dozen classes on this material. And then we had some other classes like our mini kind of project nights and our networking nights. So there are about a dozen classes that cover the stuff that we're about to cover in this session. So don't get down on yourself if everything doesn't click today if you're new. That just means that maybe keep a list of the things that gave you trouble and you can backfill those through the VODs that are on YouTube. All of our classes always wind up on YouTube, so you can always go back and watch them ad-free. Cool. So wanted to put that out there that, hey, you know what? Give yourself a little bit of grace, a little bit of breathing room. If it's your first time, things will click. They'll get there as we go on. If you've been around for a while, use this as a chance to ask a lot of questions. I'll be keeping tabs on chat. And then we also have our Slido, like normally you can do ! Ask if you want to throw some questions into that Slido. But as we go along, we'll be answering our questions. We'll be taking our time through each of the material, and we'll take the day to get through it all. No idea how long this class will go for. No idea. It goes as long as we need it to go. So if folks have questions, we're going to keep answering questions. If we need to take a little bit longer on the CSS, take a little bit longer on the CSS. That's it. Cool. Alrighty. Let's get into it. Like I said, we're covering HTML fundamentals, CSS fundamentals, JavaScript fundamentals, and then more review. I would like to start off with questions. And the question of the day is, what do you want to review the most? Do you want to review HTML, CSS, or JavaScript the most? Let me see, put CSS, HTML, or JavaScript. Okay. Team CSS is the winner here. Well, a lot of JavaScript too. Everything. All right. CSS and JavaScript it is then. Cool. All right. We'll get through our HTML a little bit faster. We'll slow down at the CSS and we'll go deep in the JavaScript today. Thank you. All right. We have some other questions here too. I like to use the Slido. Early on. Let's just give folks a few seconds to get in here and let me answer some of these top questions in Slido before we jump into our review today. All right. For the socially awkward among us, what advice do you have for those of us who are getting through the homework fine, except for the networking part? So if you all are following along with 100 devs, you'll realize that this is not really a coding program, it's a jobs program. And so we put heavy emphasis on networking, working with others, and building projects that help us get a job, right? And so that networking piece is often the hardest part of this experience. For some folks, it's not the coding part that's the hardest. It's the actual networking, meeting folks, and then locking down referrals to jobs. One of the most common things, especially if you're new, is that you'll see folks that say, I applied to 200, 300 jobs and I didn't even get an interview. Well, that's because they applied wrong. We never, ever click apply. We network our way into jobs. We make sure our resume is in the hands of a living, breathing human being. And we spend the entire time we're learning also networking. So when we are ready to apply, we have dozens, if not hundreds of people we can go back to and say, hey, I noticed you have an opening at your job. Can you get me in touch with the person that's actually hiring? That strategy is leaps and bounds more practical and more useful than you will ever get out of grinding leak code, that you'll ever get out of even grinding projects, which is what, or even just applying. So that networking piece is super important. Now, I think when a lot of people think about networking and we first talk about it, they have this idea that they have to be like at meetups talking to people. No, you have to find what's comfortable for you. And that's different for every single person. Some folks will never go to a meetup, but they will have a better network by the end than folks that are always going to like in-person events or things like that, because you can network just as effectively via text. You can be in Slack channels, Discords, IRC communities. You can be on Twitter. You can be in these places that don't require you to be on the spot, on demand, maybe a little bit more asynchronous to where you don't feel the pressure of having to respond in the moment. There are plenty of places to build connections that don't have to be just like face to face, right? And so there's a lot of things that you can do, but you have to find what works for you. And so when folks tell me that they're having trouble networking, yeah, I think there's a lot of things that can come up there. But one of the things I really try to push folks is to not just try one way, to try a bunch of different ways. And maybe half of them are just absolutely horrible experiences. You never want to do them again, but maybe you find that one thing that really does work for you. So trying different avenues. In our networking class, we talked about a lot of different places to find people. Go back to that class, make sure you try all those. And then the other thing that can be really helpful is buddy system, right? If you know that you're having some trouble, grab a buddy, right? Somebody from the 100 devs community. Maybe you're in a specific study community, or maybe you just posted in one of the 100 devs channels on Discord and just say, or maybe we'll create a thread for this later. But if you're having trouble networking, it's way easier with a buddy where you both kind of agreed that you're going to help carry conversation, right? That we're both going to help carry conversation. And that could be a little bit less stressful and a little bit more easy to kind of meet a new person. And then you both kind of get a connection at a time. And so I don't recommend bigger groups, but pairs can be often very, very helpful. So buddy up, and then try many, many different ways of networking. It doesn't have to be like face-to-face or on Zoom or anything like that. It can be text-based as well. Cool. And remember, the point of this is to find folks that are already in tech. So things like Omegle, somebody asked, it could maybe be fun, but it'd be hard to find folks that are already in tech, already engineers. is what you're really aiming for. Yeah. Cool. How long after this cohort is finished will Discord channel still be available? It ain't ever going away. What are you talking about? That's here to stay. Yeah, Discord will always be available. Can we go over M, etc., and CSS? Yeah, we're going to get to that stuff today. No worries. All right, let's do two more of these. Let's do two more of these, and then we'll jump into starting our review. Just wanted to give folks a few seconds to get in here. Yeah. Will this session be on YouTube later? I'm not sure. The VODs are always available on Twitch. So the VOD will be here for at least 60 days on Twitch, but I don't know. I kind of like giving folks the incentive to show up on Sundays. Also, we spend more time talking and giving like answers to stuff. So we'll see. Depends on how many people we have at the end. How many people we got here now? Let's see. Oh, here we go. Boom. All right. We're at almost 2,000 right now. If we're still at 1,500 at the end, I'll put it on YouTube. Alrighty. What went into the 50K client? I can't even wrap my mind around what happened, what kind of timeline and deliverables they had. All right. So that 50K client was for a conference. And so they built an app for the conference. So it was a full stack web application, and it wound up being 70K. I don't know if Naya is here right now, but yeah, they shared that with us. So yeah, it wasn't like something that was quick. It took a while to build. It was a full stack web application for a conference. All right, one more and we're gonna get into it. Well, actually two. Can you go over the CSS layout trick with Flexbox? Yeah, we're gonna go over Flexbox today. So we're gonna do 3 simple layouts, and then we're gonna do 3 simple layouts with Flexbox, just to kind of show the 2 different ways of doing things. So we'll see a little bit of Flexbox today, and we'll see a little bit of layout with floats today too. And last one before we kind of jump into things today, folks. Why are we supposed to be labeling ourselves? Hey, Stephanie, thank you for the 1,000 bits. I appreciate that. Thanks for being here. Why are we supposed to be labeling ourselves full stack engineers when we don't know any backend right now? Because it takes a while for your profiles to simmer, right? It takes a while for you to start ranking in Google and for all your profiles to kind of boil up to the top, right? And so if you want your stuff to be picked up by recruiters, by bots, things like that, you can't just, the day you learned Node, put full stack and then expect it to be kind of picked up by all the filters. So we do it now so that your profiles can simmer, and by the time you're actually interviewing, you have kind of you've kind of been around long enough for that stuff to get picked up. Yeah. The other thing too is that like you're not actually interviewing yet, so it doesn't matter what you call yourself because you're not running into anyone that like it would be a problem, right? So give your profiles a chance to simmer, and then in a month or so when we're at the back end, you'll be ready to go. When we start looking for jobs, once we get through the back end. Yeah, once we get through back end is when we start focusing on that. Cool. Alrighty, folks, let's get into it. A lot of fun stuff to get into today, but we're going to start off at the beginning. Cool. So if you're new around these parts, or if you've been around these parts, we have a few kind of really important things that we did at the beginning. And one of the most important things we did at the beginning is we went through a Coursera course called Learning How to Learn by Dr. Barbara Oakley. And so this course kind of lays the foundations for how people learn. And so if you are trying to learn how to code, if you're trying to learn HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, You owe it to yourself to develop effective study habits. Guaranteed, most of us do not have effective study habits. Most of us have gone through traditional schooling without good habits, and it was maybe some of the reasons why certain subjects didn't come easy or certain subjects were very difficult for you. And so starting off and laying your foundation with learning how to learn, right, will help you set up the rest of your time learning how to code. Do not sink hundreds of hours in trying to learn how to code, thousands of hours in trying to learn how to code, but not actually having good study habits. You'll just be beating your head against the desk over and over again. You'll be taking up more and more time than you need. And so just make sure that you're putting time into that before you put time into anything else. D's, hey, thank you for the 1,000 bits. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Right. So one of the very key things that we also did in the beginning was we watched 2 videos by Ali Abdaal. And one of those videos was active recall, right? And then something called spaced repetition. If you listen to nothing else today, like if you just go off on the rest of your life without ever coming back to 100 devs, this is the thing that I want seared into your brain. This idea of active recall. All active recall is after you learn something, you recall the things you just learned, typically like out loud to yourself. So you could read a chapter of a book, right? And then once you're done reading that chapter of the book, you say out loud all the things that you learned. And the reason this is so important is just that simple act of retrieval is better than repetition of that material 4 times, right? So if we looked at this right here on this little sheet we have here, one second, let me pull up my demo pro. There we go. So here we have in one session, repeated study. In one session is important. We're going to cover that in a second. And then retrieval. And so what you're seeing here is this was a study where they gave a group of students, I believe it was like a chapter of a biology textbook. They had to read the chapter, and then a week later they had a test on it, right? And so the first one here is just where they read the chapter once, and then a week later they did the test. Here they reread the chapter 4 times in one sitting. Like they just sat there, read it, reread it. And then here they read it once and then said out loud to themselves what they just learned, right? Like they recalled what they just learned. And what you'll notice is the students did better with reading and recalling once than they did by rereading 4 frickin' times. So could you imagine doing a quarter of the work and getting better results? That's when we talk about like learning how to learn and learning the real mechanisms behind how your brain works, how it stores information, how it learns new material. You can literally be doing a quarter of the work and getting better results if you're active recalling. So for those that are going through the reading this week, I hope you've been doing your active recall. There's a lot of meaty topics in that reading this week. A lot of like honestly painful reading to get through. And if you're not stopping and doing your recall, you're setting yourself up to not learn as effectively as you can. For me, I recall sometimes every couple of paragraphs. For me, if I kind of go more than 2 pages without recalling, I kind of teleport to fantasy land. I'll get to the end of the chapter and be like, what just happened to me? Right. So for me, I actively recall very frequently, maybe every couple paragraphs or so. And then I recall at the end of the chapter as well. Whenever a senior engineer tells me anything at work, I always, okay, let me recap, and I repeat everything back to them. It's been working really well. Hell yeah, Dab. It's a really good tool, even on the job. Alrighty. Next, as you're putting in the time to learning all of these concepts, guess what? You're going to forget them. you are trying to cram in hundreds of hours of learning. There's no way that's going to stay in your brain without utilizing some very important tools. This was a study of one. It's been somewhat replicated in other studies, but it was just a person that tried to remember three letter combinations. And they would give themselves a 3-letter combination, and then they would ask themselves to kind of recall that 3-letter combination 20 minutes later. And there was like a 40% chance that they forgot that 3-letter combination just 20 minutes later. And by the end of 31 days, there was almost an 80% chance that they had forgotten that 3-letter combination. Just 3 letters. Not all of HTML, not all of CSS, not all of JavaScript, just 3 letters. And so if you are putting in all this time to learn, knowing that your brain is going to forget about 80% after 30 days, that is a fool's errand. You are setting yourself up to fail. So there is a beautiful way to flatten this forgetting curve, and it is probably hands down the most important thing you will do on your learning journey, and that is resetting your forgetting curve. We can space out some repetition, meaning that we'll cover a topic, and then a day later you can cover the topic again, a day later you can cover the topic again, and so on and so forth. And what happens when you review this material? When you review this material multiple times, your forgetting curve starts to get shallower and shallower. What used to be you would forget it in 30 days becomes 60, becomes 90, becomes 120, becomes almost you'll never forget it ever again. And so we're able to reset our forgetting curve by using a very important tool called Anki. Anki is flashcards with an algorithm behind them, ANKI. And what it does is you can put the things you're learning into Anki and you can review them. And this algorithm will show you the material when you need it most, right? So if you've been kind of acing HTML every single day, you'll start to see that it'll start showing you the HTML further and further along. So meaning that you'll go from seeing that HTML topic every day to maybe once a week, to maybe once a month, to maybe once a year. And so this idea is that you want to be putting everything that you're learning into a tool like Anki so that you never forget stuff. Don't put all this time into learning and then not use Anki. Yep. And Anki is completely free. You do not have to pay for it. It's free on Android. It's free on Windows, Mac OS, etc. The only place you have to pay for Anki is on iOS. But you don't even need to do that. You can just use the web browser and view your cards on Anki Web if you're on iOS. So yeah, everything you learn goes into Anki. All the things that you want to remember, all the things that you think you need to recall, go into Anki. If you are trying to learn how to code and you are not using active recall and spaced repetition, you're making so much more work for yourself, and you're going to get frustrated way more often. I can't tell you the difference between folks that use Anki and that don't. One of the very first things that I always ask my students is when they say, Leon, things aren't clicking for me, things aren't making sense. My first thing I always say to them, the very first thing I say to every single student that says, Leon, things aren't clicking, things aren't making sense, is show me your Anki. That's it. That's the first thing I ask. Because if I can see that you're doing review every day, if I can see that you're putting good stuff into your Anki deck, right, then we got some other problems to solve. But 9 times out of 10, when a student says, Leon, I'm lost, things aren't clicking, things aren't making sense, they're not doing Anki. They're definitely not doing it every day, and they're not taking it seriously. So if you've been having trouble with JavaScript, you've been having trouble with CSS, you've been having trouble with HTML, Anki, 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 Anki. Cool. And there's no way to, like, people kind of get stressed out about how to use Anki. There's no wrong way to use Anki. make cards, put stuff in there. And if it's easy stuff, you'll remember it faster. If it's hard stuff, it'll take a little bit longer. But there's really no right or wrong way to do Anki. The only real change I make to Anki, I have no idea where my iTunes popped up. The only real change I make to Anki is that I do a study session. I do a study session of 100 cards. So that's it. For me, that's like the only change I've ever made in Anki is I do a study. I do a study deck of 100. That's it. That way I'm just reviewing more cards each day, but nothing else special. Just get in there, get in the muck and do it. If you need help with it, watch a YouTube video. There's plenty of YouTube videos on how to set up Anki. There's nothing special to it. The things that I learn or I read, I throw into Anki and then I recall them. The stuff that's too easy, I won't ever see it again. Like I showed you some of my cards that says like, I'll see that card in 5 years from now. The stuff that's harder, you see a little bit more frequently. No wrong way to do it. 100 new a day. Yeah, when I'm grinding, I do 100 new. But nowadays, I don't really have as many new cards as I have review. Cool. My goal is to have a 5-year Anki card. It happens quicker than you would think, especially if you kind of like get it right all the time. What are you Ankiing today? My Anki is mainly like courses that I do. So I've been working through a lot of MIT's open courseware stuff. They have a lot of really great stuff on Python, advanced algorithms, data structures, math. My big thing right now is trying to get better at math. There's some bigger type of projects I want to work on, and my math ability is just not where I want it to be. And so a lot of my Ankiing is around math and going through a lot of MIT's open courseware stuff related to math and maths for programmers. Yeah. Cool. I use Anki for learning Japanese. Yeah, that's kind of like the original use case for it, was to learn languages. Yeah. Cool. Now, the reason why we do this spaced repetition, why we throw everything into Anki, is because here's what happens when you do spaced repetition. Here's if you just study something once, that's how likely you are to be able to remember something later on. Look at that. Look how pitiful that is. If you just went through a reading, like we had to read the like eloquent JavaScript, and I need to hear like, hold on. You had to read eloquent JavaScript.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Right? So you had to read eloquent JavaScript, right? And if you just read that like paragraph once, that's it. Like this is how likely you are to like remember the things that you read. Look how small that is, right? That's how likely you are to remember the stuff that you read in that book. However, if you were just to recall once, so like read it and then say out loud the things that you just read, look how much more you're able to actually recall stuff, right? You went from like what, like below 5% to almost like 25-30% just from reading out loud once, right? That's recall once. It's not recall 1,000 times. It's recall once. Look at that jump. Oh my, I just want to grab all of you by the shoulders and shake you and say, like, look at that jump from reading to reading and recalling once. Like, look at it. Just look at it, right? Recalling once gives you that much more of an impactful learning than if you just read it. Like, it just doesn't make sense to not actively recall. Look at a 20% jump you're getting in remembering stuff. What would you do to be able to remember 20% more stuff? Like people would take, if I could give you a pill that would make you remember 20% more, you would take that pill all day long. This is the pill, folks. You recall once and look at that jump, right? Look at that jump. It's huge. Now, something that a lot of people do is they'll sit there and they'll reread, right? They'll reread in one session. So they'll read the chapter and then they'll read it again. that repeated study in one session doesn't work, right? So if you were to like reread that chapter 4 times, look, it's worse. Like rereading is worse than reading once and then recalling. Like, how is this not on the front page of every textbook that reading once and recalling is better than rereading multiple times? It's criminal that it's not on the front page of every textbook. And then where it gets really wild, where it gets really loopy, is if we look at the repeated repetition that's spaced, meaning we're using a tool like Anki to see it when we need to see it. Look at that jump, folks. We went from reading it once and never recalling it to almost an 80% chance of recalling just through a little bit of spaced repetition. These are cheat codes. These are cheat codes to your learning. If you are not using them, why? Look at the differences, folks. Look at the differences. It makes no sense to go through this experience and not actively recall and not space your repetition. If you're not doing those two things, you're just wasting your time. Cool. Now, all of this, and the reason why we have 100 devs, is to help folks get jobs. Right now, there is a window open. I have no idea how long this window will be open for, but right now there's a window open where you can get a high-paying job that is one of the happiest careers. You don't need a degree, and you can learn it for free. Let me say it one more time. High-paying job, one of the happiest careers. You don't need a degree, and you can learn it for free. I have no idea how long this window is going to be open for. I want each and every single one of you to experience what it's like to be a software engineer, to command a good salary with high growth, right? There are a lot of jobs out there you can get to have decent salaries, but software engineering is a high growth career. The more money you put into it, the more time you put into it, the more money you can make. One of my favorite things seeing in the celebrations channel was, I got a 15K raise. I didn't ask for it. What? I got a 15K raise. I didn't ask for it. I got a $5,000 raise. I didn't ask for it. Like, if you just been in the follow, if you've been in the celebrations channel these past couple of weeks, you've seen a bunch of messages along that same vein. 15K more, 5K more, didn't even ask for the raise. They just got it. So when I say high growth, that's what I'm talking about, right? It's a good paying job. It's a happy career. You don't need a degree. You can learn it for free, and the growth is there. The more time you put into it, the more you learn, the more you do, the more that career will grow with you. And so one of the things I ask all my students is, what do you want? Do you want a good paying job with high growth? Do you want a happy career? Right? Do you want something that can give you the freedom to do the things that you want to do? And if you want it, go out and get it. We're laying a path, right? We're laying a path that I have seen help hundreds of folks get jobs. This is what I do. Been doing this for the past 10 years, teaching people how to code. And for the past 5 years, I've laser focused on helping folks get jobs. I'm going to lay down a path that has helped a lot of folks. A lot of folks get jobs. You look at our last cohort, you don't have to take my word for this. You can go into our celebrations channel and see all the jobs folks got from following this path, right? But as always, to follow this path takes a certain amount of privilege. You have to have the privilege of time. You have to have the privilege of being able to learn, right? So I don't want you to think that everyone can do this. I believe everyone can learn how to code. It's one of those things that, like, what's the thing that what's the hill you're willing to die on? The hill I'm willing to die on is, I think anyone barring developmental delays can learn how to code, but it might not be your time to learn how to code. But if it is your time, if you have the privilege to learn, if you have the privilege to invest this time, don't waste it. And then the other really big thing that we like to say around here is that it's a marathon, not a sprint. Some of you are going to hit classes to a T, right? Some of you are going to be like, yep, like the classes were absolutely paced perfectly. Some of you are going to go faster than the classes, and some of you are going to go slower than the classes. One of the beautiful things is that we have the catch-up crew here at 100 Devs, where if you're behind or if you're joining late, or if you just want to go at your own pace, right? If you just want to go at your own pace, you have a group of people that are doing something similar. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Things don't have to come perfectly as class is going along. You can take your time. Whether it happens in 300 days or 200 days, who cares? This is for the rest of your life, right? You're setting yourself up for a career that'll last the rest of your life, hopefully. And so if it takes 150 days versus 300 days, who cares? Go at your pace. Make sure you're learning. Make sure you're investing in yourself with active recall, with spaced repetition, and you will get there. I promise. I really do. You put in the work, you ask lots of questions, you do the things we say, the active recall, the spaced repetition, you will get there. I have seen hundreds of folks from all walks of life, from every challenge you can possibly imagine, get there if they do the things that we lay out. Now, the last thing I'll say before we move into our review is this path might not be the path for you. That's okay. There are many, many amazing resources out there. Free Code Camp, the Odin Project. There are other boot camps that you could join, right? Like you're like you might not like my face, right? You might not like the way that I teach. That's okay. Don't let that stop you from an amazing opportunity when there are so many other free, amazing resources out there, right? There's a window open where you can get paid well, have a happy career. You can learn it for free. You don't have to pay a dime. You don't need a certification. You don't need a degree, and you can learn it for free. Okay. Thank you. Everybody loves my face. It's okay. Alrighty. So if it sounds exciting to you, if this idea of a high paid, happy career where you can learn it for free, you don't need a degree, buckle in. We're going to review our HTML, CSS, and our JavaScript today. We're going to answer as many questions as we can, and we're going to take our time. We're going to go through it. Remember, this is something we've done over 12, 13, 14 classes. So if there's any topic that we go over a little too fast, you need more time on it, you can always go back to that class on YouTube. You do !YouTube always here in chat, or leonnoel.com/YouTube will take you there as well. Cool. Couple big topics left. We're cramming all of our motivational learnings into the beginning of this class. I know that we're spending a little bit of time on this, but I think it's really important, especially for folks that are new, to hear all of the big things we've talked about. So give me like another 3 or 4 minutes, and then we're gonna jump into the actual code. A lot of folks, when they first start trying to learn how to code, they get down on themselves. They feel like they'll never be able to learn it. They'll feel like they'll never be able to actually get a job. They'll feel like they just don't have it in them. And they'll start to let all these insecurities, like all these doubts, all these things creep into their brain, telling them that they can't do it. And it happens to pretty much every student I've ever taught. And there's really 2 different types of people: the folks that let that stuff get to them, and the folks that push on knowing that they will eventually get there. And one of my former students and now expert in residence really talked about this one concept that's always stuck with me. And they equated learning how to code to a baby learning how to walk. Babies don't sit there having an existential crisis about learning how to walk. They see other folks walking around them and go, you know what? I'm going to learn how to walk too. For some reason, when we get into coding, people look around and they see all these cool projects. They see all these people slinging some good JavaScript. And instead of saying, I'll get there too, they start to say to themselves, I'll never get there. Babies don't do this. Babies look around, see people walking, and that's encouraging. That's motivational, and they eventually learn how to walk. That's the mindset you need going into learning how to code. You can't compare yourselves to others. You can't look around and start to feel bad. You have to look around and go, holy shit, that's really cool. I'm going to get there too. So learning to code is half really hard work and half believing you can do it. As soon as you believe you can do it, the life changes. You'll be able to study more effectively. You'll be able to put more hours in. And so you just have to make a decision. Am I going to get there or not? And that's one thing I can't do for you. I can't make that switch flip in your head other than to tell you, I have seen every type of student possible. Folks with ADHD, dyslexia, folks that are returning citizens, parents, every walk of life that I can think of. Some of them didn't make it, some did. The ones that always did were ones that said, you know what? I can do this. I will get there eventually. I'll go at my own pace and I will get there. I won't give up. They didn't give up and they all got there. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them that told themselves, I can do this. I will get there. I don't care how well you did in school. I don't care if you have a degree. It's all nonsense. It comes down to hard work and the belief that you can do it. You can do it. Full stop. This also leans into this idea of imposter syndrome. For a lot of us, this idea of I can do it is a harder battle than for others. Some of us have this idea of imposter syndrome where no matter how good we do or what we do, it's not good enough. And that's one of the primary things that happens to not only new developers, but even developers that have been doing this for a really long time. It's one of the things I struggle with the most. I've coded some amazing products. I've worked with some amazing teams. I've taught at Harvard. I've taught at MIT. I think I have a pretty good Rolodex that proves my engineering muscle, but still there's something in the back of my brain that tells me I can't code and I don't really know what I'm doing. I don't know where that comes from. All I know is that you have to squash it. You can't let that monster be the thing that drives your learning journey. We did the David Goggins quote where sometimes you have to open up that closet, yell at the monster and say what's up. That's what I have to do with my imposter syndrome. And it's what a lot of my students have to do as well. Knowing that it's a thing and then working to get over it or to work around it, right? So for some of you, this imposter syndrome will never go away. So if it's never going to go away and you still want to be an engineer, we got to come up with strategies to work around it. And the strategy is knowing that you're building great things, that you're on your own learning journey, that you're doing things right. You're doing your active recall. You're doing your spaced repetition. You're getting your reading in. You're showing up for class. If you're doing those things, you are doing what you need to be doing and you'll get there in time, imposter syndrome or not. Cool. The last thing that makes learning how to code super, super difficult is not even the belief. It's not even the imposter syndrome. It's this idea of the trough of sorrow. Most folks come, they want to learn how to code. They're like, high paying job. Leon, I saw so many folks get 6-figure offers last cohort. I saw so many folks get jobs where they can work from home. I saw so many folks change their freaking lives, right? I want that. And so they come to us having gone up Udemy Hill where they bought all these courses, because buying courses feels good. Oh, it feels so good. Buying courses feels like you're doing stuff even though you're not, right? And then you're at the very, very top of Udemy Hill. And then eventually you say to yourself, I'm going to actually start learning. I'm going to actually start trying to build projects. And quickly, the wearing off of novelty happens and you plummet into the trough of sorrow. And then you're in this trough of sorrow for months. Months where you can't see the end. Months where you're wading through the muck. And this is what stops people from learning how to code. Once they get into the trough, the imposter syndrome creeps in. That feelings of they can't do it creeps in. And no, this is the process that has battle hardened every engineer that has come before you. I don't care how intelligent or smart you think you are, you're still going through the trough of sorrow. It's a lot to learn. There's a lot of things to remember. There's a lot of things to learn how to do. You will get through it. And there are a few ways that my students get through the trough of sorrow. And it's really only these three things that I've ever seen across thousands of people that I've taught to learn how to code and hundreds of folks I've helped get great jobs. The three things that my students do well is they know how to manage their frustration, they know how to be consistent, and they know how to take care of themselves. So what the heck do I mean? For adult learners, life is somewhat in our control. We can say when we want to go to bed, when we want to wake up, maybe what we want to eat, what we want to do, right? We kind of have control over our days. Children really don't have that control. And so it's easier for them to learn and not get as frustrated. There was a study where individuals looked at when adults lose the ability to become fluent in languages. And what they found is that they didn't really ever lose the ability. It does somewhat diminish as you get older, but they didn't really lose it. What they realized is that as adults got older, they just lost the ability to manage their frustration. When it came time to learn a new language, they didn't make time for it. They got frustrated and they never actually learned it. So the biggest thing that's going to stop you from learning how to code is not being able to cope with your frustration. There are going to be weeks where nothing makes sense. Let me say that one more time. There will be weeks where things don't make sense, where you're trudging through the trough of sorrow and it just nothing's clicking. It doesn't make sense. You're doing your recall, you're doing all the things you're supposed to do, and it just won't make sense. I'm in that. I've done that before. Like as I'm learning new things, there will be weeks where I'm grasping on anything I can grasp on. I'm on Discords, I'm on YouTubes, I'm reading blog posts, I'm on Stack Overflow, and it'll just be a week or two that goes by where nothing makes sense. But I don't give up because I know that eventually it'll click. I have a belief in myself and I can manage my frustration long enough to get to the point where it does click. Most folks give up because they can't manage their frustration and they don't want to give themselves that time. Give yourself the time. It's a marathon, not a sprint. The other thing is that people, when they're learning, most often are not consistent. And one of the worst things you can do is chunk your learning onto like a Saturday, right? A lot of my students go, Leon, I'm not going to study during the week, but I'll study 10 hours on Saturday. BS. You're not going to study 10 hours on Saturday. You might do it once, and then next week comes and you got a baby shower. The week after, I don't know, grandma needs some new flowers, right? And so what happens when you're not consistent daily is eventually life gets in the way. Right? Eventually life gets in the way. And so if you want to learn how to code, you have to be consistent every day. We know why consistency works. We just saw the charts on spaced repetition. If you're studying every day, you're building in that repetition, so it just works. Right? So being consistent every day gives you that repetition, but it also makes sure that you are getting that time in, and that if you do have an off day or two, you're not really super behind. So for most folks, you're looking at an hour or two a day. Trying to find that hour or two a day is really hard for a lot of folks, but if you can and you can be consistent, that could be the game changer for you. If I'm a couple of weeks behind on JavaScript, is it too late for me to catch up? Nope. We have the catch up crew that you can join and always complete stuff at your own pace. We're also going to go through a lot of stuff today. Yeah, that's the point of today's class. This class is for you, to get you caught up, to see all the topics that we've covered so far, and then to be able to kind of know where you got to go and fill in the gaps. All right, so you manage your frustration. You're able to be consistent. The last thing is you got to take care of yourself. You're talking about months of really hard mental work. You have to be taking your breaks at the top of the hour. You have to be stretching. You have to be making sure that you can go the distance to get through the trough of sorrow. So many folks will start to learn, right? They'll start to learn, they burn out. They burn out. And once you burn out, it's really hard to recover. And so the way you stop yourself from burning out is by giving yourself breaks, having manageable sessions, right? Having manageable sessions, making sure that you are letting your eyes focus on something that's not your screen. You're doing the exercises we posted in Discord. We used Dr. Levi, the fitness doctor's hand exercises. You're going for walks to move around, let your back decompress, right? You got to do all these things to take care of yourself. Get good sleep, eat well, right? All these things will help you when it comes to your learning journey. You can't just sit there for 8-hour blocks of time with no breaks and expect to go the distance and learn how to code. It won't happen. Manage your frustration, be consistent, and take care of yourself physically, but also mentally, right? Also mentally, right? Make sure that you are giving yourself grace throughout this entire process, understanding there are weeks where stuff will make sense and weeks where there won't, making sure that you're being a baby and not looking around and comparing yourself to others and saying, I can't do this, I won't ever learn how to walk. That's bullshit. You will. Don't use that as an excuse. Cool. And then finally,
Do it! Just do it! So just do it! Make your dreams come true! Just do it!
no wiser words have ever been spoken. Just do it. It's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of managing your time. It's a lot of managing your frustration. It's a lot of being consistent. But folks that do it, you can reach a dream that I think a lot of folks have. A good, stable, high-paying career with in-demand skills that no one could ever take from you. The ability to freelance, to put more food on the table whenever you need it. These are superpowers that I want for every single person. And so just do it. Don't ever let anyone get in your way. Don't let me get in the way of you learning. Don't let anyone else get in the way of your learning, but do it. And the beautiful thing is you can do it with an amazing community. The most beautiful thing about 100 devs is that we have folks that are willing to help. You go on Discord, you ask your questions going to get answered in our help channels. You come to our networking nights, you're going to meet some amazing folks. You come to our project nights, you're going to work with some amazing folks. And so I think a lot of folks, one of the reasons why they don't make it through and they can't just do it is because they're doing it by themselves. So don't learn to code by yourself. Join an amazing community of folks that want to see you be successful, that are going through the trough of sorrow at the same time. And that's 100 devs. So if you ever want to join our community, Discord is where we hang out. Do !! Discord here in chat or leonnewell.com/Discord. OCC, thank you for the bits. Appreciate you. All right. UOU. Last thing I'll say, don't go through today and then not build some Anki cards. You owe you. Famous words of Dr. Eric Thomas, you owe you, right? In that video, Dr. Eric Thomas video, they said if you went to Best Buy, you bought something, you brought it home and it didn't work, it was broken, it didn't do the things that it said it would do, you'd be back at Best Buy demanding a refund. Hold yourself to that same bar, right? Hold yourself to that same bar. If you're not doing your Anki, you're not doing your active recall, you're not putting in your consistent time each day, you got to have a refund conversation with yourself. You owe you. Alrighty. We're going to jump into what is the internet and then dive into some HTML and dive into some CSS and then finish up with some JavaScript. But we're at the top of the hour. So we're going to be healthy. We're going to take our break, right? We're going to take our break. I know we spent the first hour doing all of these kind of laying the groundwork, but I think it's really important for folks that are joining us new that they understand active recall, spaced repetition, they understand what type of journey they're about to go on. And so hope you see some value in making sure the new folks with us get that as well. So let's go ahead and take our 5-minute break. And then we're going to start jumping back into what is the internet, going through HTML. We're locking and loading for a full day, folks. We're going to be here for a while. So let's put that timer up there. Make sure you're staying hydrated. We'll put 5 minutes on the clock. All right. Have at it. We'll be back in 5. Truly say it. Hey, thank you for the 3 months. Tier 3. Thank you. Take your break. I'm going to run ads so that you actually take a break. I got 6 ads. You should have been taking a break. You should have got no ads. Should be taking a break. All right. One second. I need to set something up. Where's my BRB? Just start putting together a schedule for myself. Can't keep going like this. An hour study on the weekdays, more on the weekends. Yeah, just make sure you don't burn out on the weekends though. But yeah, being consistent, awesome. All right, folks, come on back. Come on back. Hey, I got accepted into an apprenticeship program. Do you believe it would be difficult to do both? Probably pretty intense to do both. Good thing is that we'll always be here. All right, folks, come on back. Alrighty, so let's just take a quick look at some of these kind of quick questions in the Slido, and we're going to jump into how the internet works. I just want to do like 3 probably when we come back from each break. Having problems with the navigation bar by using float only. Can you show us how to do that, like the BBC navigation bar? I believe we did the BBC navigation bar in class, but when we get to floats, I'm happy to show a navigation bar. Just remind me. All we do is we float everything to the left, and you got to make sure that it has width, right? Make sure it has width. That's all you got to do. Who should I reach out to at a company I like to work at? Someone doing the job that I like to do, or someone higher, senior, even a director. So the question is, like, you see a company you want to work at, who do you reach out to? You want to reach out to as many folks as you can at that company, whether they're managers, recruiters, engineers, because you're going to send out 10 different requests. Only one of them is probably going to get back to you. Yeah. So you want to make sure that you reach out to as many folks as you can. When we get later in the program, we're going to do a hit list process where we kind of find the companies we want to work at, and we find the best people to talk to at each of those companies. I'll do a list live so you can actually see who I'm reaching out to. I always typically start with recruiters and folks on the engineering team, and then work my way out from that. Just want to say, thank you. No worries. Y'all put in the work, not me. How do you keep the conversation going in a coffee chat without awkward silence, without asking a lot of questions and making it like an interview? Some coffee chats flow, some don't, right? And so the coffee chats that don't flow, don't be worried to ask questions, right? Have your list of questions ready to go if you want to, right? You can have your, like, we shared like a list of like 5 to 10 questions. If you get through the 5 to 10 questions and it's still not jiving, say, hey, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for your time. I really get a chance to know you a little bit, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. And then cut it short. You don't have to become best friends with everyone, right? That's why we do so many, because so many of them will be duds, but then some of them will be amazing. Yeah. But remember, we asked you to read How to Win Friends and Influence People. If you're having a hard time carrying conversations, definitely read that book. That book gives you the cheat codes to kind of like talking with other humans. And the biggest thing you can do is get them to talk about themselves. So I asked tons of leading questions. let them talk about themselves for a half hour if the conversation is not flowing. It's called How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. Yep. Cool. Alrighty, let's talk about the internet, folks. So, chat, what's the internet? You all here to become software engineers, specifically software engineers that focus on full stack web development. So what the heck's the web? Ooh, yeah, it is a wire. Nice. Or a series of wires. And so let's start off with a wire. And on this wire, we're going to see two kinds of devices. We're going to see client-side devices, and we're going to see server-side devices. All right, we're going to see client-side devices and server-side devices. Now, client-side devices are the devices that we use to consume the internet. So whatever you're watching me on right now, that's a client-side device, right? Whether it's a mobile phone, whether it's a tablet, desktop, whatever you use to consume the internet is a client-side device. Now, out there on this other side of the wire are servers, which are computers that do a very specific thing for us. What do you think a server does? A server is just another computer out there on that wire, but what do you think a server does? Serves, exactly. It serves. When a website goes down, that means that the server is having issues. Most likely, yeah. A lot of times, like Stack Overflow, I think went down the other day, right? And so, a lot of times when you're trying to go to a website, you're not getting data back. One of the big issues is that the server might not be on or running, or something might have happened on it, so it can't serve up the stuff that you need, right? So when you go to a website, right? Let's pretend it was Netflix, right? We go to netflix.com, we hit enter, and nothing happens, right? Maybe nothing's happened. We're not getting any information back. That might mean there might be some trouble with Netflix's server. It's a computer that's out there on that wire that's trying to send you information, but for some reason it can't right now. Now, we have those client-side devices, the mobile phones, the tablets, the desktops, the things we use to consume the internet. And running on these devices is typically a bunch of programs. So running on our client-side devices, we typically have something called a browser, right? And that browser enables us to open certain kinds of content, right? If you were on your client-side device, if you were on your laptop, your desktop, right? And I asked you to open a Word document, what program would you use? I asked you to open a Word document, what program would you use? Yeah, you use Microsoft Word to open that Word document. If I asked you to open a PDF, what program would you use to open a PDF? Yeah, you might use like Adobe to open a PDF. Well, guess what your browser is doing? Your browser is opening very specific kinds of files. The browsers that run on your computer, like Chrome, Safari, Firefox, they are opening very specific files. They're opening HTML, they're opening CSS, and they're opening JavaScript files, right? And so this browser is going to be opening those files just like Microsoft Word would open Word documents and Adobe would open PDFs. And so when we make a request from our client-side device, we type an address into our browser and hit enter. That request leaves our client-side device and finds its way to a server. that server hears the request and is in charge of figuring out what to respond with. So if we typed in dominoes.com, remember we're just gonna pretend here, we're not gonna actually type in dominoes.com. We don't want to start that, right? So if we were to type in dominoes.com and hit enter, that request would leave our client side device, make its way all the way to Domino's servers. Domino's would hear that request, right? They would hear that request and they would respond with a bunch of stuff. They would respond with HTML. They would respond with CSS. They would respond with JavaScript, images, videos. They would respond with all of this stuff, right? And all that stuff would come to our browser, and our browser could open those files. It could open the HTML, it could open the CSS, it could open the JavaScript. And that's what we can see in our browser. That's why we can see websites. That's why we can see stuff and interact with stuff in our browser, is because we made requests to other computers that sent us all these files. Now, I'm not allowed to go to dominoes.com anymore. It's a long story. Many of you know the story. Let's not get into it. No longer allowed to go to Domino's. So we're going to pretend. We're going to pretend that I went to dominoes.com, right? Went to dominoes.com, pretended, hit enter. That request goes to Domino's server. Domino's starts throwing pizza parties. They're high-fiving. They know they're going to send all their kids to college because I'm back, right? Server hears that request, responds with a bunch of files. Now, Domino's website, I have been there in a while, but it used to be glorious, right? Domino's website was beautiful because when you would go to dominoes.com, you would see a delicious pizza at the top of the page. You would see a list of ingredients going down the page. All of that content, right? All of that content, that pizza that you see, that list of ingredients that you see, that's all powered by a technology called HTML. So if you've ever been to a website and you saw content, you were dealing with HTML. Now, on Domino's website, the peppers were green, the pineapple was yellow, the ham was pink. All the ingredients had really beautiful styling. They had different colors. It looked great. If you've ever been to a website and it didn't look like a hot dumpster fire, but actually looked good, that is CSS. So if you've ever been to a website and you saw content, text, images, that's HTML, right? But if you've ever been to a website and it looked good, right? It looked good, right? It had styling. It was centered. There was color. That is CSS. Now, the final thing, the coup de grace, the most beautiful thing that was ever on the internet at that time was you could drag the ingredients onto the pizza. Mind-blowing, revolutionary stuff here. It was the best thing ever. That behavior, that interaction, that ability to drag and drop stuff, that was powered by JavaScript. So HTML is all the content that we see. CSS is how we style it, make it look good. And then if we ever have behavior, interaction, we're listening for clicks, we're dragging, we're dropping, that is all JavaScript. And whenever we type in a URL into our phone or our tablet or our desktop and we hit enter, what we are doing is making a request that leaves our computer, goes to the server, and then the server has a bunch of code running on it that determines and figures out what HTML to respond with, what CSS to respond with, what JavaScript to respond with, and sends all of that back to our device and specifically to our browser for it to be rendered for the user to see. Now, the cool thing is that server, when it hears the request, it might have to do a lot of stuff. Like sometimes it's going to go to like a database and get all my past orders, right? Sometimes it's going to like look at its files and find the right HTML file to send. Sometimes it's going to process our credit card information. Sometimes it's going to send the order to the specific Domino's restaurant. So there's a lot of stuff that can happen server side, right? Once the server hears the request, we ask for Domino's.com. It might need to process credit cards. It might need to talk to a database. It might need to do some other things. We call all of that back end code. All that stuff that runs on the server that the server needs to handle, that's back end code. All the stuff that runs on the client side device, that HTML, that CSS, that JavaScript, we call that front end code. Now, someone that works on the client side code, the HTML, the CSS, the JavaScript, we would call them front end web developers. Someone that just works on the server side, we would call them back end web developers. And someone that works on both the front end, right? The front end and the back end, we would call them full stack web developers. So at the end of this program, you will be full stack web developers, meaning that you have the ability to write code not only on the front end, but also on the back end. So far we've covered HTML, CSS, and JavaScript enough to make you dangerous as a front end developer. Then we'll quickly move into Node, which will make you dangerous as a back end developer. Combine them together and you are a full stack web developer. Now, since we write code and we've already written code, or if you're new, you'll write code today, you're already what we call a software engineer, someone that write code that understands the tools and systems behind the code that they write. But the thing that we're specializing in as a software engineer is full stack web development. We could write code that runs on TVs or refrigerators or your mobile applications. You would still be a software engineer, but your focus would be different. So here we're software engineers, unless you live in Canada, and engineer is a protected word there. But we're focusing on full stack web development. Cool. Questions while we're here. I know we covered this in way more depth in our intro to HTML class, but since it's a review, it's the highlights. Questions. And Joe's you. Thank you for the hydration. Cheers to you. Mine. Well, thank you for the prime. Is this MERN stack? Yes. Can servers run any language? Or are they limited to JavaScript? It's a great question. Your servers can actually run a lot of different languages, PHP, Ruby, JavaScript, etc. But we use JavaScript on the back end to run on our server. That way we only have to learn really one language, right? We only have to learn one language. The beautiful thing about learning JavaScript and why I teach it is because it'll run on the client side and the server side. You can't beat that, folks. Imagine only having to learn one language and getting an amazing job. That's what I mean. There is a window that is open right now, and I don't know how long it's going to be open, but one of the things that contributes to this window being open is the fact that you only need to know one language to build full stack web applications. You can't beat it. Thank you for the posture check, Taco Fed. Make sure I'm good. There we go. Best, we are live every Tuesday and Thursday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. We have our lovely office hours every Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern time. An amazing Discord community, 27,000 strong. You can always do !100 devs to learn more about the bootcamp. All right. Will we learn React and the back end? Of course. I got you, Clue. Alrighty. Let's keep it moving then. Alrighty. Now, we talked about this HTML, the CSS, and this JavaScript. And there's one really, really important rule that you have to keep in mind. Zavim 2008, thank you for the hydration. Cheers to you. There's one really important rule that we have to keep in mind. And that's this idea of keeping our HTML, our CSS, and our JavaScript separate. Why might we want to keep our HTML, our CSS, and our JavaScript separate, chat? Organization. Exactly. Organization. Right? Organization. This idea that we want to make sure just our content is in our HTML, just our styles in our CSS, and just our behavior and interactions our JavaScript. That way, when we come back to our code and we're trying to make something pink, where do we go? If we're trying to make something pink, where will we go, chap? Yeah, we'll go to our CSS. Remember, CSS handles all of our styling. So if we want to make something pink, we'll go to our CSS. What if we want to add some more text for our users to see? I want to add more text for our users to see. Where are they going? Yeah, they're going to our HTML. Yep. Going to our HTML. And if we want, when our users click on something, to see it wiggle, right? Want to see something wiggle, what are we going to use? Yeah, because we're clicking, that's that behavior, that's interaction, that's JavaScript. Awesome. So we have this separation of concerns, this idea HTML, CSS, and JavaScript should be all separate files. They should be all in their own place for organization. And the beautiful thing about this is that it's something that we can all agree to that helps us when we come back to our own code. But if we're working with other developers, we know where to go and they know where to go when dealing with our code as well. Throughout 100 devs, there are going to be a few things that I think are really important best practices, right? But we try our best to be baddies and write bad code. When you're first starting out, please don't let these best practices be the thing that holds you back from learning or getting shit done. The only thing that really matters is, are you learning? Are you building? Are you building projects, right? And so do not let these best practices get in your way. It just doesn't matter. This idea of clean code, this idea of having to have perfection, no, it's all BS. So many folks stress over best practice. So many folks stress over all these things and they don't even know how to code yet. Could you imagine stressing over best practices and you can't code yet? Why? It makes no sense. The reason you're doing that is because somebody on the internet told you to, right? And so you're holding it to yourself. And what you're doing is slowing your growth, right? You're slowing your growth. You're stopping yourself from actually learning. You're worried about best practices and you can't code yet? No. Best practices are for closers, folks that already know how to code, folks that are weighing the options of the code that they are writing to make it more performant, to make it better. But if you can't code yet, don't weigh yourself down with that. Be a baddie, write bad code. Cool. So I'll share best practices, but don't let me or anybody else get in your way. It makes no sense to be optimizing before you can even code. Alrighty. The first language we're going to touch on today is HTML, hypertext markup language. HTML is whenever you've been to a website, you saw content, you saw text, you saw things, right? You saw things on a website that was all HTML. Now, to write HTML, there is a specific syntax you have to keep in mind. And the syntax of HTML is all about tags. Every bit of content must be wrapped in an appropriate tag. So when you're writing HTML, there should be no loose text. Everything needs to be wrapped in the appropriate tags. So here we have a very simple hello world. It's a nice piece of text wrapped in a paragraph tag. And you'll notice that the paragraph tag opens and then it closes. And the only difference between this opening tag and the closing tags are this lovely / that you'll see on the closing tags each time, and that your opening tags can sometimes get these superpowers that we call attribute value pairs. They just enable the tags to do a little bit extra sometimes. So when you are trying to get your content onto a website, you are going to use HTML for all of that content. And there are going to be tags for every piece of content you want on the page. Right? There are going to be tags for every bit of content that you want on that page. So you're going to wind up with a bunch of text, and you're going to wrap all of that text in the appropriate semantic HTML tag. When I say semantic, all I mean is that there's an appropriate choice for each bit of content. Some stuff's going to be a paragraph, some stuff's going to be a heading, some stuff is going to be a containing element. And so there's going to be a tag for every bit of content. So let's look at some tags together. Alrighty. One of the most common tags we're going to see right out the gate are our heading elements. Our H1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, and 6s. It doesn't go past 6. And all of these are our headings that describe content that comes after. When you see a heading, think like a headline in a newspaper. That headline, you see it, and it describes all the content that comes after. When people think of headlines, they often think of something being bolded or bigger than the rest of the content on the page. But if we're thinking about boldness and size, what is that? What do you think would handle that when it comes to front-end web development? Boldness and size. What would handle that? Yeah, CSS would handle boldness and size. So when you're picking your HTML elements, you really have to fight the urge to pick tags based on how they look. You should only be picking tags based off of their importance and their semantic meaning like the logic behind each tag. So the logic behind an H1 is to be the most important content on the page. The content that describes what that page is about, describes everything that comes after it. So the H1 is the most important topic on the page. Then we have 2s through 6s. Now these you can use as many as you want, right? You can use as many as you want, and typically you're going to see them cascade in importance. So you'll probably have H1s, then 2s, then 3s, then 4s, then 5s as you get further into your page and things get less important. Since the H1 is supposed to be the most important thing on the page, how many should we really have? Yeah, one. I have like one H1. With HTML5, we got a new caveat that sections can each have their own H1, but let's keep this idea like one really most important thing. Alrighty. Some other type of text that you will see are paragraphs, spans, and the abomination that is the pre-tag. Paragraphs are for large blocks of text. In my opinion, like a paragraph, so like a sentence or more is a paragraph. For me, a span is a short piece of text, so less than a sentence. And then a pre-tag, it preserves all your white space. So if there are any enters, tabbing, character sheets, any of that stuff, all that white space, that gets carried into the browser. Why do I think I say a pre-tag is an abomination? What is all that white space, the entering, the character returns, the moving of stuff around sound like? That sounds an awful lot like CSS to me, so I don't use it. Some other tags that I don't use are BR tags and HR tags because only nerds use them. Next. So BR tag, what it does is it puts a break, some spacing between your content, and in HR it puts a line across the page. And that HR, that line across the page, right? That line across the page could be done with a border. And so I call these nerd fights because I've lost friends over the BR and HR tag. It is true. We were at a meetup. We were having some drinks, as one does at a tech meetup. We brought up the idea of a BR. I said it was style. They didn't think it was style. We had some words and we haven't talked in years now. So was I right and them wrong, or them wrong and I right? Not really. But to me, that's styling. And so I don't like it. Right. And so what you're going to have to do as an engineer is have strong opinions held weekly. Meaning that you form strong opinions, you form strong decisions about the things that you're doing and why you're doing them. But if somebody presents a better argument, you're willing to go, hey, oh, actually that argument makes sense, and you change the way you do things. So for me, I didn't like their argument for the BR tag, so I didn't change my way. Cool. Some other elements we're going to see are M and strong tags. M and strong tags, they're a little bit tricky because when you look at them in the browser, you see that they're getting M tags are italicized and strong tags are bolded. Like you can see them like italicize the text and make the text bold. This would violate separation of concerns. So use an HTML tag to style stuff. That's not keeping our HTML and our CSS separate. But the reason why we use M and strong tags is not because of how they look, but what they can do for us when we use accessibility devices. When we use things like a screen reader, M and strong tags are read differently. So they enable us to provide emphasis to individuals that might not be able to visually see the page. So we don't care what they look like. We can always change how things look like with CSS. Some other big tags you're going to see a lot are ordered list and the sibling, which is an unordered list. Ordered lists are for lists that have to come in order. Think things that you would get into trouble if they were not in order. So for me, an order list is like a recipe, right? A recipe, you have to follow specific steps. Otherwise, you're going to wind up with some pretty bad brownies. An unordered list is a list that doesn't have to be in a specific order. For me, an unordered list would be like a grocery list, right? You have your milk, your cheese, your bread, all that stuff on your list. And it doesn't really matter the order it comes in unless you're a monster and you like organize your list based off of where stuff are in the grocery store. I don't know. And last but not least, we have our containing elements. And if you're doing an older tutorial, you're going to see divs everywhere. Or better yet, if you're doing a tutorial and you see divs everywhere and it's not a React tutorial, run. Because what happens is as HTML matures and evolves, we get new versions of HTML. And we're on like the 5th really big version of HTML. And with that 5th version of HTML, we got all of these containing elements. And the beautiful thing about these containing elements is that they all have more semantic meaning than a div has. So the div, you can still use it. It just doesn't have as much meaning as the other elements do. Sections are for like content. So if I had a bunch of stuff that was like liver frosted treats, pumpkin, sardine treats, right? Those don't really make a lot of sense. But when you put them on a dog food website, oh, that makes a little bit more sense to me. So sections are used for grouping like content. Articles are for content that can be shared. Think like a blog post or a newspaper article. Those are things that could be shared. So that'd be a good case for an article. An aside is for ancillary or extra content. Things that if you remove from the page still makes sense. What's a really good thing for an aside? What would be a really good thing to use for an aside? Yeah, ads are really good uses for asides. Because if we were to remove the ads from a page, the page just still makes sense. Header is for content at the beginning of your document, and footer is for content at the end of your document. Beautiful. Cool. Now, these are a lot of tags that we've talked about so far. And like I said, if you're brand new, we're going a little bit faster than we would have done during our full HTML class. Basically, we spent 3 hours on the stuff we just covered in like a half hour, right? So know that if everything's not super boom, 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 making 100% sense, you can always come back and watch a specific class on HTML that is on our YouTube, leonnoel.com/YouTube. Go to the cohort 2 playlist and you will see our very first class on HTML. Cool. Now, there are so many other tags that we don't have on these lists. And so one of the things that you're going to have to get comfortable with, it's a little bit further along in the slides. One of the things you're going to have to get comfortable with is using a tool called the MDN, the Mozilla Developers Network. It is the best resource for looking up HTML tags, CSS styling, and then even JavaScript. Once again, that's the MDN, the Mozilla Developers Network. And what that'll do is that you can look up all these HTML tags. You can see when you can use them, when you should use them, the examples tied to those tags, right? And so if you're ever having trouble, like I don't know what tags to use, Leon, the MDN is your resource. I think I had another earthquake. Alrighty. Let's look at some websites. I have Khan Academy up here. I'm looking at Khan Academy. We said that the H1 was the most important content on the page. What's the H1 on this page? H1, most important content on this page. What's the H1? A lot of folks are saying for every student, every classroom, real results is the H1. Why would that be the H1? Why would that be the H1? I'm going to throw it in chat. Ooh, yeah. It would be the H1 because it's the most important. Some folks said because it's big. Why don't we care if it's big? Why don't we care if it's bold? What is size and boldness controlled by? Yeah. Boldness and size is controlled by CSS. So when we're choosing our HTML elements, we do not care how big or bold something is. This could be the tiniest thing on the page, yet still be the most important and therefore still our H1. Now, we always have 3 different types of users that we have to worry about. We have to worry about general users, accessibility users, and web crawlers. General users are going to come to the site and have a better experience when we use the appropriate tags. Accessibility devices will use these heading elements to jump through the page, right? They can jump from important bit to important bit if they want to. So if they're using something like a screen reader, maybe they have a visual impairment, that screen reader could help them jump from heading to heading. And then Google, if Google's going to come to your site and crawl your site, it needs to figure out what your site is about. What is Google going to look at? What is one of the things Google might look at to figure out what your site is about? Yeah, Google might look at your H1. If the H1 is the most important content on the page, then it makes a lot of sense to go and look for the H1 to figure out what your site is about. Beautiful. How about this block of text? What would this be, chat? What HTML element would that be? Yeah, paragraph. It's a sentence or more. So for me, that's a paragraph. How about this thing here? What would that be? Yeah, it'd be an image. We haven't seen an image tag yet, but that'll be an image. Nice. And then look at this. When I move my mouse over it, look what happens. What is that? I'm interacting with the site and stuff is happening. What is that? Yeah, it's JavaScript, exactly. That mouse entering, that behavior, that interaction, that's all powered by JavaScript. Now, it might be triggering a CSS animation, but that listening for the event and doing stuff is all JavaScript. Exactly. Alrighty. Khan Academy works. What would that be? What tag we looking at? H2. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, it's an H2. It's definitely less important than the H1 that was up here, but still a heading. It describes the content that comes after, so it's still a heading to me. How about these three things here? What are each of those? Yep, those are all images. Nice. How about these right here? Personalized learning, trusted content, tools to empower teachers. What could those be? Yeah, maybe like H3s, because they describe what comes after, right? They describe like the paragraph that comes after. So they're still headings, but they're definitely less important than the H2. So maybe H3s there. And then I kind of gave this away, but these big blocks of text all would be paragraphs. And we can kind of keep doing this same pattern over and over again, right? Another heading, maybe an H3. Right, maybe an H3, another paragraph, another image, right? Heading, paragraph, image. So we kind of see these kind of like these same bits over and over again. How about this gray box? What would this gray box be? Miriam A, thank you for the sub. Yeah, it'd be a section, right? Grouping like content together. We have like another white box here. Like if we were to like look at this box here, that'd be another section, right? Another section, another section, another section, another section, right? So we can see the really big building blocks that we're going to see over and over again when it comes to building out with HTML are really going to be like our sections, our headings, our paragraphs. And we're going to sprinkle in some other elements too, like images, and then eventually links, which we call anchor tags. So there's maybe 10 to 20 tags that you really have to know that you're going to use over and over and over again, right? Even though there's probably like hundreds of tags, like 100 plus tags, especially now with like all the new inputs and stuff, but it's really only a handful that you're going to use all the time. And so at first, HTML can seem pretty overwhelming. But once you learn those handful of tags, the ones that are in the slides and the ones we're about to review together today, you can really start to build pretty much whatever you want in HTML. So let's go ahead and code out a brownie recipe website. We've actually done this in class before, and you've had some time to do it on your own, but we're going to code this one together, and then we will talk through a BBC website, and then we'll take a break. So in your starter code for today is the brownie recipes website. So if you need the starter code in our Discord, !Discord, there is a follow along materials channel. To see that channel, you have to agree to our rules. At the end of our rules is an emoji you have to click. Once you agree to our rules, you see all the channels open up to you. So agree to the rules, and then you will see a follow along materials channel. In that channel, you will see a notice for our super review today, and there will be a zip file. You will need that zip file today for all the stuff that we're going to do if you want to code along. All right. So this one we're about to do, you don't have to code along. So when we take our break, if you need more time to go get the zip, download it and unzip it, that's okay. You can do that. And then the other thing you're going to see me be using is VS Code. VS Code is a free text editor. That's VS Code. The free text editor is what you're going to see me be writing my code in today. If for some reason you're on a machine that doesn't enable you to download stuff, you can use a website called glitch.com, like glitch, like it's like glitching, right? Glitch.com. And you can type in all your HTML, your CSS, and JavaScript in that as well. Cool. Alrighty. So what I did is I downloaded my zip file, I unzipped it, and now I can open up. I just always open the entire folder in VS Code. So what you'll see me do most of the time is I'll just drag my entire super review folder and I'll drag that to VS Code. And then once you drag it to VS Code, it just opens up the entire folder. And that's great to open the entire folder because then you just have, right? Then you just have all your stuff ready to go. So down here, I just have brownies.html loose, and that's what I'll be starting with today. Alrighty. It looks blurry to you. There's two things you can do. You can refresh and then also check your quality settings. We're streaming at 1080p, 60 frames per second, and you can change your quality depending on your internet speed. Midmule said, is this a code along? It's up to you. If you're brand new to code, like today's your first class, I wouldn't follow along right now. I would just pay attention. But if you've been doing this for a little while and you want to type along with me, sure, why not? Alrighty, let's look at this. So we have a brownie recipe website, right? And so chat's going to help me here. I have at the very top deep dish brownies. What do we think this is going to be? Remember, all of this is loose text, right? All this is loose text. Every bit of text must be wrapped in an HTML tag. Yeah, so we're gonna wrap this in an H1. So our H1 opens and then our H1 closes. Whoop. So notice the only difference between the opening and the closing tag is that lovely /. You're always gonna see that on your closing tags. This a little bit bigger. There we go. You have that lovely opening and then the closing tag. Every bit of content must be wrapped in a tag. We have an image here. I'm going to save this image to the end just because it's a little special. We have to do something a little bit different for that one. Next, recipe by Biz McMahon. What would that be, chat? Does it describe the recipe? Like, does it describe everything that comes after? So some people are saying span because it is a short piece of text. This could be a good candidate for a span. I can see that. To me, it also describes the recipe. Like, this whole recipe is by this person, right? So it could also be a heading to me. Now, is it an important heading? No. To me, like, I don't ever go to a recipe website and look for a specific author, right? Some people might be like, this is a Rachel Ray household. If it ain't Rachel Ray, I ain't doing it, right? I ain't doing it, right? So to you, it might be more or less important. And that's the beauty of front-end web development. A lot of times you're working with a lot of folks, marketing, management, that will dictate how important stuff is. And sometimes it's just up to you to figure out what that is. So for me, I'm a Martha and Snoop household. Rachel Ray's Pozole is trash. So for me, I don't think it really matters that much. I'm going to do an H4. Right? H4. And it opens and closes. I think it does still describe everything that comes after it. It's just not that important. Eventually, when we get deeper into accessibility, there will be this idea of going from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4s. But for today, we're just trying to figure out, like, all right, based on importance, what tag should it be? Next, we have related recipes. And so what comes after will be related recipes. So all these are related recipes. What are we feeling for related recipes, chat? Why are there spaces between each line? Just for readability. You don't have to have the spaces, but I think when you're first starting, it's a little bit easier to see. White space really doesn't matter in HTML. Ooh, I'm seeing a lot of different stuff here. I'm gonna go H2. I think related recipes is super important. Like, if you don't like this recipe, I want you to go to my other recipes, right? I want you to go to my other recipes. So to me, What comes below in related recipes is like super important. To me, that's super important, right? Like I want you to stay on my website. I don't want you to go to some other recipe website. So to me, all the related recipes are really important. All right. Then we have a bunch of different recipes, right? We have a bunch of different recipes. So we have a bunch of different recipes. What do you think we're calling for here? We would call this a what? Yeah. So people say it's a list. It's a list of recipes. Now, can't tell their low-fat brownies have to come before chewiest brownies, or does bodacious brownies come after easy fudge brownies? Like, no, the order doesn't really matter here. And so since order doesn't matter for this list, we can use a UL. So here's my UL. We're going to make sure that I open and I make sure I close it right away. Come down here. Now my whole list is inside this UL, right? Now, list often has something inside them. We call them, if you had a grocery list, what goes on a grocery list? What goes on a grocery list? Items, exactly. So the same thing we're going to do here is that since we're using a list, an unordered list, each one of these values here will be a list item or an item on this unordered list. What I just did here is I held down Command and I clicked next to each line inside of my list. What this now gives me is the ability to have my cursor at each line, which enables me to do stuff like this. Right? I can actually go ahead and type everything out that I want to type out. I'm going to explain the anchor tag stuff in a bit. And then I'm closing up my LIs. Beautiful. Right? So for me, all I did is I held down Command and I clicked next to each line of code. Now, if you're not on a Mac, you might need to use Control. If you're on some other type of operating system, you might need to use Alt, right? And so Alt or Control, try them on your different operating system, right? And that's how you can type on multiple lines at one time. It's one of the beautiful things about using a text editor is that you get features like that, where you can type multiple lines at one time. You can jump around. So for me, I held down Command and I clicked each line. And then to jump to the end, on a Mac, it's just Command and the right arrow. On Windows, I believe it's just the end key. Yeah, I think it's just the end key on Windows. So for me, I held down Command and I clicked. I did Command right arrow to jump to the end. You can also use end key on Windows, things like that. So right now, I don't need you to stress over knowing all the shortcuts. You can just give a quick VS Code shortcuts Google, right? Just Google VS Code shortcuts or go on YouTube and type in VS Code shortcuts and learn all the shortcuts. That's not what we're going to spend our time on today. I just want you to know that shortcuts exist. And so you should spend time figuring out what they are for your text editor of choice. I'll be using VS Code for this entire course. You might use something different. That's okay. But I recommend that you use VS Code in Chrome, at least for the beginning parts of this course. So that way the things you're seeing on my end are the things that you're seeing on your end. Yeah. All right. So you'll notice that each of these lines are wrapped in an LI, right? They're all wrapped in LIs, which is short for list item. But you'll also notice that inside of each LI is also an anchor tag. An anchor tag is a link. It's going to take you somewhere else. And so when I looked at these related recipes, right? When I looked at these related recipes, what I saw was, wait a minute. Oh, I'm going to click on this and it's going to take me to that recipe. So if I need to go to that recipe, if I need to go from where I am to that recipe, it needs to be a link. And so that's why we have these anchor tags. And instead of putting the octothorpes here, we could put the link to an actual website, right? We could put a link to an actual website there. And then when we clicked on Chewish Brownies, it would take us to that site. Cool. How about prep time? What do we feel about prep time? What do you feel about prep time? Yeah, I'm feeling a 2 or a 3 on this one. I think prep time is like one of the things that I actually care about when I look at a recipe, like how long am I going to spend making this? So I might be inclined to do an H2. I might be able to be convinced that an H3 could be used here. And how about our 60 seconds? What would our 60 mins be? Yeah, I'm going to go with span here. Short piece of text. Beautiful. So this heading definitely describes the stuff that comes after the 60 minutes. So it's definitely a heading and then a span. I think I'm going to use the same thing here. I think servings are pretty important to most people as well. But like I said, you might differ on that. You might use a slightly different tag here. Beautiful. How about ingredients? Do we feel ingredients are important? These might be an H3 actually. I might make those H3s, but I'm getting to ingredients. I'm like, ingredients are definitely really important. Yeah, I think ingredients are definitely an H2 for me. So I'll do my H2 and I'll close my H2. And then I want to make sure that I have a list of ingredients. So this is probably a what? I have a list of ingredients. What is it? Yeah, it's an unordered list. It doesn't matter if we put the eggs before the vanilla or the sugar after the butter. It doesn't matter the order for the ingredients. So that's a UL or unordered list. I'm going to break my list and then put the list back inside. I always like to make sure that I open and close everything. Always make sure that everything closes. That way we don't get into any errors. I'm typing a little slow just so folks can kind of see what we're doing here, but I'm still doing exactly what I would do, where I kind of open it up, make sure it closes, because if you don't put the closing elements, you're going to run into trouble. So always make sure your stuff closes. All right, now each of these are going to be list items. So on a Mac, I can hold down Command and Alt or Option and then use my down arrow, and I get the cursor on each line. So instead of having to like click on each one, like you can hold down Command and click on each one. On Mac, you can do Command and Alt and then just hold down the arrow and get the cursor on each line. And then I can just do my lovely LI, Command, right arrow to jump to the end, and then close my LIs. Alt Control down arrow for Windows. Cool, thank you. And so, like I said, you don't have to worry about knowing the shortcuts right now. Something you probably Google and watch a video on to get all of them. Cool. It is very convenient, exactly. Alrighty. Finally, we have the directions, like the instructions for making it. I think this is going to be an H2 as well. Right, we have a lovely H2. And for me, the directions are very important. Like I can't beat the eggs before I like put the stuff in the bowl. And if I was to put stuff into the oven before I put everything in the bowl, then I would run into trouble. So since this has to be in a very specific order, I'm going to agree with chat here and do an OL, right? All this stuff needs to go inside of the OL. Beautiful. And then once again, you're going to wrap all of these in an LI. So my LI will open And I'm not going to jump to the end here. I'm just going to click again because the ends are all on different lines. Cool. And I will close my LIs. Beautiful. Anyone else craving brownies now? Me too, little, me too. All right, so we have our order list, our LIs, right? Are wonderful. And right now, I've made all these changes, but is my file saved? I've made all these changes, but is my file saved? No. How can I tell that I have not saved my file? Yep, the white dot at the top. If we look at the top, there's this lovely white dot that's letting me know that my page has not been saved. So I can do my Command S or file save, right? To save it, make sure all my changes are saved. Beautiful. And you'll notice that I'm like not opening this in the browser. Like I'm not checking to see how this looks. Why am I not checking to see how this looks? It doesn't matter. Vanny said it doesn't matter. Exactly. It doesn't matter. I don't care how it looks because how it looks is controlled by CSS. And have I written any CSS? No, I have not written any CSS. And so since I have not written any CSS, I just don't care how it looks. I don't actually have to open it in the browser and see what the heck's going on, right? I'm just writing HTML right now and it doesn't matter. It could look like a hot dumpster fire. It just does not matter. All right, how about the tip? Tip for me, it doesn't really matter. It does describe the content that comes after, so I'll do an H4, right? And then this tip, aluminum foil can be used to keep food moist, cook it evenly and make it clean up easier. So that's definitely a paragraph of text. So I'll open my paragraph and I'll end my paragraph. Beautiful. Nutritional info is an H6 for me. Beautiful. H6 for me, it just doesn't matter. And if there were, this is how you know that the headings end at 6. There's no 7, there's no 8, there's no 9s. 6 is as low as we can go. So that's why we use the 6 here. And then the 40 cows, short piece of text, that's a span for me. And we'll close the span. Beautiful. All right. Find this recipe here. It's a full sentence, so it's probably another what? Like this line 67 is probably another what? Yep, chat's got it. Seems like another paragraph to me. I'll close my paragraph. But there's something interesting in here, right? It says here. Here sounds an awful lot like a what? An anchor tag. Yep, an anchor tag. So I'm going to wrap here in an anchor tag. And we saw this anchor tag open and close before up top. And we said that we could put an actual like URL in the anchor tag. And we have this lovely URL here. So I'm just going to cut this and I'm going to put it, instead of putting a placeholder, I'll put the actual URL. So what's going to happen now is when I click on here, it is going to take me to this allrecipes.com/deepdishbrownie. That link will actually link me to this page. I'm going to go ahead and save it. The last thing we have up here is this image tag that we didn't get to. And so that's going to be img with a source that equals brownies.jpg. And then an alt that equals brownies, and then I close it. So something weird with the image tag. What's weird about the image tag compared to every other tag that we've seen? Yeah, it's self-closing, no closing tag. It's self-closing because the image is already content. If we look at all these other tags, we look at this H4, we look at this H2, we are opening and closing around content. We open and close, open and close. Here's the content. The image is already content itself. Like it's just an image. You don't need to, it's no text, right? So we don't have to open and close around text. It's just going to be an image that's going to show up. And so the source is the location of our image. So right now, this would only work if I had this brownies image on my computer at the same level of this HTML file, which I don't. So this would break. We wouldn't see a brownie photo right now. And since I know it's going to break, you always want to make sure you have an alt. The alt is the alternative text that shows up in a couple different scenarios. We talked about the 3 kind of users we have to care about. Our general users, when this image breaks, because I don't actually, there's nothing, like if we look over here in my little tree, there's nothing, there's no brownie image over here. So I know that this is not going to work. I just don't have the image to show you, right? So a general users will see the word brownies and know, oh, that image should have been brownies. Someone that's using a screen reader, if the screen reader wants to read the image, somebody might have a visual impairment and can't see the brownies image, but at least they can be read that, oh, it was a brownies image. And then last but not least, web crawlers like Google could come and understand that that image is a brownies image. So whenever you create an image, always make sure you have an alt to serve all 3 of those users. Alrighty. Powered through this. Let's save it. And I'm going to open it in the browser just to see. I'm just going to open it in the browser. I just want to take a quick peek at it. I don't care what it looks like because we haven't written any CSS. I just want to take a peek. All right. What we'll notice is that Deep Dish Brownies is big, bold, black, and beautiful, much like myself. But there's something interesting about the Deep Dish Brownies being big, bold, black, and beautiful. What's interesting about that? Yeah, Nick something got it. There's no CSS yet. So how the heck did this get big, bold, black, and beautiful if we haven't written any CSS? Well, this is some of the default style that comes inherent in the browsers. So as we move to CSS, one of the things we have to keep in mind is that each browser has a default styling that it wants to impart on our HTML. And we're going to actually have to come up with ways to either stop it entirely or work with it in the long run. But know that that's going to be one of our first challenges when we start writing CSS, is to handle this default browser styling, right? I call these money problems. It's something that as you start to learn more and you learn how to handle, it makes its job security, right? These little things that we have to quirks, we have to work around, make it so that it's a little bit harder to do what we have to do. And we have to learn how to solve them, and it helps us keep our jobs. Alrighty, we got a hydration, and then we're going to take a break. So Zim 2000 and then Moscato 3, both thank you for the hydrations. Cheers to you. Thank you. We just powered through HTML in an hour. If you are new, there's no way that you fully understand HTML. We're going to come back. We're going to see some more HTML. We're going to introduce some CSS, right? But we literally did that across 2-3 hour classes. So if there are things you need to fill in and things don't make sense entirely, that's okay. Today's like an overview for you if you're brand new, to see all the wonderful things that you can get into. And then as you need to, you can go back to individual classes and get more hands-on keyboard practice for each of them. And make sure you join the catch-up crew on our Discord. Once you agree to the rules, you'll see all these channels open up. Once you click the emojis in the join 100 dev section, you're going to see a bunch of other channels open up to you, like the catch-up crew, where you can go through this at your own pace. All right. Next up, folks, we're going to look at a site and see if we can talk through some more of the HTML, and then we're moving on to CSS. So let's put 5 minutes on the timer here. Five minutes on the timer. I'm going to run ads so that way new folks that are joining us don't have to sit through ads. Folks that are here and don't haven't used Prime or don't have a sub, they get ads sometimes while we're teaching. And so I like to run ads while we're taking a break, because you should be taking a break anyway. You should be getting up if you're able, hydrating, moving around if you're able, looking out, letting your eyes focus on something that's not the screen, right? And then we're going to come back in 5 minutes and keep pushing. Alrighty, folks. See you in 5. The Open in Browser is a plugin called Open in Browser. So in VS Code, if you go to the extensions, like these little blocks here, you can type in your extensions, and I'm using this Open in Browser by Tech ER. And then that gives you the ability when you right click to open in browser. You can see I don't really use that many extensions, and I always recommend my students when they first start out to not use too many of them. Get used to doing stuff the hard way, and then add extensions over time to make your life easier. I don't like live server in the beginning, because I want people to actually get used to saving their files, refreshing the page, Because I've had so many folks go into interviews and forget to like refresh pages. They like write all this code and they don't actually refresh, and then they don't get the job because they just haven't practiced that. So I like my students to start without it, and then once you feel comfortable saving, refreshing, and all that stuff, then you can switch to some other things. Brian, thank you for the comment about the thumbnails. It's just something for now. I gotta figure out how to make better ones. Cool. All right, folks, come on back. Come on back. Alrighty. I always just start off each top of the hour with some questions. I'm looking at the Slido. Remember, you can submit your questions during the Slido. And then you can also upvote the questions that you want me to answer the most. Alrighty. I have a call tonight with my first potential paid client. I know they're going to ask about SEO. How do you recommend we handle conversations about SEO? So SEO stands for search engine optimization, like getting your site to rank on the first page of Google. When they type something out, you want to show up in the results. That's search engine optimization. The wonderful thing about search engine optimization these days is back in the day, it used to be like a dark art. You do all these weird things to rank, and then Google would make an update and all your sites would tank. But these days, Google's pretty clear. There are some things you want to do on site to make sure your site's good. And then you just want to have really good content. So if you have someone that wants SEO, you can make sure their site is SEO optimized, meaning that you've done all the little bells and whistles on the actual site to make sure that Google approves of it. And then it's just getting good content on that site. And so the wonderful thing that we've shown before is that on any site, you can right click, inspect, and then there's this lighthouse tool. You can run that diagnostic and it'll tell you what Google sees in terms of SEO. It's not the everything you need, but it's a really, really, really good starting place. If your site looks really good on Lighthouse, it's going to look really good to Google. And so when you're talking to your client, you can recommend that, hey, I do everything that's required on site to make your site worthwhile for Google. And then I can help you with making sure that you have a way to generate or a way to post content that you generate so that Google can see your great content and rank you. That's about it. Yeah. SEO is search engine optimization. The showing of your, like you type something in, like you type something in like Domino's and then Domino's shows up first. That's search engine optimization. Wow. Hello. All right, let's do two more and we'll jump into CSS. I asked the CTO for some advice on getting the first job, and he said, keep working on your skills, contribute to open source software, and the rest will come. Thoughts? That's pretty good advice. The idea of continuing to progress your skills, build projects is what helps you get a job. Now, open source software, you can replace that with one of three things: getting a client, open source contributions, or volunteering are all kind of replaceable in that category. As long as you're working on projects and you're doing one of those three things where other humans have seen your code and you've worked with others to build good code, you get rid of that stench, that new boot camper smell. And so if you're doing those two things, you'll eventually get a job. The only thing that I don't like is the rest will come. No, the rest is a hard slog. It's a lot of hard work networking your way into these opportunities. Just doing open source and working on your skills won't guarantee a job. It's the networking that gets you a job quicker. Cool. One more. Do you have any tips on how to make the website's online ordering and checkout section work with a POS system, like how some restaurants have online ordering? Well, look at any website that you see that has online ordering. You can right click inspect and see what system they're using. There are plenty off-the-shelf solutions for online ordering. You would not be coding that yourself. You're going to find some sort of application that you can drop into the site for your client that connects with their POS system. It's not something that you would code from scratch. So do research on kind of different ordering systems, ones that you think would integrate well with their POS system, and then you just implement that for them. My dad wants me to build him a $500 site. Is this a good first project? I have no idea, because for $500 they could be asking for a hell of a lot. So it is really not about price. It's about what can you get done at price points. And so, yeah. POS is point of sale. It's like the thing that you punch in the orders into. So like when a server takes your order, they like type that in so the kitchen can see what's going on. All right, last one before we jump into CSS. That mini hackathon was super fun. Will we be able to do that more often throughout the cohort? Absolutely. We have lots of time that'll be budgeted for kind of working on projects. As we get deeper into full stacks specifically, we'll learn how to work as engineering teams, and then we'll put you all together to work in engineering teams together. So yeah, lots of other times to work together in the future. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and let's look at the BBC. So here is a real website that a lot of you have already coded. If we're looking at the BBC and we look up top, what would this logo be? What would this logo be? Yeah, it'd be an image. How about sign in? Yep. Span, right? Probably span for the text of sign in. Maybe this is an image, right? The little face. Then here we have a list of what? A list of what? Yeah, definitely a list of links, right? So at its core, this is going to be at least a UL, like an unordered list, because news before sports, it doesn't matter if sports become before news or whatever, right? You might have a preference, but it's not something you're going to get in trouble for. So it's an unordered list, and inside of that unordered list is an LI, and each of those LIs have anchor tags in them, right? Like we want to be able to click on news and go to the news page. So it's a UL LI anchor tag. Now, this will be at the top of every single BBC website. And so Google is going to see that they keep saying home, news, sports, home, news, sports, home, news, sports, probably across thousands, if not tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of pages, right? And so how can we let Google know we're not trying to stuff, right? We're not trying to stuff for these keywords. We're not trying to trick you here. We just need this to be part of our navigation on every single page. What can we throw that in? Yeah. We have this lovely tag called a nav tag. And so with HTML5, we got a new tag called nav, and all of our navigational content should go in navs. So really, this is going to be a nav that has a UL in it. Each of those ULs have an LI, and each of those LIs have an anchor tag inside them. Beautiful. Someone said, why is this a span and not an anchor tag? It could be an anchor tag. I think it's fair that this could be an anchor tag. If you're going to click on this and it take you somewhere, then it's a link. I don't know if this is going to actually take you anywhere though. Right, this might just reveal a sign-in, right? So if you click on this and it just reveals a sign-in, that to me is not like a link that's taking you somewhere, right? So it might not be actually a link. Depends on what happens when we click on it. Cool. Now, all of this content at the top, right? All of this content at the top, we're going to put in a special tag called a what? Yeah, a header. So our header, we said a few slides ago, is for content at the beginning of the document. So here is our content at the beginning of the document. So that's our header. inside of our header, we have like our images, we have our link or our span. We also have our nav, which has our UL, which has our LI, which has our anchor tags for all of these, right? And at the end, there's also inside of our header a what? What is that over here at the end? Yeah, we got a lovely form at the end. So form is one of the things we haven't seen yet when it comes to HTML. A form is an element that enables the user to enter in text, right? So form is the containing element, just like a UL is a containing element. And then inside of that, we would have inputs. So you would have a form with inputs inside, just like with a UL, you have LIs inside. You would never really have LIs without a UL or an OL, and you would never have inputs really without a form. Cool. We got like a white block here. What would that block be? That whole grouping, what would that be? Yep, we got two competitors here. It could be a main, which is a special tag with HTML5 for the main content on the page, or it could be a section. So either a main or a section could be useful here. I might go with main, excuse me. But I could clearly see a section here as well. So section or main, either one will go here. And then inside of this, let's say main, we can have two what? Two what? Yep, two more sections, right? Two more sections. Inside these sections, what would this be here? What would that text be? I think the text is a really strong candidate for the H1 or at very minimum an H2. I think this describes the rest of the content, right? So it definitely describes like the rest of the content in main. You might say, you know what, Leon, it doesn't really describe everything on the page, so maybe it's more in H2. You might even say like, hey, this might be really important, right? To the BBC, them knowing that you're on BBC's website and not some other news website might be the most important. So that might be the H1 if they agree that that's the most important. Or they might say, you know what, our biggest headline, right? Our biggest headline is the most important, and that would be the H1. So as a front-end developer, it might not actually be in our control to dictate what might be the H1 in this case. So to me, this is either going to be an H1 or an H2. We got like a nice big block of text here. So what would that be? Paragraph, nice. And then a short piece of text here at the end. What would that be? Nice. Span, exactly. So we got a heading, either H1 or 2, depending on your opinion there. A paragraph and a span. Lovely. Inside this section on the right, we have 4 more what? We have 4 more what? Yeah, we have 4 more sections. I like them as sections because I think they're containing like content. Some folks might even use a div here. That would be okay. But they're sections to me. Inside those sections, we have some sort of heading, maybe like an H3 and then a span. So each of these would have an H3 and a span, H3 and a span, H3 and a span. Beautiful. And then down here, we have another what? Another what? Yeah, another section. Nice. You get a lot more out of these reviews if you're typing in chat. Just saying, if you have the ability to type in chat, you should type in chat. It's going to help you stay focused as we spend all these hours reviewing. No, we're going all the way through JavaScript. We're in our going into our third hour here, and we're just hitting CSS. So if you want to stay sharp through the whole way, definitely be participating, especially as we haven't gotten to hands-on keyboard time yet. Beautiful. Yeah. So another section. Beautiful. What about this area here? What would that be? What would that be? I'm answering out loud. Hey, there you go. I actually like that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I think that's a good candidate for an H2. Super important. Describes the content that comes after. Definitely an H2. And then we have 3. What? Got 3 what? Yeah, 3 sections. And each of those sections should have a what? I think it's going to be an H3. If this is an H2, then I think each of these headings are H3s. So I would say H3s on each of these. And then these like bigger blocks of text would all be paragraphs. Lovely. And then spans at the bottom of each of these. So really, we were able to do this entire website with mainly sections, headings, paragraphs, and spans. We sprinkled a few extras in there. We sprinkled an anchor tag for links. We sprinkled like this idea of like a nav and a header and a form. So really, with just like 10 or so tags, we were able to do pretty much every single thing you see on a very popular website, like a popular news website. So when you're learning HTML, I know it can definitely seem overwhelming at first. There's a lot to learn, a lot to remember. Make sure you're getting your active recall in, make sure you're doing your spaced repetition, and realize that there's really not that many tags that you need to know to be dangerous. So if you want more practice with the HTML, definitely go through and watch our HTML classes. We build a lot of stuff. Go back to the brownies that we just did, the brownies website we just did. Make sure you're starting fresh with just the text, filling in all your HTML, and then compare it to the solution that we just did. Right? Cool. It's all divs. Yeah. So a lot of sites that you see, like if you just go and inspect their website, you're going to see a lot of divs because a lot of sites use a CMS or a content management system. It's some system that spits out what you see on the page. Right. So they're not really using the best, most semantic, up-to-date stuff. They're using some sort of generator that spits out what you see. Do you ever use divs? Yeah, I still use divs quite frequently. I think they still have their place. It's just often there are more semantic choices to be had. When to use main or section? Let's look it up. MDN main HTML. This is what I would really do. If I'm confused on when to use a tag, I would type in MDN, what I'm confused on, and the technology. And you can see the very first link here is the main tag. The main HTML element represents the dominant content in the body of a document. The main content area consists of content is directly related to or expands upon the central topic of a document or the central functionality of an application. A document mustn't have more than one main element, and it doesn't have an head and attribute listed. The main content should be unique. Content that is repeated across a set of documents or document sections such as sidebars, navigation links, copyright info, blah, 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 shouldn't be included unless it is the main function of the page. So I think that's actually a really big hint here. That a lot of like this, like all the extra stuff should not be in main. Cool. All right. So if we go back and look at the BBC, all of this stuff, there's no extras. It's not stuff that would be like the copyright at the bottom or like the navigational content. So there's no extras. I think it all relates to the core content of the page, which is the most dominant news. To me, this is the most dominant news according to the BBC. So according to the MDN, my interpretation would be that this is a good candidate for main. It doesn't include any extras. It's the main core functionality of the page. It's the dominant content of the page. It seems like a main to me. Now, you might interpret that differently, and that's entirely okay, right? Like I said, if I was to give this site to 10 different front-end developers, I'm getting 10 different sets of code back. People would disagree on main or section. It's about making the best, most rationalized decision that you can. And remember, we're baddies. We write bad code. Don't get hung up on this stuff. Just throw a main, just use a section. It really won't matter in the long scheme of stuff. Don't let these little nitpicky decisions actually hold you back from building real stuff. If you're ever sitting there stressing over a main or section, you've already messed up. Slap a section, move on. Yeah, just do it. Exactly. Cool. But that's how I really do it. I look up on the MDN to help make my decision. So that's exactly what I would do. All right, we got two things here. We got to hydrate. Pizza pretzel, cheers to you. And we got to stretch. All right, I'm going to do a real good stretch. You can't watch me stretch. It's not that kind of stream. You know what you got to do if you want to see all that good content. 1 second. Oh, yeah. Whew. Oh, yeah. Alrighty. Yeah. Plenty of good content like that on you know where. Alrighty, let's continue. Let's move into some CSS. CSS is short for cascading style sheets. Remember, we talked about CSS being the style. Whenever you go to a website, if you saw content, that's HTML. If the content looked good, it was positioned well, it had color, it had style, that is all CSS. So where should our CSS go? Should we be writing CSS in line with our HTML? Should we be writing CSS in the head of our HTML? Or should our CSS be in a separate file? Yeah, it should be in a separate file. Now, the good question here is, why should our CSS be in a separate file? Long humans got it, I think, first. Organization. Remember, we talked about this golden rule, the separation of concerns. And so when it comes to separation of concerns, we want our HTML separate from our CSS separate from our JavaScript. And if we were putting CSS mixed in line with our HTML, we wouldn't have that organization that we need. If we were putting it in the head, we want to get that organization. There are some caveats to this rule, though, that we're going to keep everything separate. There is one specific scenario where we put CSS in line with our HTML. Where's that? Yeah, HTML5 emails. So when we actually write emails, we put CSS in line with our HTML. Emails are actually coded in HTML. And we put the CSS in line because they don't really have access to external style sheets. So if you're writing email, you can put CSS in line. If you work at Amazon, they have something called critical path CSS. Amazon has said for every 1 second their page load speed increases, they lose $1 million a day. And so they have a very strong investment in making sure their page loads as fast as humanly possible, right? And so that idea of putting it a little bit of CSS in the head, so just the landing page loads a little bit faster, and specifically what we call above the fold. Like if we look at the BBC page, we can see that news and welcome is above the fold, but sports and weekend reads are kind of below the fold. And so what Amazon does is they put a little bit of CSS to make sure what is above the fold loads as fast as possible. And then the rest is put into the regular CSS file. When would we need to write an email in HTML? Hopefully never. some people, that's their jobs. Like they'll get hired as email developers. They just focus on writing HTML emails. It is a grueling job. It's not grueling. It's just very tedious in my mind. But we actually have some folks from last cohort that's their job. They write HTML emails professionally. So yeah, that would be when you would do it. Most people are using some sort of email writing software like MailChimp or something like that comes with built-in editors that spit out the HTML and CSS for you. How does that pay? It pays a lot less. Like 50K ish is what I normally see. And so there's like kind of like gradients to the salaries I've seen at 100 devs. So of all the folks that we've gotten jobs so far, 45 to 50K is typically like on the lower end. But if you live somewhere that's like a major metro area, or you're doing something that's not like maybe all the way full stack, you're seeing that 45, 50K range. And so like HTML developers are falling into that range. The next bucket is like 70 to 75. A lot of folks without kind of like, that's kind of where the next tranche starts. So maybe that's starting to dip the toes into full stack development. You're starting to kind of take on a little bit more serious role. And a lot of people fell in that 75 to 75K bucket. And then folks that really kind of broke through that 6-figure mark were folks that were really competent or felt really strongly in full stack and maybe added a little bit extra React onto the mix. And so those are kind of the ranges that we've seen so far, like on the lower end, 45 to 50 with kind of more specialized skill, 70, 75 when you're first hitting that full stack. And then 6 figures is where you feel really confident with full stack and maybe a little bit extra stuff on top. Yeah. And the ranges are always dependent on where you live and things like that. Stephanie, yay, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Alrighty. So since we agree that CSS should be in a separate file, we actually have to link to our CSS. So from our HTML, we have to say, hey, go find the CSS file. And so here's the link that we put in the head of our HTML. This is how we're able to write our CSS in a separate file, but have everything connected. We put this link in the head of our HTML, and that link tells us where to go to get the CSS so that we can render everything in the browser correctly. Alrighty. CSS has a different syntax. What the heck do I mean by syntax? What does syntax mean? Yeah, it's the grammar, the rules. It's the way we write our different languages, right? So the HTML had a syntax of open and close carets. We had our open and close tags. And so that syntax is different than CSS. In CSS, the syntax is composed of selecting elements to be styled and then telling how we want those elements to be styled. In CSS, we write what are called rules. So this entire thing here is called a rule. A rule is broken down into 2 very important parts: the selector and the declaration block. The selector is the thing that we're going to actually style. So right here, you can see that I'm selecting all of the paragraphs. So every single paragraph is now going to get this style. The declaration block, which is everything inside the curly braces, is then broken down into declarations. And each declaration has a property and value pair. So in this case, you can see that I'm going to select all of the paragraphs. Then I'm going to make them color red and font weight bold, right? So I'm making them red and bold. Now, let's play a little bit of a game here. Chat, what is this whole thing called? The whole thing I just circled, what is it called? Yeah, it's called a rule. How about bold? What would bold be? Value, nice. How about color? Property, nice. Very nice, very nice. How about this? What would that be? Declaration block, nice. How about this? Declaration, nice. And then the paragraph, not including the parenthesis though, curly brace, I mean. Paragraph would be our selector, exactly. So we select the things we want to style, and then we say how we want to style them. I want them to be red and bold. And so we can take, if we want, we can take this link. We can take this link, and if we wanted to, we could put it at the top of our HTML element here, our HTML file here. Typically, we'd have a little bit different of a structure that we'll see later with the template. And then we could link to a style sheet that was inside of a CSS folder and then called style.css. But I don't have a CSS folder, so I'm just going to say style.css. Let's save this. And right now, it's going to look for a file called style.css. If we look over here in my tree view, do I have a file called style.css? Nope, I don't. So let's go ahead and create that file. You can do Command N for new or file new. It's up to you. And I'm immediately going to save this as style.css. So I'm saving that into my super review folder. And we can see in the super review folder, there's now a style.css that's on the same, right? The same level, right? Same level as my HTML file. And so now this style.css should work. Cool. So let's go ahead and just take our H1 and make it color red. I save that. I can open up my brownie recipe again. And we can see that deep dish brownies is now red, right? It's now red. So we can see I have linked to my style sheet and I've written my first rule, right? My first rule, and it's color red. Beautiful. Someone asked, what's the difference between a rule and a declaration block? The rule is the whole thing, right? The rule is the whole thing. The declaration block is technically just what's inside the curly braces. So it separates the selector out. Yeah, it doesn't include the selector exactly. You're going to notice that a lot of stuff, like when I ask, like, does order matter? A lot of times order doesn't matter in the HTML or CSS. Like what way you put like the attribute value pairs. It's just kind of convention for a lot of this stuff. But HTML, CSS, and even JavaScript is pretty forgiving for a lot of stuff. White space really doesn't matter, things like that. Alrighty, let's keep it pushing. We just played our game of what is this? We know the whole thing is a rule. A rule is broken up into a selector and a declaration block. Declaration block is broken up into declarations. And our declarations are broken up into properties and values. Properties and values. Nice. Now, CSS is read from top to bottom. However, the stuff that comes above can be overwritten by the stuff that comes below. So here you can see that my paragraphs start off as red, but further down the cascade, they become blue. This is a pretty powerful bit, right? It's a pretty powerful bit of how CSS works. Tour Boy, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Thank you for being here. Right? It is a big deal in how CSS functions because we can use this cascade to our benefit. We can see that the paragraphs start off with red and boldness, but as we go down the cascade, it changes to blue, but it does not lose its boldness. So we're going to be able to eventually style a bunch of stuff one way and then want to change one or two things and have those changes just affect one or two things at a time and not everything. And so this cascade is not only the namesake of CSS, the cascading style sheets, it's also a major bit of functionality that we're going to see as we get into some examples. All right, chat, why might we want to link our CSS to a separate file? Yeah, for organization, exactly. Keep it organized. Beautiful. All right, we're going to review some simple styles together, and then once we review our simple styles, we will code some CSS. So we're going to look at some simple styles, then we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to get our fingers on the keyboard writing some actual CSS. Alrighty. So one of the most common things you're going to want to change when it comes to CSS is color, right? Is color. There's kind of like four major ways of doing color when it comes to CSS. You can use the color keywords like color red. You can do a hexadecimal value. You can do an RGB value, short for red, green, blue alpha channel. And you can do an HSL value, hue, saturation, lightness, alpha. There are all different ways of doing color. Which one you use is really up to you. The color keywords are very simple and easy to use. However, you don't really get all the control because when you say color red, well, what kind of red? Do you mean crimson red? Do you mean like red, right? And so the idea here is that you will use probably different ways of achieving color based on your needs. The native way is normally through hexadecimal values. So you'll see a lot of people that use that. I use RGBA because it's easier for my brain to think about it. Like if I want something to be red, I know that's gonna be 255 because it's from 0 to 255 for each category. So I know that 255.00 means red. If I want it green, I could do 0, 255.0, and that would give me green, right? And so the idea here is that I like RGBA just because it makes it easier for me to think about color. I also love this alpha channel. It's anywhere between 0 and 1. 1 being a solid color and 0 being like see-through or opaque, like like how much you can see through it. And so you can get that transparency by using an alpha channel, which is something pretty cool with CSS3. Before we used to do a lot of hacks. I used to create like see-through transparent pixels in Photoshop and then repeat that image across my elements to get transparency. But now it's built in with these alpha channels. So know that if you use color keywords, they're great for prototyping, right? They're great for prototyping because you can just put in red and then come back and fix the actual color later. But you'll probably pick one of these three for your color schemes going forward. One of the other things that we're going to want to change is our font family. So like what font our text is. Now, the beautiful thing is that fonts are actually files, right? So if you want a specific font, you're going to need that font file and you're going to need to load that font file for this to work. So what you're seeing here is in my paragraphs, I am changing the font family to my favorite font, which is Source Sans Pro. And the way I'm going to be able to change this to Source Sans Pro is that I have also already linked to that font file in the head of my HTML. If I do not link this font file, this font will not load. So remember, if you want to use special fonts, you need the files for those fonts for it to work. And so often you'll see a font file, a font that you're trying to use here, but you're going to follow it up with some other fonts. Why do we follow it up with some other fonts here? Why do we have some other fonts listed here? Yeah, backups, exactly, backups. For some reason, if for some reason Source Sans Pro doesn't load, the browser will try and load Helvetica. And then if Helvetica doesn't work, it'll try and load sans serif. And so the idea here is that we can have these wonderful backups that make it so that if for some reason Source Sans Pro doesn't load, we can still have other fonts to use. Now, how do I get fonts? I think the easiest to start off with is by using Google Fonts. So fonts.google.com, fonts.google.com. And then the cool thing is you can just pick a font. So let's find Source Sans Pro. Here's the font. And then you're going to notice that there are different weights for each font. Each weight is a different file that you need. So I want the regular 400 and I want the bold 700. So I have selected both of these styles and I can come up here to this little icon. And what you'll see is the link that I can include in my head that'll give me access to those fonts. So I also still have Roboto here. I'm just going to remove all the Roboto. So I just have Source Sans Pro. And so now I have all of my links for Source Sans Pro. Why do they not load sometimes? Well, it could be that this link that Google gives you is down, which happens very, very rarely, but it does happen. That's why you need a backup. What some people will do is they'll download the fonts onto their server so that their server can always serve up the font file. So maybe you don't rely on Google, you rely on your own fonts, but that's a little bit slower. Google has these fonts all around the world on servers that are probably really close to your users, or better yet, the user might already have it installed on their machine. And so Google is just a little bit faster, and that's why people like to use it. Cool. So I would just grab this link. I'd put it in, actually, let me copy it. Boom, copy. And I just put it at the top of my HTML, typically in a head. And we always wanted to link it before our style sheet, right? Always before our style sheet. Why do we need to link the font before our CSS file? Lux, hey, thank you for the raid. Yeah, we want to link it because we actually need that CSS, right? We need that. We need it before we can load it in our CSS. Lux, thank you so much for the raid. Where are y'all up to today? What are y'all working on? Welcome, raiders. We're doing a full review today. HTML, CSS, JavaScript. We're reviewing everything. So we had a lot of folks that joined us recently. So we're covering all the new stuff, right? We're covering everything. We're going starting all the way from the beginning. So we're at the end of our third hour, and we just got to CSS. And so we're finishing up CSS. We're doing layout. We're doing all this fun stuff, and then we're getting into JavaScript as well. We're doing some character interaction and animation work. That's dope. That's dope. For folks that don't know, Linux is an amazing streamer, always live, always working on different aspects of game development. If you're here because you're learning how, I know a lot of you are here because you want to learn how to code so you can build video games. And so they are definitely hands down the person to watch if that's what you're interested in, from everything from the character rigging all the way to building the actual games. I can't recommend their channel enough. If I'm on Twitch, I'm probably lurking in their channel. So let me see if I can do a shout out real quick. Wrong place. Definitely give them a follow if you haven't. I know we have a lot of new folks today. You want to make sure, right? You want to make sure that you're following good folks here on Twitch, right? Like when we're not live, you can watch somebody like actually building stuff and picking up some words of wisdom from them in their chat. And Alex is definitely the best that we got. Yeah, we definitely raided them in the past, and yeah, one of my favorite people to raid for sure. Alrighty. We have a little bit. Let's cover this last topic, and then we'll take our break. So we have our link to our actual font, and we need that before our CSS file. And the reason why we need it before is because we're trying to use that font in that CSS file. So if we don't have the font, then we can't actually use it inside the file. So that's why the order matters. Amar Saeed, you found the right place then. Welcome. Could have swore I was following them, but no. Yeah, make sure you're following them for sure. Absolutely, 100%. One of the best streamers, definitely one of the best streamers in our category, one of the best streamers on Twitch. Always live too. So definitely somebody you can check out every day. Great community. Let me see if I can spam this a little bit. There we go. Beautiful. Give them a follow if you haven't already. Make my day. Please give them a follow. Alrighty. Can you go back to the slide that talks about the cascade? Absolutely. Got it. Alrighty. So we talked about this cascade. This cascade is the idea that what comes above can be overwritten by what comes below. And so up here you can see we had the color red, but then further down we had the color blue. And with this example, it's kind of hard to be like, all right, why would I ever use this? But imagine we had a bunch of paragraphs that we wanted to be red and bold, but then we had a few paragraphs that we wanted to be blue, but we didn't want them to lose the boldness. We could target these other paragraphs and make them blue, and we'd have to change up the selector. Maybe we'd use a class or an ID or something to target that other paragraph specifically, which we'll get to in a second. But we'd be able to use that cascade to not lose the boldness, but to be able to change the color later on. Cool. So we talked about color, we talked about fonts. Let's talk about weight. So boldness is font weight. And so if we want something to be bold, we're going to use a larger font weight. So here I have a larger font weight of 700. This is where most fonts become bold. And so if I want my fonts to be bold, I need that specific font weight, which means I also need that specific file for that font to actually render, right? Right. And so when I was on Google Fonts, I asked for the regular 400 and the 700. You can actually see that in the link. I know it's really tiny. It says weight 400 and 700. If I wanted the 900, I would need to include that as well. If I wanted the 300, I would need to include that as well. And so if I want all those different weights, I would have to make sure I have them on my link. Now, as you add more weights, you increase your load time. So people don't go really wild and having all these different fonts, all these different weights. One of my really close designer friends, they always say if you have more than 2 fonts on a page, you fucked up. And then if you kind of go wild with the weights, you're messing up as well. So be sparing. Alrighty. Now, we talked about color. We talked about weight. We talked about fonts, right? But there's so many other things that you might want to know how to do. You might want to know how to italicize stuff. You might want to know how to bold stuff other than the way that we just showed you how to do it. You might want to learn all these different things. Maybe you want to review the stuff that you already feel confident in just to make a better decision. Like I did with main. When I didn't know exactly what main was asking for, I went to the MDN. So always use the MDN to look up these things, right? So if you need help remembering HTML, you need help remembering CSS, use the MDN. It's the best resource we have. It gives you all the details. It'll walk you through everything that you need. If you're brand new and you're trying to get caught up on this HTML and CSS stuff, we have 4 to 6 classes on HTML and CSS that you can go back and watch. Part of the homework, if you start over from the beginning with the follow along materials, is to read Shay How, which breaks all this stuff down into further detail. But what we're going to do is we are going to take a break. And when we come back from that break, we're going to get our fingers on the keyboard. We're going to write some actual CSS and we're going to have some fun. All right. So when we come back from this break, we're going to actually start getting our fingers on the keyboard. So get your VS Code set up. Make sure you have the files downloaded from the follow along materials channel. If you're new here, you can do !Discord, join our Discord, agree to the rules. And once you agree to the rules, you will be able to see all these extra channels that open up. There's the follow materials channel. Grab the materials, unzip it, open up in VS Code, and then join us back. How did you copy the font family to the text editor? I just copy and pasted it. So Google gave me the font. I just highlighted it, copy, and then I pasted it in my text editor. Yeah. All right, folks. Get a good break in this one. Really take the 5 minutes, please. Hydrate, stretch. We're just getting started. It's 3 hours. We're just getting started, folks. So we're going to be in this one for the long haul. Please take your break seriously. Don't keep sitting here if you're not able. If you're able to, please get up, move around, hydrate, and I'll see you all in 5. I'm going to run ads so new folks don't have to sit through the ads when they join us. All right, folks, 30 seconds left. All right, folks, come on back. Come on back. Alrighty. Yeah, what are your thoughts on CSS preprocessors like Less and Sass? I think they're great. I use them. I don't recommend learning them until you have to for your job, because each company is different. You might use something different for each one, and so it's just not worth it to put in that extra energy and then not need it on the job. It's really disrespectful how you handle Bob. We've had a conversation and he prefers the chin lift. I don't know why. It's his choice. Maybe Cuzzy, maybe. Alrighty, folks. I'd like to start off each new round, each new hour with questions from the Slido. You can always do !ask to type in your question and to upvote the ones that are already there. The top question right now is jQuery something worth learning still, or is it outdated? I think at this point it's pretty outdated. With the newer versions of JavaScript, pretty much every major benefit that jQuery gave us, except for a slightly easier syntax, has been accomplished with just regular JavaScript. So cross-browser compatibility is there. All the really big things that jQuery helped solve when it first came out is now kind of handled by just regular old JavaScript. So I think it's definitely outdated. Not something I would worry about picking up unless you're on a job or with a client that has a pretty heavy jQuery code base. But it's not hard to pick up though if you need to later on. jQuery still on job listings. Yeah, you're going to see it on a lot of stuff. And also job listings kind of are BS. I think one of the big things you'll notice from reading the celebrations channel from folks that got jobs is to just straight up ignore job listings. We've had students that have gotten senior roles. We've had folks that got roles where they didn't know anything that was on the job listing. It kind of just doesn't make sense to pay attention to them. So don't. But we'll get there when we get to our applying the jobs phase. We'll talk through all of that. Will we review Git soon? It seems like it would be easier way to submit homework and keep track of our portfolios and client work. Yeah. End of this month, we will be covering Git. So I don't like covering Git and GitHub early on. I think it's one of the things that a lot of other people, like when they're trying to learn, get really lost in the sauce on, and it's too much and it's overwhelming. And so I don't like teaching it until later on. I don't think it's super beneficial until you know kind of what you're doing a little bit code wise. And so end of this month, we'll be covering Git and GitHub, and we have a fabulous sponsor. That's right. We're going to talk more this week on Tuesday about our sponsors that are coming up, but we have a sponsor for our class. So yeah, it's big news, I guess. All right, let's do two more. All right. I still struggle with Flexbox. Can we touch on that? Yeah, we're going to touch a little bit of Flexbox today. We're going to do a little bit of Flexbox. I think a lot of people really want to do like a full Flexbox class. And so once we get through JavaScript, I'm going to do a full class on Flexbox. Like we'll come back and all of our layouts will be done in Flexbox, and we'll incorporate JavaScript into those layouts. Because I think some people, it's just not something you need for a job, right? It's nice to have. You should definitely learn it. We definitely covered the basics of it, and a lot of you have done some simple layouts with it. That's good enough to continue on. And so we'll learn enough JavaScript to be dangerous, and then we'll incorporate layouts in Flexbox with JavaScript. So we'll come back to it and we'll build full layouts with it and incorporate JavaScript into those layouts too. But it's like one of those things, I don't know why, but the cohorts always get really, like all my students really get hung up on it when it just doesn't, it's just like not something you should be investing super a lot of time into. Know the basics, know how to do simple layouts with it, and then move on. Yeah. Can you discuss how to deliver the site to a client? I'm confused and scared to take a client, don't know how to deliver. You code out the site and then you put it on Netlify. That's it. Just drag the site to netlify.com/drop. It's live for your client and they're good to go. So you would code your site on your own account, on your own Netlify site, like show them everything as it's live on your server. If they're happy with it, tell them to create a Netlify account or help them create a Netlify account, and then just drag the code to their server once they've paid you in full. That's it. Yeah. Our Netlify's hosting service is free and unlimited. Their basic stuff is free. It's not unlimited. If you hit like some like ridiculous amount of traffic, you have to start paying. Yeah. So I think like when 100 devs kind of went viral this second round, I like Netlify is like, you got to start paying us money now. I've been on Netlify for years and they're eventually just like, oh, you got to pay us money now. Which I'm happy to pay because I've gotten so much out of them for free for so long. Yeah. So once you hit like certain amounts of traffic, stuff like that, you got to start paying. Yeah. What if they don't want Netlify? Then they can pay and figure it out themselves. Can you explain what stack we are learning? We are learning the MERN stack, which is we're learning JavaScript or full stack JavaScript. I don't actually like saying stack. I just like saying full stack JavaScript. We're learning HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Then we'll learn Node, MongoDB, and Express, and then we'll put a little bit of React cherries on top. Yeah. Cool. How are people finding the time to get through all of this homework, doing the networking, and finding time to look for clients? Am I defective? No, you're not defective. A lot of folks, this is a big time commitment, right? You're putting at least 6 hours in for class, and then at minimum 10 hours outside of class, right? Minimum 10 hours outside of class. Some people are putting more like 20 hours outside of class. So 10 to 20 hours outside of class is a pretty big time commitment. The thing that I'll say is that a lot of folks are not effective with the time that they do have. A lot of folks are not, it's just human nature to not be effective with our time when it comes to learning, to not be able to actually have strong amounts of focus for the hours that we do have. And so one of the things you have to work on is making sure that your active recall is sharp, that your spaced repetition is sharp. Make sure that you are not going into your days like an accident. Do you have every day planned out? If you do not have your week planned out, then you are messing up, right? If you don't know what topics you're going to try to get through on each day, right? If you don't know how you're going to, like what your goal to learn that day is, or what your goal to learn on Wednesday is, or your goal to learn on Saturdays, like if you don't know what that is at the beginning of each week, you're doomed to fail, because you're going to go into the week like an accident. You're going to overinvest in one area too much, or skip a day or something like that, and then be off track and then get nowhere. And so you have to make sure you're planning out your weeks. You have to make sure you know what your game plan for each day is. When the way I do mine is I look at my month and I figure out, here's what I want to get done for the month. And then every Sunday, typically, I plan out my week. And then every night before I go to bed, I write down the 3 things I'm going to get done the next day. And so I know every day the things I have to get done, and I know what my week looks like, and I know what my month looks like. If I do not do that, it's all my month's garbage. I won't get stuff done. I won't achieve the things I wanted to achieve. And so I think a lot of folks, when they say like that they're taking time, they're not. They're going into their days like an accident. They haven't planned out their days. They're not doing their active recall. They're not doing their spaced repetition. That's why your days aren't effective. It's not that you're defective. It's that a lot of times the planning is more important than the doing. And so you got to make sure that you're planning out, that you're setting yourself up to succeed and not to fail. Yeah. And then you got to really time box your day. You got to use Pomodoro. You got to be like, all right, I'm going to only spend 20 minutes on this topic. If it doesn't make sense, you got to get help. That's the last big thing, is most folks fail because they don't ask for help. They don't get on Discord. Every single question on Discord right now has an answer. Sometimes they're not the best answers. Sometimes you have to ask again to get better answers, but pretty much every single question has an answer. So if you're stuck, things aren't making sense, you need to ask really good questions and get better at asking questions, right? And so make sure you're planning out your days, you're using active recall, make sure you're using spaced repetition, make sure you're asking questions, make sure you're not spending more than 20 minutes on a topic that doesn't make sense without getting help. If you're not asking for help, that's how, like, you're not defective. You're probably not asking for help. You're probably not planning out your days, and you're probably not using the best learning resources you have at your disposal, which are active recall and spaced repetition. Now, doing all of that and fitting it into your time, that's a whole other beast, right? But that's why you have to plan out your days and your weeks to make sure you can fit in that time. And a lot of times, what a lot of my students, they try 2 hours a day. That's kind of what I recommend, at least 2 hours a day. And you're doing it every day, Saturdays and Sundays included. A lot of folks have to figure out where they squeeze in those 2 hours. Some folks wake up early, which I actually recommend. I think working in the morning can help a lot of folks, because at the end of the day, if you're working, you're too tired. Nothing's going to sink in. It's not going to digest in your brain. And so you want to make sure that you're figuring out when your 2 hours makes the most sense. Do you recommend 2 hours at once? I do, because I think for some folks, your Pomodoro, like, you have to find the Pomodoro that works for you. Some folks' Pomodoro is like 15-15. Some is 30-30, some is 45-15, because different people get into a flow state at different times. So for me, it took me a really long time, but I'm best at like 45-15, where I work for 45 minutes straight, and then I take 15 minutes off. Because I find for a lot of problems, it takes me around 20 minutes to really get my head wrapped around it and then start writing good code. And I wouldn't want to stop at like 30 minutes and be like done. So I some days will do 30-30, but most recently I've been doing 45-15, where I'll work for 45 minutes and then I'll take 15 off. Yeah. So that's how I answer that question. But remember, time is a privilege. That's why I always say this might not be your time, literally, because of time. That's okay. You also might only have an hour a day. That's okay. You don't have to finish this in a certain number of days. There's always the catch-up crew. The videos always go on YouTube. If you need to go at your own pace, that's okay. This is your career for the rest of your life. In 5 years, you're not going to be like, I'm really upset that I took an extra 3 months to figure this stuff out. It really just won't matter, right? If you think about the grand scheme of your life, it taking 3 more months just won't matter in the long run. So don't be afraid for it to take 3 more months, to go at your own pace a little bit, to realize that you might not have the full privilege of time, and that you might need to do an hour a day instead of 2 hours a day. And then, yeah, don't waste time not asking for help. Cool. All right. We got through some questions today. Let's keep pushing. What's the chance of us landing 6-figure jobs? I don't like the idea of like aiming for 6-figure jobs. I also don't like the idea of aiming for FANG. I like my students to aim for being comfortable, right? Making money that's comfortable for them, making enough money to support themselves and their family, having a happy, stable job, not a job that stresses them out, a job that meets their needs. Maybe they have kids and need to work from home, right? I don't like folks to have these like arbitrary goals at the end of the day that don't like increase their happiness or like make it so that they can actually have something achievable. The making 90K versus 100K, like it depends on who you are and where you're at in life. It just doesn't matter. Like that's not the the thing I want folks to focus on. I want you to have a healthy, stable career that supports you and your loved ones, where you're excited to show up for work every day. That's the type of job I want you to get. And having these skills enable you to have access to those types of jobs. Now, did we have a lot of folks that got 6-figure jobs last cohort? Yes, we did. We had dozens of them. But should that be your goal because some YouTuber told you so? I don't know. That's up to you. Alrighty. We have some basic CSS. So let's go ahead, and if we look at the starter code, we have, I'm going to close these other files here, and I'm going to go to I'm already little on. We have this basic CSS. And so if you open up the HTML and the CSS, you'll see here, there's some instructions in the HTML. Make this text blue, underline and have a gold background. Make this text purple, bold it and have an orange border. So go ahead and actually follow these instructions and write out your basic CSS in your style sheet. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and I know this one is probably, if you're new here, this might be really hard. If you're doing this review, it might be really easy. So we're just going to put 4 minutes on the clock, and then we're going to go over it together. So get your fingers loose. If you've been doing this for a while, try and flex a little bit on yourself, try and add some more stuff to it. But if you're brand new, this will be pretty hard. Try it, and then we'll go over it together. The CSS should be blank. This is called basic CSS. Basic CSS is the folder, and it is the HTML and the CSS files. You're writing in that CSS file. Moon, make sure you agree to our rules on Discord. If you do not agree to the rules, you won't see the follow along materials channel. Once you agree to the rules, you'll see the follow along materials channel, and the zip will be there for today's class. I Need to Feed said it's wild how much I struggled with this in the beginning. Yeah, the beauty of coming back and doing review, right? Things do get easier with time. So if you're new, look at that comment. In the beginning, it was hard, but now cruising. Yeah, I mean, this is basic CSS. What up, Mitch? All right, Star, give it a try. Even though if you're new to CSS, Star, still give it a try. You can look at the slides, exclamation point slides if you need it, right? You can copy exactly how we did it in the slides and change it up for your purposes. Hey, it's glad to hear that, Week. I knew nothing about programming, and I have a paid client in just 3 months. Let's go. Do the work, the program will work for you. It's no joke. 100 devs has changed my life. Hey, glad to hear that, Week. But you got a client. I said I'm a starter, so all I'm doing is the color. Hey, that's good. If all you can do is color, do color. We'll do the rest together. We're going to go over everything, and the solutions will be on Discord afterwards as well. So do what you can do. Get your practice in, and then we'll go over it together. Good luck with the bathroom, Smith. Coding Man says, I haven't been able to get my first clients through friends or family. What should next steps be? There, it's in that class. We talked about what to do after friends and family. Go back to those slides, go back to the point in class and walk through it. There's like 10 different things you can be doing. Got some dunzos. I see you, AVP. Wooden fish. Logan said, done. I wouldn't even known how to open a CSS file at the beginning of this year. Counting this as a W on the board. Hell yeah. Let's go. You always organize your code blocks with the same order. I do, but it doesn't really matter too much. Waste. It's up to you. Ooh, lots of duns right at the timer. All right, let's go ahead and bring this off the page and let's go over it together. If you're still frantically typing, it's time to stop. It's all right. Let's go over it together. Now, we could swap from our HTML to our CSS. We could like go back and forth, right? But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy all of this stuff, and then I'm just going to put it as a comment in my CSS. So comments are pretty cool because what it enables you to do, right? So now all this stuff is commented out. What it enables me to do is I can read this stuff, but my browser won't actually read it. So it won't try to run this as CSS. You can see it's like this like lovely green color. So the way I did this is I just highlighted it all, and on Macs it's Command /. On Windows, I'm sure it's like Control /. And it just makes it so that we can see it, but the computer or your browser won't actually read it. And that way we don't have to kind of keep jumping around. All right. So let's look at this first one. Actually, I'll do it in each segment. I'll comment on each segment just to make it a little bit easier. All right. So I'll comment this segment, then this segment, then this segment. That way I can put my answers in line. Do Shift Tab here. There we go. Shift Tab to move it to the left, and then comment it out. Beautiful. All right. Make this text blue, underlined, and have a gold background. So since it was the H1, I can select the H1. Harry Princess said, done. So proud of myself. I'm proud of you too. Congrats on finishing. All right. Make this text blue. So we'll do color blue. We're going to use the color keyword here. We could use hexadecimal, RGBA, HSLA, whatever we want to use, but we'll just use the color keyword. Underline. How do I underline stuff? Anybody remember the property value pair for underline? Beautiful. Text decoration. You can see my editor trying to help me here. Text decoration, and I can do underline. Beautiful. Now, if I didn't know how to underline something, where could I have gone? Where could I have gone? Where could I have gone if I didn't know how to do text decoration underline? Yeah, I could have went to the MDN. Now, what if I gave it the good old Google? What if I gave it the good old MDN try? I scoured Google, I scoured MDN, I still couldn't figure it out. Where could I go? Where could I go? Discord, absolutely. Thank you. Exclamation point Discord. And in Discord, I would say, hey, I gave it a Google, I went to the MDN, I still can't figure out how to underline. Can somebody show me how? And someone would help you out. Someone said, message Leon directly. Hell no. I don't read my DMs. I don't read my emails. If you want an answer from me, there's two ways. There's the Ask Leon channel. I respond to every single message in that channel as long as it's actually a question for me and not some like code help thing. You can use the help channels for that, or mod mail if it's too sensitive. Yeah. Alrighty. All right, we can head color blue, underline, and have a gold background. So let's do background. Not background attachment. Get out of here. Background, gold. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and open this up in the browser and make sure we're actually doing what we're supposed to be doing. Beautiful. Look at that. That gold background, blue text, and underline. Sheesh. All right. Let's see the next one. Make this text purple, bold it, 25 pixels, and have an orange border. All right. So we're going to select our H2. Jeez. Notice how I always do my H2 and then I open my curly braces. Right, open my curly braces, open and close, and then I go back in and I put my property value pairs or my declarations. All right, make this text purple, color purple, beautiful. Font weight, bold it, or bold, sorry, and then font size, 25 pixels. We'll learn to use M's and Rems later on today, and then an orange border. So border is a little interesting. There is an older way of doing it where we do border size, border color, border type as 3 separate entities. But with the newer versions of CSS, aka CSS3, we can all do it on one line. So we can go ahead and do 2 pixels, solid, orange. Beautiful. What up, Law? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we got color purple, we got it bolded, we got it 25 pixels and an orange border. Let's make sure everything's looking clean. Beautiful, looks good to me. Shout out to Blah again. I love when y'all say hi to Blah when they pop in, but they threw down with those study communities. I can't tell you how much work they put in. Like that was a lot of work, and they threw down for sure. Every week they're trying to make your experience better. So I agree with Blah the Goat. That's 100% down. Thank you so much for everything you do to help us. All right, next we got a section. Make this section a width of 50%, height of 200 pixels, a background of gray, a border of black, and a paragraph text of white. Whew. All right, so we'll make the width 50%. Beautiful. Remember, you always need your colon in between the property and the value, and you have to end your line with a semicolon. It's not like JavaScript where you can just get rid of the semicolon these days. With CSS, you need it, or else the next declaration won't run properly. So if I forget the semicolon here and I try to go to the next line, it just won't work. Boom. All right, height. We'll do height. 200 pixels. Beautiful. And then a background of gray. Cool. And a border of black. We'll go ahead and do border. Let's do 3 pixels. 30 pixels. 3 pixels solid. Black. Beautiful. And then it says the paragraph text of white. So maybe we can just try color white to see if it inherits. Because sometimes you'll notice that the text can inherit from its container. So we'll throw white on here and see if it inherits the paragraphs. But if not, we'll have to go ahead and set the paragraph to white exactly. Let's go ahead and save it. Let's refresh. Beautiful. We can see that that white did inherit to the paragraph text. We have the black border, gray background, white text, and it has some width and some height. You can see the width is 50%, the height's 200 pixels. Looking good. Before I would struggle to even remember the property, something just clicked and I got it today. Hey, good to hear it, Chan. Boom. All right, last one here is the footer. All right. Make this footer have a black background with a light green border, and this text 20 pixels white plus a font family of Roboto. All right, so let's go ahead and do black background. So we'll do background black, beautiful, with a light green border. Do 5 pixels solid. And what did y'all use for light green? What did y'all use for light green? Light green. Beautiful. Light green. All right. And then I just want to be a little bit more specific. I want to make the H3 inside the footer. So how can I target the H3 inside the footer? We're going to see this in a few seconds. We're going to get into specificity and how we can target things based on relationships. But how could I target the H3 that is inside the footer? Yeah. Two kind of ways, really. I could do footer H3, or I could even do the direct way, but we'll just do space for now. And all that's saying is target the H3 that is inside the footer. We're going to see this in detail in a few seconds here, but we're saying target the H that's inside of the footer. That's what that relationship, that space means. H3 inside of the footer. If we go and look at our HTML, this H3 is inside of the footer. That's a relationship there, a relationship selector. Cool. And so we want to make this text a font size of 20 pixels. And we want it to be white. So we can do color white. And then we want the font family to be Roboto. And then we want to back up so we can do Helvetica. And then we'll just have a sans serif at the end. Just as a backup, right? In case Roboto doesn't work, Helvetica doesn't work. It'll be our followover. And if we save this, the only thing right now is that we don't have Roboto as a font. Like if we go to our HTML, is it in there? No. We can see that we don't have Roboto as a font. So we need to go get that Roboto font. So let's go to Google Fonts. I'm going to clear out the fonts that I already have. So I'm going to remove all the Source Sans Pro. Let's go ahead, go to fonts. Let's search for Roboto. It's right here. So I'm just going to click on it. And then I'm just going to grab the 400 because that's all I need for right now. Select this style. I'm going to grab the link. Boom. Copy. Go back to my HTML before the link to my CSS file. There we go. It's the link to Roboto. And so now if I save all this and I go back and we refresh, boom. We can even see that this text is very different looking than the rest of the text. You can see the curvature on this T versus this T. So we know that this is actually Roboto that's coming through. All right. Cool. What's the difference between background and background color? With CSS3, we got shorthand for a lot of this stuff. You could easily do background hyphen color. It's just a little old. That's all. It still works. It's just with CSS3, we got newer ways of doing all this stuff and kind of like shortcuts almost. So instead of doing font color, just color works. Instead of doing background color, background works. Border all on one line. Yeah. Joe Flew, hey, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you for being here. That's wild. Thank you so much. Thank you for the gifted subs. A lot of folks got subs. Hey, appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Talon, kind of exactly what we just said. There's shortcuts you can use for a lot of this stuff. And some of them that you don't really use shortcuts for. Just part of the specification. Cool. All right, let's keep pushing, folks. Was there anything else left in the CSS? Let me just double check. Yeah, no, I think we got everything that was in the footer. 20 pixels, white, font family Roboto. Oh, it looks like we're good. So, like I said, you don't have to frantically type along. We'll go over all this stuff together. I'll share all the solutions after class as well. So all the solutions will be posted on Discord after we're done reviewing. All right, let's keep pushing. Let's talk about relationships. We saw that where I said, how do I get the H3 that was inside of the footer, right? We wanted to be able to kind of go a little bit more deeper with how we're targeting elements so that we can style them uniquely. And we saw that I wanted to target that H3 that was inside the footer, but not all the H3s, just the H3 that was inside of the footer. And so there are different ways to build out or target these elements based on their relationships. And there's a couple key relationships that you need to know when it comes to CSS. The first one is the direct parent-child selector. So in this case, we have a selector here, section right caret P. Whenever you see this caret, it is the direct child. And what that means is we're going to try and find a paragraph that is directly inside of a section. And that's what we see here. We can see Hello Twitch is a paragraph that is directly inside of a section. Right? Paragraph is directly inside of the section. So this is a direct parent-child relationship. The paragraph is the child of a section, and it is the direct child. There's nothing else wrapping around this paragraph other than the section. Beautiful. Here we have a parent-child relationship, a parent-child selector, but it does not have to be direct. It can be any steps in between. So here we have a paragraph that is inside of a section, and that's what we're looking for. So here I have a paragraph. We can see that it's inside of an article, and then it is inside the section. This works because it does not need to be a direct parent-child. Callow Creation, hey, what's going on? How you doing? Thanks for stopping by. Y'all haven't followed Callow Creation. We rated them recently. Definitely give them a follow for sure. Great streamer. So here, no caret, right? No caret. And so we want to make sure that we understand that it doesn't matter where it's at, right? We can see that this paragraph is inside the article and then it's inside the section. It still works. But if we were to do this, we were to add this caret, this would no longer turn red because it would no longer work because it's not a direct child, right? It's not a direct child. It is the child of an article. So as soon as we throw that caret in, this no longer works. It's no longer a direct child. Cool. Yeah, Allison, ads are normal. It's not a thing that we do on our end. It's a Twitch thing. And so when we take breaks, we run ads to hopefully help folks not get them when they join, but it's not something we have in our control. It's one of the things of being on Twitch. Cool. We do put all of our stuff normally on YouTube, which is, we haven't monetized that, so it's ad free. Cool. All right. So we have direct parent-child and then just plain old parent-child. And then we also have direct sibling, right? And so here we have Hello YouTube, which comes immediately after Hello Twitch. And so when we have this paragraph plus paragraph, what we are saying is find me a paragraph whose immediate sibling, like on the same level of it, is another paragraph. So this paragraph has an immediate sibling that is a paragraph, so it would turn red. This Hello Twitch would not turn red. Why? Why would Hello Twitch not turn red? Color Creation A, thank you for the sub. It doesn't have a sibling, exactly. There's no other paragraph up here for it to be the direct sibling of. So Hello Twitch would not work here. Only Hello YouTube would go red because it's the only one that has a direct sibling above it. Cool. Let's actually code this out. Let's put this into practice. It's too hard when it's theoretical. Let's see it. Let's build it. Let's play with it. And so we have some relationships that we can code out. And so in our starter code, we have relationship CSS. That's the one we're opening. Relationship CSS. We have an HTML file and a CSS file. and we're going to play around with it a little bit. I'll give everybody a second to open it up. I want you to try and code along with me. Relationship CSS. Alrighty. So I want to target all of my H2s, right? I want to target all my H2s. Thank you, Snake. I want to target all my H2s and make them red. So you can see I have some H2s here, an H2 here, an H2 here. So let's make all of them red. And then once we play around with this, we'll take our break. So H2, make it color red. We save it. And let's go ahead and open this in the browser. And so we can see all the H2s are red, right? World, zebra, unicorn, duck. Now, I want all of the H2s inside this section to be blue, but I still want all the other sections to be, all the other H2s to be red. So I want these two to be blue, but everything else to stay red. So go ahead and take 30 seconds or so to try that out on your own. I want world and zebra blue, but unicorn and duck to stay red. Go for it. Hey, Funny. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. What up, Dan? A few more seconds just to try it out on your own. All right, let's take a look at this. Blue, hey, thank you for another 10 gifted subs. That's wild. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you. Falling out. Thank you so much. All right, we have the H2s, right? The H2s that are inside the section. If we look, they're different from every other H2 because this one is directly inside of an article and this one is directly inside of an article too. So we could say section direct child H2 and target these two. All right, so let's go ahead and try that. Let's go ahead and do section direct child H2 and make it color blue. And if we did everything right, we should see the first two is blue and the second two is red. Beautiful. Alrighty. So if we look, why did these two stay red? Why did these two stay red? Why didn't they also turn blue? They're not the direct children, so the cascade didn't override those two, right? Those two are still getting their red color from this rule here. This rule did not apply to them, right? This rule that gave them all red made sure that they were all red, but then two of those H2s were overridden in the cascade to be blue. So if we look, these two were overridden to be blue in the cascade. They started off as red and then they became blue further down in the cascade. Now, why do I need to use the direct child here? Why can't I just do space? What happens if I do that? Let's save this and see what happens. Section H2. Huh. Unicorn goes blue. Why did unicorn go blue in this scenario? Let's look at our HTML. Why did unicorn go blue when I got rid of the direct child? Exactly. Unicorn is still a descendant of the section. If we look, H2, then an article, and then a section. So an H2 is still a child. This unicorn is still a child of this section. It's just not a what child. It's just not a what child. Yep. Exactly. It's just not a direct child. This unicorn is the direct child of the article. It is a child of the section, just not a direct child. If we look, these two are direct children of the section. Look, they come immediately inside the section. So these two are direct children of the section. Beautiful. All right, so let's go back. Let's fix that up. All right, love it. Now, one more here, and then we'll take our break. How can I target duck to be purple? How can I target duck to be purple? I don't want unicorn to be purple. So I just can't come in and do this. I just can't come in and do I just can't come in and do that, right? If I do that and I do color purple, right? And I save it and I come back, we see that unicorn and duck go purple, right? So how do I make just duck go purple? Ah, yeah. We can use everything at our disposal. We can say, all right, we want an article, right? We want an article that's different from this article. Well, how is this article different? Well, this article has a sibling that is a section. This article has no siblings. There's nothing else here inside the section. So I can do section plus article H2. Let's come back here. Let's do section plus article H2. So what this is saying is give me an H2 that is the direct child of an article, and that article must be the direct sibling of a section. And that's what we actually see here. We see, all right, H2 is the direct child of the article, and this article is the direct sibling of this section. So it should work. Let's save it. Let's go back. Let's refresh. Beautiful. So now we can see that the world and zebra are blue due to the cascade. Unicorn keeps its original red from the very first rule. And then the cascade, we override duck to be purple. Lovely. First try. Exactly. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and put 5 minutes on the clock. When we come back, we're going to spend some time looking at IDs and classes. We're going to talk about specificity, and then we're going to get into layouts. So we're going to look at some floats, a little bit of Flexbox. So lots of good stuff to come back to. But let's take our 5-minute break. If you're new around these parts, we like to be healthy. At the top of the hour, we like to take a break. If you're able, please get up, move around, hydrate, and then we'll be back in 5 minutes. I'm also going to run ads so new folks hopefully don't see ads when they join us. And as always, if you need the solutions, they'll be on Discord after our review. Alrighty, 5 minutes on the clock. You deserve this. Take a good break, please. Alrighty, welcome back everyone. Hope you had a good break. Hope you're able to get a stretch in if you're able to. Are we going to be doing alumni T-spills this cohort? Yeah, we had one at the beginning. My goal is to do two things. Like I want two more things that we're kind of gearing up to. We just had 30 plus alumni sign up to be alumni mentors. So they'll be joining the study communities. And then my goal is to have them kind of also host kind of like one-on-ones on Discord where you can get more help, ask more questions. And so we have all of them that are rolling out. We're hopefully getting them live this week. And so they've already signed up. We've assigned them to different groups, and yeah, so we're gonna get them to come through. And then I want to have like two different spaces. I'm not sure if it's gonna be on Discord or Twitter Spaces, but I want to have like one where we bring in people once a week, probably on Fridays, folks that are kind of that want to help the community but have some really interesting stuff to share. So folks that are kind of like experts in the field, where we get to hear from them. And then sometimes it'll be like experts, sometimes it'll be alumni, sometimes it'll be like a mix. And so I want to have that like maybe once a week, maybe like every Friday I'm planning on. And then I want to have like another space that's just kind of moderated, not by myself or mods, but maybe like alumni, just for like cohort to like share how things are going, how they're feeling, stuff like that. And so those are kind of the two bigger spaces I want to figure out how to create. And so hopefully this upcoming week we'll figure all that out as well. Yeah, we kind of had to, we did all the study communities. We're kind of seeing how all that shakes out, and now we can kind of work on the next big project, which are kind of those spaces. Yeah, and different. Welcome back. Hey. Alrighty. I always like to start off each top of the hour with some questions. Ms. Rose said, I didn't know Amazon gave a free sub each month. Woo. Yeah. If you have Amazon Prime, you get a free sub, and all the subs go to supporting the nonprofit I work at during the day. We're getting ready to make like our next big check to them. So I'm really excited to share that. Hopefully like in the next week or so, we'll share where we're at for the next big like tranche. It's pretty big, which is wild. Yeah. So each time you use your Amazon Prime, you make Jeff Bezos cry. It's completely free to you if you have Amazon Prime. So yeah, I appreciate all the primes. You said at the beginning of the cohort that if we are learning to code to make our own product, that there are easier programs to complete. What programs? Let me read this again. If we are learning to code to make our own product, that there are easier programs to complete. Oh, I think you mean like if you're here to like learn how to code to like not get a job, but to build something. Yeah, there's probably like no code platforms that probably be a little bit easier, like Bubble, or things that can help you build an MVP so where you can make enough money to then hire engineers. So I think if you're just trying to build your own products, there's probably a way where you don't have to actually learn how to code to get that product built, but could still build an MVP to like demonstrate your idea and get your first few customers. But I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about or not, or what I was talking about or not. If we are behind and trying to catch up, are we also expected to have a contract by the end of March? That's the goal, right? That's the goal. You don't need any skills to get a contract, right? Like you could have zero coding ability and get a contract. Like it has nothing to do with your ability to code, because you could always figure that stuff out once you start. So you don't need to have finished the project. You just need a signed contract. So you actually could just watch that class and call it a day and be able to get the contract. Do you have any suggestions for people that are struggling to find a client? Have you done everything we talked about in that class? I think a lot of folks try like one or two things and then they kind of give up. Have you tried everything? Have you dialed for dollars? Have you done all the things that might be uncomfortable and hard to do? It's very different than if you just posted on Facebook and nothing happened. Yeah. So make sure you watch the freelancing class. It's up on YouTube. Make sure you walk through. We did step by step, like do this, then this, then this, then this. If you've done all those things, that's a different problem. If you've done all those things, then post and ask Leon. I'm happy to kind of hear what went well, what didn't go well. Yeah. Sam posted kind of saying that you don't need contracts and that he doesn't use them anymore. Seems like a terrible idea legally. Can you weigh in? So I think folks that read that post didn't read what they were talking, like what Sam was mentioning. Sam was talking about for like very small, like mom and pop clients, they don't use contracts anymore. So they're saying like if they're like a small like restaurant, that he won't make a contract that he'll just go ahead and put all that into the proposal. That's okay. Contracts for me are never about getting paid. Contracts for me are never about like, the only thing I'm really worried about in a contract is indemnification. So meaning that like if their website causes them to lose orders, they have a harder time suing me. And a lot of people are like, no one's going to sue over $1,000 website. I don't believe that. It's there to protect you, and it's also there to say what happens when things go wrong. And so for me, a lot of people are like, well, if it's $1,000, they're not going to sue you. They can. Small claims court in a lot of states is up to 5,000. And so it even works the other way too. Like if for some reason they stiff you on the last payment or something like that, you can very easily file in small claims court. And if you have a contract in place, the judge almost automatically like gives you the default judgment. And without that contract in place, if they sue you in small claims, then you pretty much automatically lose. And so for me, I like to have a contract in place. It has nothing to do with getting paid on time, because that's based on like me taking a deposit, not doing work without deposit. It's really just there so that when things go south, we already know what to do, and that indemnification clause is in place so that if they do take me to small claims, the judge will look and be like, well, you signed an indemnification clause, and that's it. So for me, that's kind of my thoughts on it. And that's why I still use contracts for sure, is I want that indemnification at the end of the day. But I definitely get their point of saying, if you're working with smaller clients, you don't really need super in-depth contracts. There's even somebody that I know that's an angel investor that does like $100,000 deals and doesn't use contracts, just an email, and that kind of works out the same way. It's just a personal thing for me at the end of the day, where I feel like I like that comfort of knowing that if I do go to court, at least it's there. It's better than not being there to me. And I don't lose I don't lose clients in the contract phase. Is a contract really doesn't scare my clients, because my contracts are always like in plain English, and I'm the one walking them through it so that I look at my freelancing numbers, and I never lose folks. I never lose folks in that part of the process. So for me, it's worth it. I don't have any downside, but I have potentially a lot of upside. And then of course, I'm not a lawyer, so all of this is just the ramblings of someone that's been there before. Judge Judy always rules based on contracts, if there are any. Exactly. And a lot of judges are the same way. You'll go to small claims, the judge will read the contract and go, oh, well, it says right here what happens, done, and you just move on. Yeah. So it's up to you. I get where they're coming from. I'm a little bit different, and I've been through the ringer a few times, so I like to have it. Yeah. Let's do one more, and then we're going to jump into more CSS goodness. For those of us that are unable to freelance due to conflicts with work, restrictions, religious or other reasons, what are our alternatives to meet the requirements? We'll talk more about the alternatives like in actual class time, because I know we don't have everyone here for office hours, but the alternatives are contributing to a free software or open source project, where you will join one of those projects, you'll see an open ticket, you'll contribute to that ticket, and then that counts. Also volunteering counts. And for me, volunteering is almost exactly the same process, except you just don't get paid at the end. You still have a proposal, you still have a contract, you still have all that stuff, right? You still have all that stuff. And so, yeah, volunteering or free software is the way around it if you're not able to. Yeah. But you get so much out of having a paid client that don't just be like, oh, I don't want to do it and try doing something else. It really is such a huge win to have a paid client on your resume, because it really does help blow away the stink. The open source free software projects and the volunteering does help, but paid clients are definitely the best. Yeah. Cool. All right, folks, let's move on here. We got some more CSS to look at, and then we're going to do some layouts, and then we're going to get to JavaScript eventually. We're on what? We're going into our 5th hour. Alrighty. Oh, this is our 4th hour going into 5. Yeah. All right. IDs and classes. IDs are used for targeting one element and only one element. The beautiful thing is, we saw with our selectors, with our regular kind of just element selectors, we can target a lot of the elements at one time. But when we want to get specific and target only one element and only one element at a time, we can use IDs. So here on this paragraph, you can see the very first kind of attribute value pair that we've actually really seen. We saw, no, that's not true. We saw source and alt on our images, but here is an attribute of ID and its value of zebra, right? And so what we're doing here is we are saying, I want to target this element and only this element when you use an ID. IDs can only be used once per page. So since I've given this paragraph the ID of zebra, this paragraph cannot get another ID, and I cannot use zebra anywhere else on my HTML document. That makes it so when I come down here and I write my selector Octothorpe zebra, that's how I target the ID, it means I'm only ever going to target this paragraph, and there's no chance to target anything else, right? So when you want to target one specific, right, one specific thing, that's when you use the ID. Now, when I'm styling with HTML, when I'm styling with my CSS, I don't really use IDs that much. IDs become a lot more beneficial to me when I get to JavaScript and I'm trying to attach like event listeners to one element, like just click that thing. That's when IDs come back for me. But when I'm styling, I typically stop at classes. Classes can be reused. Each element can have multiple classes. So right here, you can see this paragraph has the class of Bob. It could also have the class of Dominoes. It could also have the class of Rubber Ducky. So each element can have multiple classes. And the beautiful thing is you can reuse those classes across elements. So you can see that both of these have the class of Bob. So both of them would be colored red. Right. So the idea here is I can put these classes on any element that I want and target all of those elements at the same time. Beautiful. So IDs target one element. Classes can target as many elements as you want, and we can reuse that class across multiple elements. The other thing you'll notice is that an element can also have an ID and then have a whole string of classes if it wants as well. Alrighty. When we're talking about these elements, something we have to remember is that as we are writing out our CSS, we notice that we started everything here. Making all of our H2s red. Then in the cascade, as we went further down, we made some of them blue and then one of them purple. I was able to override the red to be blue and purple because the selectors further down had the same or greater specificity, right? The same or greater specificity. If I do not have the same or greater specificity, I cannot override stuff as I go down the cascade. So what the heck does specificity mean? What it means is that there's actually a point value assigned to each thing in our selector. right? So if we go back and look, we're going to give tags. No. I always hit end sometimes by accident. Look at all the stuff we've done so far. We should be proud of ourselves. Look at all this. That's wild. All right. We're going to go ahead and give tags 1 point. We're going to give classes 10 points, IDs 100, and other, which we'll see in a second, 1,000 points of specificity. All right. So if we look at this selector, how many points of specificity does this rule have? How many points of specificity does this rule have? Good job, chat. People are saying 110. Let's take a look at it. There are no tags here, but there is one class. We can see the dot. That's how we know it's a class. So we have 0 tags, we have 1 class, and we have 1 ID. This has 110 points of specificity. That means if I ever wanted to override this color in the cascade with like a rule that came below it, I would need at least 110 points of specificity, or else I could not override. Right? So if we go back and we look, how many points of specificity does this selector have here? Yeah, it's 1 point of specificity. Exactly. So if I want to override this color red, how many points of specificity do I need? I would need at least 1 or more. So it's always the same or more, right? So here, how many points do I have here? How many points of specificity? 2, exactly. So since this is 2, that's 1 or more points of specificity. So I'm able to override the red because of the specificity I have on line 4. Same thing here. How many points of specificity do I have here on line 7? I have 3, right? I have H2, an article in a section. That's 3 points, 3 tags, or 3 points of specificity. And so since I have 3 points of specificity, that is way more than enough to override the red color that's in this H2. So that's where the specificity comes into play. If I was to do something wild like this, let's say I gave, let's go back to, let's go ahead and on all of our H2s, I'm going to give them a class of make red, right? So all of my H2s now have this class of make red, make red, make red, make red, make red. If I was to come back to my CSS and say make red instead of H2, let's see what happens. Let me refresh. Beautiful. They're all red. They're all red. This H2 no longer becomes blue. This H2 no longer becomes purple. Why? Why? Specificity, exactly. How many points of specificity is make red? It's 10 points of specificity. So is there a way for 2 points to override 10? No. Is there a way for 3 points to override 10? No. So since this is more specific, these 2 rules cannot override in the cascade. They do not have the same or greater specificity. That's where this comes into play. We need to have the same or greater specificity if we want to use the cascade. Beautiful. We change it back, we get all the stuff we had going back as well. All right, let's take a look at this one. How many points of specificity does this rule have? Yep, 121. Let's see. People are saying 121. Let's take a look. All right. How many tags do we have? Well, we have one tag here, the paragraph, so 1. How many classes do we have? We have 2 classes, so 2 classes, and we have 1 ID. This has 121 points of specificity. Beautiful. Are points a literal measure of override? Meaning if I had 11 tags long, would it override the class? Yes. If you had 10 actual elements, 10 or more actual elements, you could override a class in the cascade. So that's important to keep in mind, right? You could have 10 tags to override a class, 10 classes to override an ID, and 10 IDs to override an other. Cool. Beautiful. So 121. When 2 classes are connected, like Domino's Bob, what does it mean? It means that they're on the same element. So if we look, Domino's and Bob, there's no space here. So it's not like a parent-child relationship. We're saying, find me a paragraph that has the class of Domino's Pizza and has the class of Bob. And if we look, here we go. We have a paragraph that has the class of Domino's Pizza and the class of Bob. So no space means that you're finding something that has all of that stuff, a paragraph and both of those classes. So you're trying to find a paragraph that has both of those classes that is inside of something that has the ID of Diet Coke. And so here's the ID of Diet Coke. So this paragraph is inside this section, so it works. Does class ordering matter? Not really. No. Cool. Alrighty. Let's keep pushing. How many points of specificity does this rule have here? $1,200. All right, let's take a look. How many tags do we have? 0. How many classes do we have? 0. How many IDs do we have? 2. So if you said 200, you got, because there's also this bang important, which is worth 1,000. So this is 1,200 points of specificity. Right, so I'm not getting got today. Not today, Leon. I said huzzah. Cool. So 1,000 plus 200, so 1,200 points of specificity. Now we have this other here. So bang important is for other, and we would throw in that bang important because it makes this super specific. So there's really only one time I actually advocate using bang important, and that is when your client project is due in an hour and you can't get some specific CSS to work. So you just throw bang important on it to get it to work, and you'll fix it after the client meeting. That's the only time I would ever say use bang important, just because it overrides the cascade so much that you'll never be able to create styles that override it. And so a lot of times if people are using bang important, you're sitting there like banging your head against the keyboard trying to figure out like why your CSS is not working, why the cascade is not working. And it's because the rule is too specific, right? And since it's too specific, you just can't override it, right? There's one other really thing that we've talked about today that gives you this 1,000 points of specificity. What's the other thing that has that 1,000 points of specificity? Yeah, inline style. So like putting style in line with your HTML, that's also a bang important. Yeah. let's get some specificity practice in. So we have a specificity practice inside of our code here. So if you look for specificity practice, that's the one we're going to work on. Specificity practice. There's HTML and CSS. And if you open up the CSS, there are some things that want you to do. Make only Rhino and Zebra Blue. Make only Hufflepuff Gold. Please select Duck with the highest level of specificity, and then Rhino with the highest level of specificity possible. Let's go ahead and put 4 minutes on the clock here. Try and go as much as you can into it, and then we're going to go over it together. So 4 minutes on the clock here. This is specificity practice in the super review folder. If you're new, all the materials are on Discord and our follow along materials channel, !Discord here in chat. Agree to the rules. You'll see the follow along materials channel. Download it, unzip it, open it in VS Code. Alrighty, have at it. Remember, we'll always have the solutions on Discord after class, so if things are taking a while, that's okay. I think we're on class 18 now. Yeah, class 18. But like 4 of those were like networking type classes, so really like 14 classes. Do I use BEM? I don't personally know. I have in the past. Thank you, Bandit. Appreciate you. There's so many subs and primes today. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. Ellen, Torboy, VR, Panic, Brent, Geno Sound, Ete, Carms, Lovor, Geno Sound, that damn coconut, Mesro, Blue with the 20 gifted subs. That's wild. Snake from State Farm, that's hilarious. Dan, funny, hey, funny with the 17 months, funny, that's wild. Thank you for the 17 months, that's huge. I've been this happy about Sunday school in a mad minute. Me too. What happens with the group projects? Not sure what you mean, Wolven. Have I seen the Obi-Wan Kenobi trailer? No. What? When did that come out? Leon, everyone I ask usually hates CSS, but I love and understand it. Would you advise me to look more in the UX UI side of things? UI, maybe not UX. If you want to still be an engineer, yeah. But front end, sure. So people enjoy it. It's up to you. Favorite DBZ character? Krillin. It looks good. All right, I'll watch the trailer after class. Off limits. Well, hey, good morning. Welcome. UI is the stuff that you like see and click on, like the actual buttons and stuff. User experience is like how individuals move through your content and how they experience it. All right, folks, a few seconds left. Good to hear, Grady. Thank you for being here. All right, folks, come on back. Let's go through this together. Do you just use Google Calendar to plan out your weeks? I use Google Calendar to plan out my day to the hour every day. If it's not on my Google Calendar, I don't do it. At one point, it was so bad I was scheduling my bathroom breaks on Google Calendar. Yeah, I have executive functioning issues that go along with my attention issues. And so I need something that tells me where to be, how to be, what to be, and how to do it. And I need that at all times, or else I just don't do stuff. So I will literally read Wikipedia for 10 hours straight if I don't have something that tells me to go do something. So my Google Calendar is set up like by the hour, and I get a little chime that tells me to do the next thing, and then I do it, and I never don't do it. And so that's what works for me. And if I didn't have that, I just won't do stuff. I'll just, whatever my brain is on at that moment is the only thing that'll happen. Yeah. Cool. All right. Please make only Rhino and Zebra blue. Let's take a look at Rhino and Zebra. All right. So Rhino and Zebra both have IDs. So we could use two IDs here. But they also have the class of Africa and 4 legs. So let's use that class of 4 legs. 4 legs, and we're gonna make them blue. So we'll do color blue. I saved it. You can see I don't have that blue circle, so you know I saved. And then let's open this in the browser. Beautiful. Rhino and Zebra are blue. Please make only Hufflepuff gold. Let's see. So we have Best House as the ID, Harry Potter, Triwizard Champ, Badger. So I could use all these classes, but if I only ever want Hufflepuff to be gold, then I would want it to use the ID of Best House. So I'm just going to use the ID of Best House here. Best House. And we'll do color gold. Sure it works. Beautiful. Cool. All right, so I think we got those two. And there are many different ways that we could have made that blue. There are other things we could have done to make it gold, right? We could have used the classes. We could have just used the ID. It's up to you. Why didn't you use the IDs for the first one? Because that would have been more work. We would have had to have done 2 IDs. We would have had to have done the ID of Rhino and the ID of Zebra. We could have done it, right? We could have done ID Rhino and ID Zebra. Whenever you have the comma, it means target both of these elements at the same time. But that's a little bit more work. So I just did the class of 4 legs. If we did the class of top, we could have done that too, because color would inherit. But if you wanted to be actually targeting the H2, you would have done like dot top space H2 to target both of these H2s. Yeah. So for me, just 4 legs, or Africa probably would have been the shortest one to use. Top works, but only because of inheritance. Alrighty. Please select duck with the highest level of specificity possible. Please select duck with the highest level of specificity possible. So let's go and take a look at duck. All right. Here's duck. Duck has 2 classes. Likes to quack and fight 10 or 100. So I'm going to take both of these first, and let's start there. And we know it's an H2. I'm going to do H2, likes to quack, fight 10 or 100. No spaces, because it is an H2 that has both of those classes. So let's start there. H2, likes to quack, and then the fight 100 or 10. That's the start, right? And then, all right, what's next after the H2? The H2 is inside of an article that also has the class R ducks dinosaurs. Let's go ahead and copy that. Class R ducks dinosaurs, true. So let's go ahead and do article dot rducks dinosaurs space, right? Because this h2 is inside of the article. So we need that parent-child relationship, which is controlled by the space, the h2 that is inside the article. Beautiful. All right, this article has a sibling that is the section with the class of middle. So let's do that. Section, the class of middle, and it's a sibling. And remember, this is like super overkill. You would never ever do this. It's just a fun exercise to see if you can get as specific as possible. All right, so that article was the sibling to this section, and this section has a sibling with the with the class of top. Why do I keep going that way? Here we go. So let's go ahead and do another sibling here, section with the class of top, and then that section has a sibling which is the h1 with the ID of high. So high h1. So h1 high, it's still a sibling, and then this h1 is inside the body, and the body is the sibling of the head, and the head is inside the HTML. So let's do body, and then we'll do head plus body, and then all this is inside of the HTML element. This is just being wild, right? And let's just make this color purple just to make sure it works. Let's open it. All right, it works. We can see duck went to purple. So I think this has the most specificity. If we go back and look, the h2 with both the classes inside the article with the class, that's the sibling of the section with the class of middle. There's a sibling of the section with the class of top. There's a sibling with the h1 with the ID of high. That's inside the body, which is a sibling to the head, which is inside the HTML element. And then, yes, I need one more thing. Thank you, chat. Bang, important. Second try. Cold version of Spirit Bomb. Yeah. I just did my dance. So that is, I think, the most specificity we could have on duck. And then rhino is kind of the same game, so I'll leave that for you to figure out. But duck, I think, is pretty fun. Alrighty. Let's keep it moving. We've actually done this last one in class, so if you need it, you can go back to that class. But I think we got enough from that one. Alrighty, next thing we have is the box model. Box model. So we're going to take a look at the box model. We'll do some box model practice, and then we'll take a break. And we'll do a longer break for this one. I think we'll do 10 minutes for this next break, just because we've been going for 5 hours, and I want folks to be able to have a little bit longer of a break, grab some food, walk the dogs, do what you got to do. So we'll cover the box model, and then we'll do a little bit longer of a break. Cool. And then we'll get the floats. Then after floats, we still got all and Flexbox, and then we got a bunch of JavaScript to do. And we also got media queries. So we got floats, media queries, and then we get to JavaScript. So it's going to be a long day, folks. Got to walk a goldfish. Exactly. All right. So every element in web development is a what? Everything when it comes to HTML and CSS, every single element is a what? Every single thing is a box. Exactly. Everything is a box. And to calculate the width of that box, you include the width of the element, you include its padding on both sides, and you include its border on both sides. That's how you calculate the width of an element. It's the same thing for the height. You take the height of that element, you take its padding on the top and bottom, and then you take its border on the top or bottom. Now the margin can come in and push this box model around. I don't technically keep it as part of the box model. I see it more as the bully that pushes the box model around. Cool. So let's go ahead and draw out the box model. One second, I pull up the whiteboard. Some folks like to have some shenanigans. All right. So let's draw out our our box here. So let's start off with the actual, let's say we have a section. All right, so we have a section. And we're going to give it a height of 100 pixels and a width of 100 pixels. So we would actually see that draw out. Here is our section with a height and width of 100 pixels. Now, we wouldn't actually be able to see this box at first, right? Wouldn't be able to see this. I love all the nun spam. For folks that are new here, my mom is the queen of finding free stuff to do. I always had something to do every weekend, and for a long time, my mom would drop me off with these nuns every Saturday for a free arts program. And so my art should be way better than it is, basically, because I took free art classes for years with the nuns. And so don't blame me, blame the nuns if my art isn't pretty. All right, cool. So we have our section, we have a height and a width of 100 pixels. We wouldn't actually be able to see it because there's no like border or anything here, but if I was to ask you how wide this element is, how wide is this element, chat? How wide is it at the moment? A 100 pixels. Nice. Let's go ahead and add some border. Let's add some border. Let's add our border as, sorry, let's add some padding. Let's add our padding as green. And let's add a padding of 20 pixels on all sides. So this would add a padding on all sides. So we could do padding on all sides. And if I add padding on all sides, how wide is our element now? Yeah, it's 140 pixels wide, exactly. Because we have 100 pixels for the width, we have 20 on the left and 20 on the right. So that means we have something that is 140 pixels wide. Let's go ahead and add some border, and that border we're going to make, let's say 5 pixels wide. So border, pixels, solid red, beautiful. So that means I'm going to have 5 pixels of border on each side. And so how wide is our element now? Yeah, 150 pixels wide, because we have 100 pixels in the middle, 20 on each side for padding. That's 140 already. 145, 150 pixels wide. Now, this is important because let's say we had a, let's do a different color here. Let's say we had a 200 pixel container, right? We had a 200 pixel container. How many of our sections could we fit inside of that 200 pixel container? Yeah. 1. Exactly. Yeah. Only 1, because we only have room for 150 pixels. If we put 2 of these, that'd be 300 pixels. That would be 300 pixels, right? 300 pixels inside of a 200 pixel container, it can't work. And so we would see it break to a new line. So it's important to understand how the box model works, because without it, we don't know how much stuff we can sit next to each other, right? And so we would need to be able to put these two elements next to each other if we wanted to. So if, let's say this container was 300 pixels wide, then we'd be able to fit two of them next to each other, right? Be able to fit two of them next to each other. But right now, if it's a 200 pixel, we only get one. So it's important to understand this box model, right? Because if we don't know the widths, we don't know how to sit stuff next to each other. Exactly, MJ said, this is where I messed up with my nabs, not paying attention to the widths of everything. This can get into trouble, especially with things like navigation, if you don't know how much stuff each thing is taking up in terms of space, especially if you're not using things like Flexbox. So important to understand the box model. Let's take a look at some practice with the box model. 1 second. Alrighty. So for our box model, we drawed it out. Let's go ahead and code it out. So there is a box model practice. And so we open up that box model practice. Going to close everything else out. So in the box model practice, there are some things that you have here. Here we go. Actually, I think the stuff that's in the CSS is wrong. So in the box model practice is not the stuff that's in the CSS file. It's actually stuff that's in the HTML file. So in the HTML file, there's some things here that should be in the style.css. So in style.css, it should be different. So just copy it from the HTML. And paste it into the CSS, and that's what you want to work on. Cool. All right, go ahead. I'm going to put 4 minutes on the clock. We'll go over it together, and then we'll take our extended break so you can do what you got to do. I've had it for 4 minutes. You got this. If you're new, you need the materials. Join our Discord, !Discord. Agree to the rules. There's a follow-on materials channel with Ariel, the starter code that we're doing today. So this is box model practice. You're doing what's in the HTML. Make the H1 30 pixels, a little bit of padding, practicing your box model. You got this. What do you think about PHP? It's great. I mean, there's so much of the web is built on PHP, WordPress, Laravel. Yeah. I don't really get the PHP hate. I think it's definitely evolved more, and I think Laravel is kind of like industry standard. I wish Laravel existed for every language. Thanks, Flex. Laravel is like a web application framework, I guess you could call it, that does a lot of the heavy lifting for building web applications. Like all the stuff that you need to handle, like, I don't know, email, subscriptions, like all the stuff you would need to build a web application that like is not actual just like the logic of the application, but all the other stuff that just modern apps have, Laravel handles for you. Hey, Civic, doing good. Thanks for stopping by. Minute 30 left. We'll finish this up together and we'll take a longer break. So it's like Rails for Ruby, yeah, but even better. Blitz and Redwood, similar, yeah. Super mature. Thoughts on Rust? It's pretty cool. One of these days I'm going to sit down and try and learn it, get better at it. I'm really interested in WebAssembly, and so like Rust, the WebAssembly is something that I'd be really interested in. Nick, once we get through full stack JavaScript, like once we get through the back end, yeah. Do you eat a snack during the breaks? Normally I don't eat until the very end. Yeah, I'm weird like that. I also like typically only eat like really like one big meal a day. All right, folks, come on back. Come on back. All right, let's take a look at these and then we'll take our longer break. Yep, Civic, that's what I do. I do intermittent fasting. It helps my brain, not just like for weight loss or anything like that. I think the research is a little mixed on that at the moment, but I definitely feel my brain functions better when I intermittently fast. Cool. Alrighty. Please make the H1 30 pixels, a little bit of padding on the left, and a thin red border. All right, so H1, I'm going to select that. 30 pixels, so we can do font size. 30 pixels. Beautiful. A little bit of padding on the left, so we can do padding. We can do padding left. And we can do, it just says little, so we'll do 5 pixels. And then we'll do a thin red border. So border, and we'll keep it thin. 1 pixel, solid red. Beautiful. Now, we did padding left here. There's also something else that we can do that's pretty nifty, which is padding gets applied in a clockwise order. So top, right, bottom, left. So you could actually do something like this, where you could do 0 on the top, 0 on the right, 0 on the bottom, and 5 pixels on the left. That would work exactly the same as doing padding left. So just a little trick to keep in mind, but I think this works. Let's save this up. Let's open this in the browser. I gotta click over here, open the browser. All right. None of our CSS is being applied here that I can see. So let's take a look. Oh, because I didn't comment the rest of this stuff out. I didn't comment any of these things out. So it's like, what the heck is going on in this CSS file? It's like freaking out, like doesn't know how to render the HTML that's inside the CSS. All right, there we go. Let's comment all these things out. Let's save and we should be good. There we go. Beautiful. So we got the little bit of padding on the left. We got the red border, and we can always use the inspect tool to see it. Second try. So let's go ahead and inspect it. And let's go ahead and take a look. I'm going to close this here. If you scroll down, you can actually see in the inspector, you just right click inspect in the elements tab and you scroll down, you can actually see, all right, here's the actual element. Here's the padding, and notice the 5 here. That 5, that's letting us know that there's 5 pixels of padding. And you can actually see the little bit of green here for the padding when I hover over it. We can see that the padding is there. We can see that our border is 1 pixel on all sides, and we can actually see the margin that's there too. Did we write any margin? Where the heck did that come from? Where did the margin come from? Did we write any margin? Yeah, it's default from the browser. Exactly. Default from the browser. All right. Please make the H2 font size of 20 pixels. We'll do font size 25px with padding on the top and bottom. So we'll use that padding trick that I just showed you. Padding, so top, right, bottom, left. So we'll do, how much is the one on the top? We'll say 10 pixels. And the other cool thing is we can do 10 pixels 0. And what this will do, it'll repeat, right? So it'll do 10, 0, 10, 0. So we did 10 on the top, 0 on the right, 10 on the bottom, 0 on the left. I'm glad I remember all this. Anki paying off. Exactly, Spidey Dan. Exactly. All right. That should handle our padding. Thick gold border. 10 pixels, solid gold, and margin on the top and bottom. We can do the same thing that we did with the padding. It works for margin as well. We'll do 30 pixels, 0. So that'll give us 30 pixels on the top, 0 on the right, 30 on the bottom, and 0 on the left. Cool. Let's look at this. Please make spans have a thin black border. Span border 1 pixel solid black. We'll get through this and we'll take our longer break. A little bit of padding. Do 5 pixels are on each side, and we'll make the color blue. Beautiful. All right, spans have a thin black border, a little padding, and they are blue. And this last one here, section, have a width of 25%. A height of 200 pixels. Centered. How'd y'all center your section? Yeah, you can do margin 0 auto. You can do text align. Oh, sorry, it's not text. So let's do margin 0 auto, and then thin border. We'll go ahead and do border 1 pixel solid purple. Beautiful. Width 25%, 200 pixels tall, margin 0 auto. What that's saying is saying put 0 on the top and bottom and automatically figure it out on the left and right. Beautiful. I think all this looks good. Let's see how it looks in the browser. Oh yeah, look at us go. Nice and centered. Got the borders going. Everything looks good to me. I got everything going here. Beautiful. All right, I think we got it. I'll leave this up for a second so folks can see. I know we went through that one a little fast. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and put a longer timer on here. We're gonna go, I think, for 10 minutes. So that should give you a little bit more time to grab some water, hydrate, kiss some babies, do what you got to do. And we'll be back in 10. When we come back in 10 minutes, we are going to move into layout. So we'll look at some layouts. We'll do some floats. We'll do some flexbox. And then we'll do some responsiveness with media queries. And then we'll be ready to gear up for some JavaScript. So 10 minutes on the timer. When we come back, we're doing layouts. Well, actually, we'll look at our starter template first, and then we'll do layout. So we'll put 10 minutes on the clock here. All right, have some fun. See you in a few minutes. We don't get got, we go get. Even 5 hours deep on a Sunday. Let's go. I came for the replay and it's going live. That's what we do. We ain't outside. We inside, but we online. That's what I'm talking about. We online. Let's go. Turn up. Beast sweatshirt is so apparent. I'll take it. Let's go. Beast mode. This is Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, chess grandmaster. That's their merch. All right, folks, welcome back. What's the longest stream you ever did? One of our reviews went 9 hours. I want to say there was an 11-hour one too. I can't remember if that 11 or 12 was broken up into 2. I know we definitely did a 9. Where's 100 Devs merch? Coming soon, folks. We've been sharing some pretty good mock-ups on Twitter. It's been pretty cool to see. There's the one that used like the 100 emoji with devs. That was fire. Can you have a full website without giving it a height? Yeah, you can, because height comes from one of 2 ways. Either it comes from the elements inside of the content or from giving it a height. So you can get height from just the stuff that's inside of your container, right? So if you have a lot of text and things like that, that could give it height just as much as setting a fixed height could be. Who does the thumbnails for YouTube now? I do. I'm just putting some placeholders for now. We'll figure out how to make them better in the future, but I've just been having fun with it. No worries, Miracle, no worries. All right, let's get through some questions in the Slido, and then I will jump back into the starter template and some layout. All right. Can we do a review of the responsive stuff? Yep, that's coming up. M's and all that fun stuff coming up. For those of us playing catch up, will there be any way to watch the office hour videos? Yeah, they're only on Twitch and they're only on there for 60 days. It's one of the perks of doing the bootcamp live. There's very few things that separate the YouTube following along experience from the live experience, and one of them is office hours. So I really do like to encourage folks to participate in the community, to show up even just for office hours. And so even if you're part of the catch-up crew, there's no reason why you can't come to office hours. A lot of times it's just answering questions. Most of the time it's not even like technical stuff. It's just about how to get jobs, how to freelance, things like that. And so yeah, don't feel like you have to skip office hours if you're still in the catch-up crew. In fact, office hours is probably more for you than everyone. So yeah, office hours, we don't really put them on YouTube just because YouTube really doesn't like them, because the watch time is typically lower, and so then it tanks like everyone finding the other videos. It's weird. YouTube's weird. I don't really get the algorithm behind YouTube, but if I put too much stuff that people don't watch, then our videos don't get shown to anyone, which is weird. So it's a game that we play, but also I really do like it as an incentive to follow along live. So maybe one day we'll do like an unlisted, I have them all, so maybe we'll do like an unlisted YouTube playlist, but for now it's an incentive to show up. Cool. The projects listed in our portfolios, do employers drill down to make sure the website projects are real companies? No. 99% of the time they won't ask. The 1% of the time you just chalk that up to an L and keep moving. But yeah, 99% of the time they don't care. I like Bilal's answer. No, laugh out loud. They don't care. Yeah, nobody cares. You got to realize that your portfolio is just to get into the first step. No one's hiring you based off of your portfolio. All this stuff is just to make you pass a sniff test that means that you're worthy enough in their eyes, which is a shitty thing to say, to interview. And so all this is just to pass that first sniff test and get you into the interview where your technical skills or your behavioral skills shine through to get you the job. I still don't understand arrow functions. We haven't covered arrow functions in class yet. We'll get there. Can we get a week or two off to get ourselves in order? It'd be helpful for us with mentally, family stuff and beyond our control. I want to go to distance breathing room. So that's what this week was for. This week was to give folks a little bit more time to catch up and to not have new class. So that's what this week was for. We'll do another week like this in the future where it's mainly just networking. So that's what this week was for. And we'll probably have another one soon. Once we get a little bit further through JavaScript, we'll take like another week similar between this and backend. Yeah. Are we going to be covering APIs in this course? Absolutely. Yeah. We're pretty close to APIs too, like in 2 weeks or so, maybe less. For homework, which do we need to do in Code Academy? Is it 1 through 6 or sections 1 through 6 overall? The JS 1 through 6, like all the JavaScript stuff. What are real world practical uses for loops? Whenever you need to do the same thing over and over again is when you use a loop. Counting, use a loop. Doing certain things X number of times, you use a loop. So like, let's say you want to show something to a user multiple times, you would use a loop. But we'll get into more loops and stuff later on. When we get to objects and we're getting like data back from like an API, like let's say we could ask Domino's for all of my orders, right? And Domino's gives me back like 10,000 orders. I want to be able to show all of those orders to you as the user of my new Domino's website. And what I'll do is I'll loop through all the orders to put the stuff into the DOM for you to see. All right. So you would see this date I ordered that, this date I ordered that, this date I ordered that. So I would use a loop to loop through and show you all of my order history. Yeah. Sometimes these songs bop. Oh, I love them. All right, getting that second wave energy, so let's lean into it. Alrighty, so we have this starter template. Let's take a look at the starter template together. Blah, thank you for the hydration. Cheers to you. Thank you. Nice. Okay, let's look at the starter template. It was in the materials for today. So we have this template, and in the template are a few things that I like to point out just so that they're there. This template is what I recommend folks just kind of start with for any of the projects that we do kind of going forward that are HTML, CSS, and JavaScript related. So in the template, there are some goodies that we've covered. The big thing here that I want to talk about is that there's this normalize link here. And if we look inside the CSS folder, right? If we look in the CSS folder, there's the reset and normalize. Arnold, all the materials are on our Discord, ! Discord, agree to the rules, and then the follow materials channel, you'll see everything that you need. So when you are kind of making that big decision this is probably one of the first big decisions as a front-end developer, right? You will need to determine whether or not you're going to use normalize, reset, or skip them both. Right. And so what happens is we saw a lot today, this default styling coming from the browser, right? We saw that the H1 was big, bold, black, and beautiful, much like myself. We saw some margin coming in. And so all of this default styling is just coming from the browser. And the wild thing is that each browser might be slightly different. And so what normalize does is it says, you know what? I like those default stylings, but I want them to be the same across every browser. And so what normalize does is it really does just normalize all of those default stylings across every browser. The other option that a lot of people will use is something called reset. And reset scorches the earth. It gets rid of all of the default styling. Everything goes back to 0. Your spans look just like your H1s and you build up from scratch. So it's up to you. I've been in the HTML and CSS game for too long. I'm too used to the default styling. So I use normalize just to make sure it's consistent. But a lot of my students, they typically prefer a reset just because they don't have to think about it. They just start from 0. It's up to you. And then we link to our normal style sheet. Instead of our normal style sheet, we got some of the hacks. Oh, this is old. I forgot to fix this. Get rid of this Moz prefix if you're using this template. The one I shared in our actual class had this fixed, but you don't want that Moz prefix. You just want box sizing border box, which will help you later on today. We have our clear fix and our clear. It's kind of all the hacks that we've gone over in class so far are all in this template. The box sizing border box comes into play when you're calculating width. Do you include padding and border in those width calculations or not? If you're using box sizing border box, you won't. So something to keep in mind. We'll see clear and clear fix in a minute. Cool. It's just a mistake, the Moz. I just forgot to pull it off. I used to, back in the day, you had to have vendor prefixes for all of them for box sizing. So that's like really old in there. The code I shared, I don't know why this one's older and has it, but the one from class doesn't have it. Yeah. All right. So we looked at the template. Let's look at some layouts. Now, we've seen 2 different ways of doing layouts, and we're going to see them again today. At first, we're going to talk about floats. Now, I am an oddball when it comes to teaching floats. I really like to teach floats because I think it forces you to become intimate with the box model, to really understand how things come together in the browser. And even if you use Flexbox, you're going to eventually get into things like flex basis, where you still have to know your percentages anyway. And so I like starting with floats. One of the most common things that I get from my students is, Leon, thank you for helping me. Thank you for making me learn floats, because they joined a company where their first job was to convert an old code base to a new one, or they got a freelancing client that had old code, and guess what? It's all floats. And guess what? Floats are way harder to learn than Flexbox. So I love floats. I love teaching floats, and I want all my students to learn them, because guess what? You're going to run into them in the wild. And when you do, think of me. All right. With floats, you're really doing one thing and one thing only. You're telling something to go up and to a corner. And so if I float something to the left, like this aside, I'm telling it to go up as much as it can and to the left as much as it can. And what it winds up happening is that it winds up sticking in this corner. Same thing if I was to float something to the right. It would go up as much as it can go and to the right as much as it can go, trying to get into this corner. And the beautiful thing is that when you float stuff, the hack that winds up happening is, since they're all trying to get into this corner, things wind up sitting next to each other, right? So if we had, let's say, 3 boxes and we floated them, what they would all do would be try to get into that corner. So this box would come up as far as it could go, and then to the left as far as it could go. And then this box would go up as much as it can go, and to the left as much as it can go. So just by floating those boxes, they wind up sitting next to each other because they're all trying to get into that corner, right? Beautiful. All right, let's look at some simple layouts, right? Let's look at some simple layouts. So we have everybody gangs until Leon brings out the flows. Exactly. So here's our first layout. If we're looking at this layout, what type of HTML element would we use here? Header. How about this down here? Footer. How about these 3? Sections, nice. How about these 2? Sections, yeah. All right, build it. Use your template, build this layout. Use floats, please. Use floats. We'll do it with Flex in a second. So build this layout with floats. I'm going to put 4 minutes on the clock here, and then we'll go over it together. If you're brand new, you've never used floats before, that's okay. Try writing out the HTML. And then we'll go over it together. 4 minutes on the clock, and we're going to go over this layout together. You got this. At least get the HTML that we just talked through. Okay, Fox just did this homework earlier today. Hey, glad you did. Neko chats, they go both the same way. So both to the left or both to the right. I prefer going to the left so the order stays the same. Can we use classes? Sure, you can use classes. Will we touch on grid? Not today, but in the future. Once we learn JavaScript and we come back, we'll go deeper on Flexbox and we'll touch a little bit of grid. Yeah. I want us to learn enough JavaScript to do like drop downs and hidden menus and all that fun stuff. And then we'll come back and build real sites with it. Some real layouts. And we'll use Flex, and we'll touch a little bit on grid. We won't go too deep into it though. I camel case everything. I don't care. I'm a baddie. I write bad code. Flexbox is more common, but folks use grid now too. Forgot so much, adding so much to Anki today. Hey, I love to hear that. It's a great day to add to Anki. I want you to do the HTML and the CSS, but if you're new, just do the HTML. First try, nice. Minute left, minute left. Got this, dig deep. Reese's Beanut Putter Cup, thank you for the prime. Well, thank you for the 13 months. JR, thank you for the 3. Christopher, what's good, baby? Woo! Thank you for the 3. You're rusty, that's okay. That's why we're here, HBC. Ooh, got some dunzos coming in. All right, I see y'all. Wasn't this 15 minutes of pain before? It was. Look at you doing it in 4 minutes today. Used to be 15. We did it in 7. Now we're doing it in 4. That's progress, baby. Rubu, can't believe how much faster I'm doing this compared to the first time. Hey, turn up. All right, let's go through this together. I'm just going to use my template. We got our header, footer, and then 5 sections. So let's go in here. Go ahead and do our header. And then we're going to have our sections. And we know that we need 5 of these. So I'm just going to copy and paste it 4 more times. Boom, 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 boom. And then our footer. Beautiful. All right. And the only other thing here that we need to realize is that these like last two sections are different than these top three. So instead of doing like some wild relationship selector, I'll just give them a class, and I'll give the class of bottom. There you go. Cool. So now we have our header, our footer, our 3 sections, and our 2 sections with the class of bottom. Beautiful. All right, so we have our layout. So we could do something like this. We could do our header, give them a height of 100 pixels. We could give them a border, 1 pixel solid black so we could see it. And then we could repeat the same thing down here with footer, right? We could repeat the same thing with footer. But instead of doing that, I'm just gonna go ahead and put a comma and then footer. And so what that does is it repeats the same styling on both the header and the footer. And this helps us stay more dry. Exactly. Do not repeat yourself. And so this just helps us from not having to repeat ourselves. Let's save it and make sure we can see our header and footer on the page. Let's go ahead and open this in the browser. Wrong browser. All right, open in the browser. There we go. All right, we have our header and footer on the page. We're good. Let's keep pushing. So now let's do our sections, and let's just get all the sections on the page as well. Sections. We know they're going to have a height. Let's get them a little different. Let's give them a height of like 200 pixels. Let's give them a width to start. And we know that width, if we're looking at the first like 3, and we're looking at the slides, we know that they're going to be at least what size? 33.3333% repeating, of course, right? So we can just make all the sections 33, and then we'll make these bottom to 50%. Let's go ahead and do width of 33.333% repeating, of course. And let's just save this for now and see where we're at. Cool. We can't see them. We can see all the space they took up, but we can't see them because we didn't give them border. So let's go ahead and give them a border. Cool. Let's go back and refresh. There we go. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got our 5 sections here. We can see that they're all taking up 33% width, but they're not sitting next to each other, right? They're not sitting next to each other. How can I get them to sit next to each other the old school way? Yeah, float left. Can you use the calc function? You can. Something newer in CSS where you don't have to do the calculation in your head. You can do calc and then divide it by 3. Boop, boop. We gotta float them left so they sit next to each other. Beautiful. And now we have at least, we see the first 3 sitting next to each other. That looks good. The last 2 are sitting next to each other. We got some weird stuff that's happening here, but we'll come back and handle that weird stuff later. These 2 are still sitting next to each other, but they're still not taking up the full width. So let's go ahead and change bottom to be a width of 50%. And the beautiful thing about bottom is that it still inherits all of the other stuff from the sections, right? It still gets the height, the border, the float. It's the only thing we're overriding in the cascade is the width. So if we save this and go back, we can see that now the bottom 2 are taking up that 50%. The top 3 are sitting next to each other. But we got this weird thing that's happening here. Let's inspect and see what's going on. Right click, inspect. And if we look at the sections, they look good. The sections all look in the right spot. As we come down and we get to the footer, we can see that the footer slid up. It slid up. And here's what's happening. Here are our sections sitting next to each other, right? And here is my footer. My footer right now is hitting the sections and doesn't go anywhere, right? But as soon as I float my sections, the footer goes zoop and slides up. Let's see that one more time. Here are the sections originally. Footer's hitting them. It can't go up. But as soon as we float those sections and they go off the page, zoop, the footer slides on up. So we can stop that footer from sliding up by clearing it. So if we go back and we go ahead and we put a clear on the footer, we say both and we come back, the footer is where it should be. Because what the footer just did, right? What the footer just did, instead of sliding under when we floated the content, because we floated all of these sections, we floated all of them off the page. So instead of sliding underneath, it looked to the left, it looked to the right, and it saw all the stuff that was floating and just stayed where it was at, right? It just stayed where it was at. So instead of needing to slide under, it looked to the left, it looked to the right, and stayed where it was. Beautiful. Questions about this one so far? And that's the layout, folks. That's the layout. We got it, right? Boom. Boom. I'm happy with that. All right. So folks are asking about clear fix. Clear fix is a very specific thing. Clear fix is when your container collapses. So let's go ahead and set this up a little bit differently. Let's wrap these 3 sections in a main. And let's wrap these 2 bottom sections in a section that we'll give it the class of let's give it a different class. We'll give it like class of we'll call it bottom, and we'll call these bottom sec. So that'll have the class of bottom, and these will be bottom sec. And I'm going to change these to bottom sec as well, just so we're consistent. Beautiful. All right. So now we have main, and we have the section with the class of bottom. So let's take a look at this. Let me take the float off the sections. I'm going to take the float off the sections, and we're going to look at something. So I'm going to come back here. I'm going to refresh. And if we look at main, look at all the space main is taking up. Look when I hover over our main, look at all that blue. That right now is the height of main. Look how big it is. Look how tall it is. That is the height of main. But wait a minute. If we look at our CSS, do we give main any height? Chat, do we give main any height at all? Nope. There's no height here. Main doesn't have any height anywhere, right? And so if we look, there's no height on main. And so we're going to run into a problem. Main right now is getting its height based on the sections that are inside of it. Each of these have a height of 200 pixels. And so that's how main is getting its height right now. Main is getting its height from the stuff that's inside of it. As soon as we float this content, look what happens. Let's float it. I'm going to save it. I'm going to come back. I'm going to refresh. Main is in shambles. Do you even see main anymore? Look, I'm hovering over main just like I did before. And if you can see, I know it's really tiny. It's going to say like 0 right there. Ready? Hold on. It says 0. I floated that content. It says I floated the content, right? I floated it and main went boom, it collapsed on itself. I floated the sections that were inside and main boom, collapsed, right? It no longer has stuff inside of it that's supporting it, right? Before, those sections were holding main open. But now that the sections are floating, it collapsed on itself. Now, there's a couple ways to solve this. we could give main its own height, or we can use a hack, right? The reason why floats are so hard and why they're weird to use is because there's a lot of hacks that work around this stuff, which is why I like to teach it. Because if you don't actually learn these hacks, you're dead in the water when it comes to actually using this stuff and actually translating it to flex and all that fun stuff. So if we look, we have this class up here called clearfix. And what clearfix does is it puts a dot that is invisible, right? It puts a dot that is invisible after, right? It puts a dot that is invisible after. So if we go back to main, what we can do is we can give this a class of clearfix. And what it's going to do is if we refresh, we can see that main has height again, because what happened is that there is now a little dot that is invisible. And instead of main collapsing, right? Instead of main collapsing, we wrap around that dot. Main is wrapping around that dot. And so it doesn't matter what's happening inside. It doesn't matter if it's floating. It doesn't matter what's going on. We've told it to wrap around that invisible dot so it retains its height. That's all clearfix does, is it stops containers from collapsing, right? Stops containers from collapsing when you float stuff. That's all it is. RoboDom, thank you for the hydration. Cheers to you. That's it. So that's where clearfix comes from. And so that's why floats give so much trouble, because you have to learn all these weird hacks. You have to learn what clearfix does, stops containers from collapsing, what? Clearing, stops stuff from floating past other stuff, what? And so you can do layout with floats, but you have to learn all of those hacks. Beautiful. All right. We had a few more layouts here. But I think if you can do this layout, you can probably do these layouts, right? This is just 1, 2, 3 sections. You give one a class that makes it bigger. Same thing here, 1, 2, 3 sections, or maybe this is an aside if you had more content to go off of. And you're just changing the widths on these. So I think if you can do these, you can do these 2 layouts. And so if you're new, you might come back and try these. And remember, we had like 2 classes to get to this one layout. So if you're brand new, don't feel pressured that you have to understand how to do this layout right out the gate. Go back and watch our 2 classes on layout. Yeah. All right. So we did it with floats, but now it's time to do it with Flexbox. Right? We did it with floats. But let's do it with Flexbox. Cool. Let's take a peek. Let's go back. We have our header, footer, our sections. I'm going to clean out this. I'm going to clean out all of this. Here we go. All right. So we got our header and footer, which are on here, right? They got a height. They got a border. It looks fine and dandy. And then I want to do the layout that we just did. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use flex. And flex works well when your stuff is in containers. And our stuff is in containers. We have main and section class bottom. So what I'm going to do is I am going to target main and section. I'm going to make sure they're both display flex. And then I'm going to target all my sections and make sure that they are taking up 1 space each and they have a border. So let's try that. Let's go ahead and do main and bottom. And we're just going to say display flex. And then for all of my sections, I'm just going to target my sections. And I'm going to say take up 1 space each. And let's give you a border so we can actually see it. Pixel solid black. All right, let's save it. let's go back. Let's refresh. Oh, we didn't give them heights. We got to give them heights too. My bad. Let's give them height. Height 200 pixels. Save it. We go back and boom, same layout, done. No floating, no percentages. We done did it. Let's take a peek. All right. So we have our two containers, main and bottom, right? So if we go back and look, thank you for the sound alert. We have main and bottom. We set both of those containers to be a flexible container. And the way we did that is by setting display flex. And then the only other thing we had to do was tell our sections, because if we look, they're all sections, right? These three are sections and these two are sections. The only thing we had to say to them is, hey, take up one space each. And we gave them the height and border. And once we did that, we wound up with the same layout, because these three sections each took up one space each, which winds up being that 33%. And then these each took up one space each, which winds up being 50%, because there was 3 of them in here and 2 of them in here. So it does all of the stuff for you, right? You didn't have to calculate the percentages. You didn't have to do the floating or anything like that. It just does it. And so that's why folks are really jazzed about Flexbox. You can literally change the game in like 2 seconds and get all of the layout done. Now, once you go deeper with Flexbox, you're going to see that there's some other really fun stuff you can do. You can do things like space around. You can do space between. So all of these things that would enable you to build out more custom layouts, you can do very, very quickly with Flexbox. If you have like all your elements in a nav and you want like space around each element, you would just say space around those elements, and it just works without having to calculate percentages or any of that odd stuff. So that's the beauty of Flex and Flexbox. Flex one, somebody asked, it just tells it to take up one space each. So if we look, we have 2 of them here. So they're each going to take up one space, which means 50-50. Here we have 3 of them. So that means 33.3333% repeating, of course, right? And so it just means to take up 1 each. And so it'll do the math for you after that. So that's the beauty of Flexbox, is that very quickly you can do layout. You don't have to do floats or percentages. There's less hackiness. You just have to learn some vocabulary to use it well. And so part of the homework we did for Flexbox was a couple things. There is kind of like 3 big resources I recommend. One is the complete guide to Flexbox by CSS Tricks. And if you are new, that's all in the follow along materials channel. If you just like search for Flex in that channel, you'll see that recommendation. The complete guide to Flexbox by CSS Tricks. I recommend the Traversy Media video on Flexbox. This is a quick overview. And then there are 2 games that I recommend that really help solidify it. And the games are really helpful here. I don't really always like games, but these ones are really helpful. One is Flexbox Froggy, and the other is Flexbox Zombies. If you go through those 2 tutorials and then you do the 2 games, you are squared away on needing Flexbox. And so definitely something I recommend, and they're fun, and you'll actually retain it all. Make sure you put it into your Anki. Flex is something that really has to be in your Anki, or else you'll forget all the weird terms you need to know. Yeah. Grid, we haven't gotten to grid yet. When we come back with our JavaScript skills, we'll touch on a little bit of grid. And all that, of course, is on our Discord. But once again, it was the complete guide to Flexbox by CSS Tricks. Traversy Media, the GOAT, has a Flexbox video that I really like. And then Flexbox Zombies and Flexbox Froggy are the two games. Cool. What would Flex 2 do? It would take up 2 points, two spaces instead of 1. And so there's a couple ways you can make your containers bigger or smaller. And one of them is something called flex basis. And so it's kind of like almost like using whiffs, but in a flexible container. So definitely can go deep with this stuff. Like I said, I wanted to show you a little bit, show you why people love it so much, but we'll come back and play more of flex and a little bit of grid once we learn our JavaScripts. Cool. So I would recommend for homework, if you had not already, try doing this layout with flex, try doing this layout with flex, and try doing this layout with flex. You will need flex basis probably for like this one and this one because it's different sizes. Thank you, Cloud. I got it. Alrighty. We are at the top of the hour. So I want to take our 5-minute break. We're going to do 5 minutes here. We did a 10-minute one before, but we'll do 5 now. When we come back from 5 minutes, we are going to jump into responsiveness. We're going to look at things called M's and Rems, and then we're going to make content decisions with media queries. So I will see you all in 5 minutes. Please, if you're able, get up, move around, hydrate, take care of yourself, and I'll see you all in 5 minutes. Dying Arrows added 2 minutes to the timer, so we're going for 7 minutes. Thank you, Dying. 7 minutes on the clock. All right, see you all in 7. I'm gonna run some ads so folks don't see them. I might run like 6 minutes of ads. Let's go. It's impressive, but this is why Pomodoro is important. Exactly. You take your breaks, you can keep going. Cat is wreaking havoc. I got 45 seconds left. Are we covering arrays and OOP today? Nah. That's because we'll do another review once we get to the end of JavaScript, and we'll include arrays and OOP then. Layered cake there is. Yep. You go back to our original layout class. It's on YouTube. Exclamation point YouTube. What font do you use? I think it's just the default, but I use a like a color scheme for folks that are colorblind, just to hopefully help a little bit on stream. Alrighty. Woo, 6 hours. Let's go. Come on back, folks. Come on back. All right. It wouldn't let me run 6 minutes of ads. I was hoping that we could get like 2 in, and then it wouldn't like run ads for folks for a while, but it got angry. So, all right. It's just getting started, y'all. Exactly. Alrighty, let's jump into responsiveness. So far our sites have been what we call fixed width, meaning that no matter what we did, they kind of just stayed the same size. And back in the day, that's what a lot of sites were. They were fixed as opposed to responsive. So here is UPS's website all the way up to like 2017. So in 2017, this is still what their website looked like, where if you opened it up on a larger monitor, it still had all this white space, right? It still had all that white space, right? And so we didn't have to, like, that was just wild sauce, right? And so what happened is eventually the mobile explosion forced companies to really consider making their devices work great across all different kinds of devices. Boston.com is one of my favorite examples of this. Boston.com had a really bad static site, and then what they realized is that if I want eyeballs on my content, I need something that looks good across devices. So as the site gets smaller, so this would be like a tablet size, and then this would be kind of like mobile phone size, the site just looks great across all different sizes of screens. And this is really important because Boston.com cares about ads. And for it to care about ads, right, it needs eyeballs. And to get eyeballs, they need you watching or reading this content when most people are going to watch or read it. And for a lot of news websites, that's especially in metro areas, that's during your commute. And so if you're doing your commute, that means you're going to be on a phone. And if the site does not look good on a phone, then they're not going to get the eyeballs, which means they can't sell ads, and it's a wrap. So they really invested pretty heavily in making their site look great across every device. So it looks good on tablet and even mobile phone and every space in between. And so that's the idea of responsiveness. Now, there are a couple key things that enable a site to be responsive. One, a site is fluid, meaning that it looks good even between all of what will eventually come known as our breakpoints. And the way a site looks fluid is either you're using a flexible grid or you are using percentages. And as your site kind of gets as your browser window resizes from larger to smaller or smaller to larger, it still looks good in between. And so if we look at our flexible site here that we use Flexbox on, even as it gets smaller, it still looks kind of good. And as it gets bigger, it still looks fine as well. And so that fluidity is one of the key things that we need to have in mind, right? That fluidity is something we need to have in mind when it comes to building out a responsive website. This fluidity is going to help us in between our different device sizes. The second thing that we need is elasticity. And elasticity typically has to deal with fonts or using responsive units of measure. And the responsive unit of measure we're going to learn about are ems and rems. And so your fonts and then even some of your sizing could eventually be in rems and ems, so that as we're responding to the page, as it's getting bigger or smaller, our text can respond as well. And then the last thing are content decisions. If our site is fluid and elastic, the last big thing that we have to figure out are content decisions. What should be here at this screen size, right? What should be here? Should that column still be there? So on desktop, we have all this real estate, right? But once we get to, say, tablet, this most popular probably can go away. It's a little bit extra. And then once we get to mobile phone, we run out of horizontal space, right? We run out of horizontal space, but we have a lot of vertical space. So everything going to a singular column is a good idea. So these are content decisions. We pair fluidity, elasticity, and content decisions to make a responsive website. And the way we make our content decisions are with something called media queries. So let's take a peek at each of these step by step, and then we'll take a look at building a responsive site very briefly. So fluidity we've already seen. If our sites are widths and percentages or using flex, we're good. The fluidity is baked in. Ems and rems are where some folks tend to trip up, and so let's go ahead and take a look at this together. Now, let's say we had hundreds of lines. Let's say we had thousands of lines of CSS, right? Thousands of lines of CSS. And in these thousands of lines of CSS, we had all of our font sizes in pixels, right? So we had thousands of lines of CSS and all of our font sizes are in pixels. You go to your client and your client, or let's say your boss, says, I love the site, but I want all the fonts to be double the size. I want all the fonts to be double the size. What would you have to do? What would you have to do to fix all those font sizes in pixels across thousands of lines of CSS? You'd have to go and change each one individually. Exactly. You'd be control Fing through all of your code, finding each one. Once you find them, you also have to do the math. All right, 12 to 24, 15 to 30, 17 to what, right? And so like you have to do all that math. However, if all of your fonts were in M's, you could make one change and all your fonts would double. So if we look here I have my paragraph sized as an M. Sized as an M. And an M is a responsive unit of measure. An M will look at the parent's font size, right? It'll look at the parent's font size, and that's what its basis for size will be. So this paragraph, what is its parent? Real quick in chat. This paragraph, its parent is what? It's the section. Exactly. This parent, the parent of this paragraph is the section. And so this section, right? This section right now has a font size of 20 pixels. So how large is this paragraph right now in terms of font size? what is the font size of this paragraph at the moment? Yeah, it's 20 pixels exactly. And if I wanted to double the font size of this paragraph, what would I change? If I wanted this paragraph to go from 20 pixels to 40 pixels, right? I could do two things. I could make it 2 M's, right? And now it's 40 pixels. Or I could leave it at 1 M and make this 40 pixels, right? The M is tied to its parent's font size. So if I had all of my text in M's and I wanted everything to double in size, all I had to do is change this one line. And now all of my fonts that are sized in M's are now double the size. That's it. That's all you got to do. And so this M is really, really powerful because it enables us to not only to change all of our sizes very quickly, but we can get into some really nifty things, right? We can get into this idea of our font sizes being responsive. And what the heck do I mean by that? So to get to that, let me show you one thing that's a problem. Dev man, thank you for the hydration. Cheers to you. Let me show you one thing that's a problem. When we use M's, right? When we use M's, what happens is that the M always takes its size from the nearest container. Always takes it from the nearest container. So what's a problem that we could run into if we are using M's in our code? And let's say we're working with other developers. What's a problem we could run into? Yeah, somebody else can come in and throw in a slightly different container. So this paragraph might get wrapped in an article. And if that article has a font size of 100 pixels, well, guess what? Your M just went from being 20 to 100 pixels because this container changed, right? The container, it was originally in the section, but now it's in an article, and they put a font size on that article. So all of your M's just messed up. It changed all of them, right? So this kept happening. And so they introduced what are called REMs. REMs stand for root M. And so instead of having to like look to the parent to get the size, so instead of looking at the section for its size or the article for its size, it doesn't matter what size the containers have. It's always going to look at the HTML element. So whatever font size is on the HTML element, that is the only thing a REM will look at. It will never look anywhere else for its font size. It'll always look at the HTML element. Now, this is great because you get all the benefits of M's, but nobody can come along and mess it all up for you. That's the beauty of REMs. Now, you're gonna notice something funky here. I'm saying 62.5% instead of having like a default font size. Like a really easy font size to have here would be like 10 pixels. Right? That'd be really easy because one REM would be 10 pixels, 2 REMs would be 20 pixels, 3 REMs would be 30 pixels, right? That would be really easy to keep in mind. But I have this like 62.5%. Why the heck would I do that? How do we decide between when to use M and REM? It's a preference. I use REMs all the time. Yeah, it's for accessibility. And let me explain why. We got some folks that remember in chat here. The default font size for most browsers is 16 pixels. So if you do 16 times 62.5%, you wind up with 10 pixels. So some quick maths to give us 10 pixels. And the reason why I like to use the percentage here instead of hard coding 10 pixels is because some individuals that have maybe visibility concerns, they will actually change the default sizing of their browser. So they might double the sizing of all their fonts. They might make everything bigger so that they can see it more clearly. And if I hard code 10 pixels, well, guess what? It gets rid of all of their defaults and forces everything to be 10 pixels. But with the percent, I can grow or shrink to accommodate their default sizing, and I can still get all the benefits of REMs. So REMs make it really easy to respond, not only for accessibility concerns, but also for us in our speed of development. One REM is whatever we set as the base font size, and we can use that throughout our code. So REMs make it really easy to update all of your sizing at one go, right? I could double every REM by doubling this value. And it also helps when it comes to accessibility because we can take whatever that default browser sizing is and have REMs be equivalent to that. Cool. Does reset mess this up? It can, but you're going to still come back and put this font size. You're like, oh, I see why Leon uses normalize. Yep, it's one of my reasons. Alrighty. So that's M's and REMs. Just one more time, because I know folks get really hung up on M's and REMs. If we wanted all of our paragraphs to be 10 pixels, we could, of course, come down here and say font size 10 pixels, right? We could make our paragraphs 10 pixels and it would work, right? We just say 10 pixels, 10 pixels, 10 pixels. We have 1,000 lines of code where we put all of our font sizes in pixels, right? They're all in pixels. What up, Sam? Yeah, we're still going. They're all in pixels, right? But when it comes time to double all the font sizes, because our boss asked us to double the font sizing, we'd have to go line by line and change 10 to 20, 10 to 20, 10 to 20, 10 to 20. That's so wild. However, if we were using REMs, we could just double this number, and then this would go from 10 to 20, 10 to 20, right? So you get that ability to double. We also get the ability to, whatever the user has set as their base font size, we can use that as a responsive unit of measure for all of our fonts. So not only are we're not hard coding anymore. If we were to say 10 pixels for this, and somebody needs to see font at 3 times the size, right? If somebody says, you know what, in my browser, I want my fonts to be 3 times the size, and you force it to be 10 pixels, well, guess what? They're going to see 10 pixels. They're not going to see the 30 pixels that they want. So there's some accessibility concerns here, and there's also like ease of development concerns here as well. Alrighty. Keep pushing here, folks. The last thing that we still have is content decisions, right? Well, most professional settings use REMs. Yeah, REMs or M's. REMs, I think, that's my preference for sure. I'll always use REMs. I won't like switch between REMs and M's. M's give you more flexibility. You could have some containers that have a certain font size and other containers that have a different one. And so some folks do use M's because they want different areas of their site to have different base font sizes. And so you would use M's, but I like REMs. Cool. The last thing that comes in terms of responsiveness is content decisions, right? Content decisions, meaning that if we're looking at, say, the Boston website, right? The Boston website, they decide at a certain screen size to get rid of their column, right? That's a content decision. They said at this screen size, I don't want this anymore. They also said at this screen size, I don't want this content anymore. So when you're making a responsive website, you have your fluidity, which is size to percentages are a flexible container. You have your elasticity, which is using your sizing in M's or M's. And the last thing you have to figure out is content decisions. And you make those content decisions by using what? How can we make these content decisions? How do we make content decisions? Yeah, we use media queries to make content decisions. And so media queries just enable us to show certain CSS at different screen sizes. So here's a very simple media query. We're saying at media all that means is you can think of whenever you see these over here, just start counting them at 0. We'll explain what they mean in a second. So we're saying 0 and a max width of 600 pixels. So between 0 and 600 pixels in screen size or your viewport size, this rule will take effect. But this rule will not be in effect above 600 pixels, right? And what this means is like, when do these media queries take effect? You can have media queries that happen for across all your devices. You could have media queries for like printers. You could have media queries for a bunch of different things. And so if you ever like printed out something and it looked different stylistically, that was the media queries at play. Cool. Someone said, do you build mobile first and then add your media queries as you get larger, the other way around? It's two different schools of thought. Some people start mobile first because that's all your heavy hitting content. And then they get bigger. And as they get bigger, they add their media queries. Some people take their design, they shrink it till it looks bad, write their media query, shrink it again, media query, shrink it again, media query. That's the way I do. I start big to small. A lot of folks are in that mobile first camp. I think it's great. But if you're already working with a designer that's already thought through the mobile first design and is giving you all like 3 different layouts, like a tablet, desktop, and mobile, I just start big and work my way to small. It's up to you though. It's a preference. All right. Let's look at a media query. Let's look at one of these together. I'm just going to copy this one and we'll paste it into the code that we were working on most recently. So here is our layout that we did recently. At the end, I'm going to come down here and put that media query. And instead of it being an H1, because we don't have any H1, I'm going to make the sections and I'm going to give them a background of blue. Beautiful. All right. So that should, between 0 and 600 pixels, make our backgrounds blue. So let's save and see if we get that. All right, let's refresh. Boom. So you can see, if you pay attention up here, I know it's really tiny, but as I'm dragging, you can actually see what width I am at. So I'm at 570, 580, 590, and then right at 600, boom, it goes away, right? Over 600, all that style goes away. Below 600, boom, that rule is in play. Above 600, below, above, below, above, below. And so the beauty here is you can set up your media queries so that between different sizes, certain rules take effect. And so what you can get really good at doing is saying, all right, not only can I make stylistic decisions, but I can also make content decisions. So maybe at 600, I don't want the bottom sections anymore. So I can do bottom, and I could do something like display none, right? So if I come back here and I refresh and I go below 600, you can see that those 2 bottom sections are completely gone. That's the content decision I just made there. Above 600, no color, and the 2 bottoms are there. Below 600, they're gone. Boom. And then you can keep going up too. We can then do, you can kind of cascade them if you want. You can also do like min and max. So we could do at media. Min width. You can say 601. And max width. We can say like 1024, which would be like most like desktops. And a lot of folks will even use M's and rems here, right? M's and rems here as well instead of pixel values. You'll see that pretty commonly. You'll often see people not really using min, like they'll do all min or all max just so you kind of have it cascading, which makes it a little bit easier. But we can just put something in here just so we can see it. Background. And let's just go ahead and do color red. Cool. Oh, I didn't actually do my rule. I didn't say what I was coloring red. I was looking at the one above. There we go. To make my section color red. Whoop. Remember, your rules go inside of the media query, because here's the media query opening and closing, and this is the whole rule that I put in there. So don't forget that you have to put the rule inside of your curly braces. All right, so let's save this and see where we're at. All right, so we can see above 600, we're red. Below 600, we're blue, and we made a content decision. If we go all the way past 1024, the red goes away. So we're able to show different colors, different sizes, right? We're able to make content decisions. We're able to stack, remove stuff, all using these media queries. And so a very common thing to do would have at least kind of like 3 main groupings, right? Something that looks really good on mobile, something that looks really good on tablet, and something that looks really good on desktop. And then if your site is fluid and elastic, it still looks good in between, right? Those specific media queries as well. Alrighty. All right, we looked at a media query together, and we kind of saw this already. We kind of already made this responsive. If I want it, right? If I wanted to make these stack, right? Let's say they're floated, right? Let's say they're floated, and I want them to stack below 768, which is like a tablet size. So below tablet, I want them to stack. What could I do in my media query? Yeah, at a certain media query, we could just say with 100%, and they would stack because they would take up 100% of the page, right? So we could put a media query that was like between like, I don't know, 0 and 768, and then it would with 100%, meaning that they would stack, and that'll be a great content decision. Beautiful. All right. Flex direction column. Yeah, if we're doing flex, that'd be cool to do it that way too. Cool. All right. That's kind of the quick overview of media queries. Like I said, we will, because we're already 6 hours into it. So what we're going to do is once we learn more JavaScript, we're going to come back and we're going to build bigger layouts. So we'll see things like we'll have some examples that are like kind of like the salon websites, right? Where we'll come back, we'll use grid on those. We'll make sure they're fully responsive and they respond to JavaScript, meaning that like you click on things, drop downs pop up, all that stuff. And so we'll come back and do those. But I want to get to JavaScript today. And so we'll save that for once we learn a bit more JavaScript. But hopefully this is enough review for the HTML and CSS, so you feel a little bit better. You got some review in, you got some new stuff in your Anki decks. And so I want to get into some lovely, lovely JavaScript. Alrighty. Indifferent. Hey, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Alrighty. So let's cover the basics of programming, and then I think we'll be at the top of the hour, so we'll take our break, and then we're going to spend today covering the big four. We're going to cover variables, functions, conditionals, and loops. And we're going to get some practice in with each of them, make sure we feel comfortable with them, and then that's where we'll end today. Cool. How long will you be here? I don't know. It depends on how quickly we go through all this material. So, but this one, I think it'll be a lot more interactive. We'll be doing more coding. I know we've been doing a little bit of coding, but this portion we'll kind of do some of the bring it on and bring it on again stuff, just to get our fingers on the keyboard more. Cool. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and do programming. When it comes to programming, there's one really important rule, and that is a computer will do what you tell it to do, right? A computer will do what you tell it to do. So, what is a program? Well, a program is a set of instructions that you write to tell a computer what to do. Computers are really good at following instructions very, very quickly and way faster than a normal human could follow them. So a program is simply a set of instructions that you write to tell a computer what to do. And then that makes programming the act of writing those instructions in a language that the computer can understand. And this is really important because computers by default don't really understand JavaScript. That JavaScript is more for us as humans to understand what we're talking about and the logic that is happening in the program. But that JavaScript is then broken down into something that the computer can understand. And when we get to Node, we're going to talk a lot more about that in detail, like how it's broken down, what's doing the breaking down. But for now, all you have to really keep your mind on is that we are writing JavaScript, which is more human readable, but that is broken down into instructions that the computer can really understand. So what the heck do I mean by that the computer can actually understand? At a base level, a computer is comprised of a few parts. You have memory, so it can like store stuff and recall stuff later on. You have an arithmetic logic unit that enables it to do like basic programming, like basic computation. You have a program counter. There are some like very basic things that make up a computer. And underneath all of that are some very, very fundamental concepts. And so I want to spend a few seconds talking about those fundamental concepts, building up to a larger idea as to what JavaScript might be really doing for us, so that we don't have to actually be in the muck that I'm about to show right now. All right. Here is a light bulb. And right now, this light bulb is not powered, right? It's not powered. If we go ahead and add a battery, now the light bulb is powered and it turns on, right? Add a battery, there's enough juice going through it, the light bulb turns on. Now, let's add a little bit more complexity to this very, very simple circuit. So I am going to have my battery still, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a switch here. And right now the circuit is open, which means that it's not complete and the light bulb is not on. As soon as I close this circuit, what happens? As soon as I close that circuit, what happens? Throw it in chat. What do you think happens? As soon as I close that circuit, what happens? Yeah, it's on, right? Let there be light. Exactly. It is on, and it gives enough juice to power the light bulb, and the light bulb turns on. Okay, thank you for the hype train. Appreciate that. All right, turns on. Now, the really nifty thing is I can represent this circuit, right? I can represent this circuit as whether the switch is open or closed. And a very simple way of saying on or off, right? So if it is off, I'll say 0 and the circuit is open. Or if it is closed and on, I'll say 1. So at a very, very simple level, I can represent this circuit as either 0, meaning it is open and or off, and 1 meaning on. So on and off at a very, very base level, 0 and 1. And once we agree to this, we can start to build up some very, very simple logic. Give me a little bit of creative freedom here on this one, if you're a code weenie. But let's show this. So here we have a circuit, battery still in the middle, but now I have 2 switches. How could I represent this circuit as it stands right now? Yeah, we can represent it with 0, 0, right? Both of the circuits are open, both of them are off, and so we could represent this as 0, 0. I could also close both of them, and how could I represent this circuit with both of them on? Yeah, we could do 1, 1. Do 1, 1. Beautiful. We could do 1, 1. And as soon as we get to 1, 1, where both of them are on, we could say this one is on, blank, this one is on. Well, how can we describe the circuit right now? We could say this one is on, blank, this one is on. What am I trying to say there? This one is on, blank, this one is on. What am I saying in there? Yeah, I'm saying and. I'm saying this one is on and this one is on. So we're at our very, very first bit of simple logic. We could say 1, 1 equals and, right? And from that very, very simple logic, we can start to build things that are called logic gates, where we could say like and or not or all these like more complicated bits of logic. And so from this very simple idea of on and off, we can build up to very simple logic, from very simple logic to a language that the computer can understand that really wouldn't be honestly human readable. Lots of zeros and ones and simple complex logic, very rudimentary ways of accessing memory, something we would call like machine code, maybe something called assembly, if you've ever heard of that, or I shared a video of like how like a Game Boy works, right? So we could do these very, very low level languages. We could all learn assembly and be very close to the language that the computer can understand, but that would take a lot of time and effort. It'd be really hard to like keep that code base maintainable. And thankfully we sit on the shoulders of giants who have taken that very, 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 very simple logic, built it up to assembly, built it up to C, built it up to the things that we sit on top of that give us JavaScript. So we get the ability to write very clean, readable code that at least is somewhat human readable between us, but it breaks all the way down to this simple logic of on and off for us. And we don't have to worry about that in our day-to-day of programming. That's the beauty of JavaScript. We get a language that we can understand, that we can share and very quickly see what the intent of our other engineers were, but we don't have to get into the muck of on and off, zeros and ones. And so we owe them we do owe them a lot, for real. And so this leads to this idea of Independence Day being a true story. Now in Independence Day, the alien mothership comes and something really interesting happens. the alien ship that we have from the Roswell crash landing, it starts to get power and turns on. So we know that their like power system and maybe like their communication systems are intertwined. We try to nuke the ship that's over the US. It doesn't work. Their shields are too powerful. It blocks our nukes. And so Jeff Goldblum has to do something that enables them to save the world. What does Jeff Goldblum do that enables them to save the world? What do they do? They upload a computer virus to the alien mothership that brings down the shields, because like their shields communication are linked, right? Shields come down, we nuke them, America, right? Save the world. We refer to this Well, we're not going to say that yet. Give me a second to get there. How the heck does Jeff Goldblum write a computer virus that takes down an alien mothership? Everybody keeps saying bub, binary upload boom. Exactly. Now, Jeff Goldblum didn't understand the alien language, but they were able to reverse engineer it all the way down to the primitive values that we just talked about. We assume even if the aliens are a super advanced civilization, right, and they have wild tech, that in their universe, there are still constants, right? Math and physics are still constants. On and off are still constants. They might have way better transistors that do on and off way faster than us, but at our base level, it's still on and off, right? And so Jeff Goldblum's able to reverse engineer all the way down to these kind of base logic and then build it all the way back up into something that can infect the alien mothership. It infects the alien mothership, binary upload, boom, we nuked them, America, right? So this idea that we could reverse engineer is actually something a lot of people do. I shared 2 videos on Discord that I really, really love. The first video was no Tamagotchis were harmed in the making of this video, which is a lie. A lot of Tamagotchis were harmed in making that video, where we had someone during a conference presentation reverse engineer Tamagotchis, which is pretty cool. And then I also shared Scanlime, who for a while, if you sent them like an electronic thing, they would reverse engineer it. So this is like a skill that a lot of people actually have and develop. So it's actually not too far-fetched, and therefore Independence Day is a true story. If you want to watch either of those videos, they are both in the follow along materials channel on Discord. Alrighty, so that leads us up to JavaScript, a human readable language that can be broken down into that base level logic so that we don't have to. We get something that's easy to read, that we can share amongst each other, look at it, and maybe quickly discern whether or not it is logical, what's happening. We can kind of look at it and figure out what's happening without having to know this very, very base level logic. Alrighty, so we're going to jump into JavaScript, but we're going to stop here. We're going to take our break a little early, just so that we can kind of transition easily into JavaScript and not have to stop for a little while. So let's put 5 minutes on the clock, please. Beautiful. And when we come back, we're jumping into the first of our big 4 variables. So 5 minutes on the clock. Please, if you're able, get up, move around, stretch, hydrate. It's important. We've been going for a long time already. See you in 5, folks. I'm going to run some ads, so please really take your break. Crazy 101 added 2 minutes to the timer. So this is a 7-minute timer now. Thank you, Crazy 101. Alrighty. 2 minutes on the timer. See you in 7 minutes. Can we have another review like this? Yeah, we'll have another one like this in the future. All right, folks. See you in 7. Yo, Bugaboo, that's wild. Congrats. Finally got a job, mad benefits, great culture. They don't care about my felony convictions. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Congrats, Bugaboo. We're taking our break, but that's amazing to hear. Congratulations. That's actually a good idea. I'm going to send you a DM on Discord. We are trying to do a talk with returning citizens actually tomorrow. So I would love to maybe bring you into that talk. And if the tomorrow doesn't work, then we can find a different time to bring you in, because I think that'd be helpful for folks to hear from your experience. So maybe we can set up something that's a little bit more long form. But hey, congrats. Tomorrow should be fine. All right, I'll hit you up on Discord after we're done streaming.
We don't get got, we go get.
All right, folks, come on back. Come on back. Alrighty, so we are at the beginnings of JavaScript, but as we've been doing at the top of each hour, I want to answer some more questions from the Slido, and then we'll get into our JavaScript. So I'm going to I'll keep the music on while we go through the questions. Once we feel that we are have a good understanding of HTML and CSS. Do you have any recommendations for learning best practices? There's so many things to focus on early on that are more impactful than best practices. So my advice is to stay current and to keep investing and going deep and not wide. But once you feel pretty good, I would say with full stack, there are some like very, I don't know, and best practices are always debated. You talk to 10 different engineers, you're gonna get 10 different references for best practices. The ones I follow are the Martin Fowler series, clean code. I try to incorporate clean code into everything, whether it's HTML, CSS, or JavaScript. And so those are pretty good. I recommend starting with clean code and then looking at some really good style guides. So I love the Airbnb style guide. It tells you like good ways to write your HTML, your CSS, your JavaScript. So finding respected style guides and like quintessential books like clean code are the best places to to get started with that stuff. Are you bringing Shehao for a chat? Hopefully. Can you upload this to YouTube as an unlisted vid? Well, like I said, if we still have the 1500 when we're done, I'll put it on YouTube proper. Looks like we'll hit that for sure. All right, talked about that. If we are behind in turning in assignments, do we use the original links to turn in the projects? Yes. Even if you're part of the catch-up crew, just use the same links. It's all good. I can see when people submit, so I can see if you submitted them early or late. Doesn't matter if you're in the catch-up crew. How do we navigate a client asking for something we don't know how to do at JS? Additionally, how do we price our freelancing clients? So I will say pretty much every client I ever had, I mixed up a YouTuber with Robert Martin. Yeah, it's Clean Code by Robert Martin. There's a YouTuber I watched that's Fowler. I don't know why I said Fowler. Yeah, Clean Code by Robert C. Martin. That's one I recommend. And then like style guides. I would say pretty much every client I have ever had, right? Every client I've ever had asked me to do something that I didn't know how to do. And my job as an engineer was to figure out how to do it. And so I would say, all right, well, I gotta research how to do those things. And I would bake that into my proposals. A lot of times there's like research time baked into my proposals. But I would talk to other engineers. I would give it a good Google and I figure out best ways to go about doing the things that they needed. So I would say pretty much every client I've ever had, there's been whole segments that I had no idea how I was going to do it. I just knew that I was going to be able to figure it out. And I would give myself enough room and budget to figure it out. Not only in terms of like time to figure it out, but also if I needed to hire someone, I left enough room in the amount they were paying me to hire someone to figure that piece out. So the way I get around not knowing how to do stuff is I'm an engineer, I'm going to figure it out. And then I leave enough time and budget to get help if I need it. And then the pricing is I don't ever price stuff. I figure out what my client needs. I figure out what their budget is, and then I let them know what I can get done for that price point at that budget. I don't ever give hourly rates or prices or anything like that. I think it's just a backwards way of doing it. I feel like if I tell a client I won't finish a website for 4 to 6 months, they will walk away. I just don't think that's true. Depends on how you deliver that value in those 4 to 6 months that matters. If you give them a really good schedule with the basics being up in a month, then like the testing phase being 3 to 6 months, like there's ways you can structure it that give you that time. But it feels like they're getting lots of value along that timeline. Yeah. Can you share what a project timeline would look like for creating a web application, research, production, debugging, validation? So I shared some examples in our freelancing class of what, like those were real examples from real folks that got real clients. And so if you look at the breakdown in the slides, it's like a real breakdown that somebody actually got, that actually somebody gave as part of their proposal, right? So that's what I would take a peek at. There are also really good like examples that you can find online of like example proposals, things like that. But each timeline is going to be different depending on what they need. If somebody needs something very simple, that's going to be a very quick timeline for me. Somebody needs something complex, will be very different. So you can look up examples. If you ping me in like the Ask Leon, maybe I can find some examples to share, but some of them are already in the slides. What is this hackathon people are talking about? We had a project night on Thursday. That's what people are talking about. So if you were here Thursday, that's what they were talking about. Will the super review be in the VOD later today? Yes, everything is always available immediately on Twitch. And then all of our classes go up on YouTube, and office hours just stay on Twitch though. Alrighty. Let's pause there with the questions and let's get into JavaScripts. Can we have a separate freelancing channel? Possibly. Let me talk to the mods and we can figure out if that makes sense. We're always apprehensive to add channels because it just increases the moderation that we have to do. And so we're pretty slow to add channels, and we get rid of ones that people don't use just to free up some of the burden. So I'll talk to the mods, and then if we think that people get a lot of value out of it, we'll add it. Yeah. Cool. Alrighty. Boom. JavaScript, right? JavaScript has a specific syntax. We talked about syntax already with HTML and CSS, right? We have the HTML and the CSS. They all had specific syntax. HTML had opening and closing tags. CSS had the curly braces that open and close, selector and declaration blocks. Well, JavaScript will have its own syntax as well, the spelling and grammar rules of that language. And the beautiful thing about JavaScript syntax is it uses a lot of characters that you might not be that familiar with. We have semicolons, brackets, parentheses, quotation marks, all these unique characters that you can kind of just go around the keyboard on and kind of see pop up. So I'm going to open the inspector, right? I'm going to open the inspector. And I'm just going to go around and kind of talk about the different characters you might see. Square brackets, curly braces, or figure brackets, depending on how cool you are. We're going to have question marks, which are often called ternary selectors, which is weird. Don't worry about that for now. We have a /. We have double quotes, single quotes. We have double pipe character for or. We have the hyphen for subtraction, parentheses, which we'll see a lot. Asterisk for multiplication, double ampersand for and, like the logic we talked about earlier. We have the %, which is the modulus or the remainder. $, which we call bling, which comes up with our template literals or special ways of creating strings, which we'll see in a little bit. Octothorpe, which we already saw in HTML and CSS. And bang for not. So that means like not equals whenever you see the bang exclamation point, but we call it a bang in programming. + for addition, equals what you've seen. You'll see the tilde a lot, and ticks. So a lot of these extra characters that you'll be seeing come up in JavaScript. And the reason why JavaScript can start to be really like wreck your hands, and why a lot of my students develop pain, is because your body is really not used to hitting all those extra keys. Even if like you're an MMOer and like you're constantly typing and all this stuff, hitting all of those extra accessory keys definitely drains your hands or makes them flex and contort in ways that you're not used to. So even if you're like a memer and you're always typing, it's going to be different when you get to programming. And that's why stopping, taking your breaks at the top of the hour at least, letting your hands relax, running them underneath some warm water, doing the light stretches that Dr. Levi recommend, right? Keeping your hands in a good order is going to help you in the long run. My day job, I teach a coding boot camp called Resilient Coders, and every single cohort, we have students that go to the hospital. Every single cohort. I don't care how much they've typed before. We have at least 1 or 2 people that go to the hospital every single cohort, just because they start to develop severe wrist and hand issues from typing so much. And so please make sure you're taking care of yourself. Good posture, good breaks, good stretches, exercise. because it will come for you if you're not taking care of all this stuff. You know? Alrighty. Exactly. Dr. Levi, the fitness doctor. Alrighty. The very first thing that we're going to talk about are variables. They're one of the big four, the four things we really have to understand in pretty much every programming language, and specifically in JavaScript. So what the heck are variables? Variables enable us to remember a value to use later on. The entity that we use to store a value for later on, we call a variable. The way I like to remember variables is I just think of them as buckets that we can put data into, data buckets. And then we can carry these buckets around, and whenever we need that data, we can take the value out of the bucket. That's all variables are buckets full of data that we can carry around and use them when we want them. Now, we talked about computers having memory. And so we can think of memory as like a physical space. So here's our physical memory of our computer. When we're using variables, there are two steps to variables. The first step is called declaration. And that's where we put a space in memory. So in memory, we would now have a space called age, right? Called age. The second step we call assignment. And that's where we put a value into that space. So here we put 25 into that space in memory. So that declaration created the space, and assignment put a value into that space. You can also do declaration and assignment at the same time. The beautiful thing is, now that we've created that space called age and we put a value inside of it, we can ask for age at any time and it'll give us 25, right? Now, the other cool thing is that we can go ahead and add to that space in memory, subtract from it. So we could do something like age equals age plus 5, and this value would go from 25 to 30. So this variables are buckets where we can store data, and we can create multiple buckets by using declaration, and we can put things into those buckets by assigning. And you can do both the declaration and assigning at the same time. When you're creating your variable names, I like to use something called camel case. And you're going to see me use camel case across my HTML, my CSS, and my JavaScript just to be consistent. So you can see the first word of my variable is lowercase, and then every other word is capitalized. And it's just a way for me to be consistent with my variable names, and it makes it easier for me to read. Now, some people will use hyphens, some people use underscores. It really does matter. It doesn't really matter as long as you're consistent. Each team, each group might do it a little bit differently. How you do it is up to you, but you'll see me use camel case everywhere. You'll also notice that I'm using a special keyword here called let. There are three really important keywords when it comes to creating variables. You're going to see let, const, and var. With the newer versions of JavaScript, remember these languages are ever evolving, and we got kind of a really big update, which people call ES6 plus, meaning anything after the 2015 version of JavaScript and forward, we got all of these new things that happened in JavaScript. And one of them was these keywords for creating a variable, let and const. We've seen them in class. We've covered it a little bit more detail. We actually have a command here in chat, which is called !var or bang var. If you want to read about kind of the differences and the breakdowns between let, const, and var, it's there. But you think of let as a variable that's meant to be reassigned, right? That can change, that can be added to, that can be subtracted from. And then const is something that's going to stay what it is. We're not going to change it. It's going to stay what it is. You'll eventually get into words like mutable and immutable, but that's too advanced for right now. Just think of let as something that's a variable that might get added to. So maybe we'll add 5 to age, right? Or maybe each year age goes up by 1. So your age is something that would be a let, something that can change over time. But maybe like your I don't know, maybe your Twitch name is something that'll never change, right? It's set in stone. That's it. It's all you get, right? Can't change it. So that would be const. All right. Now, variables, we saw those spaces at your birthday. There you go. Birthday is a good example. Birthday is a good example of a const. Your birthday is never going to change, right? Your birthday is your birthday. It'll never change. So let maybe things that you can modify, right? And then const for things that won't change. And then var, there are still use cases for var, but you can read about those in different, share the link. javascript.info/var. Beautiful. Alrighty. Now, we talked about these variables as buckets that we can put data into, but what kind of data can we store in these buckets? Well, there are two major kinds of data we're going to start off with. The first kind of data are strings, or pieces of text. And we can create strings in three different ways. We can use double quotes, single quotes, or eventually ticks with template literals. But for now, let's just think about double quotes and single quotes. Both of these enable us to keep pieces of text. And whatever we wrap in these quotes becomes a piece of text, and we can store these pieces of text in our variable should we choose to. The odd thing about strings is that whatever quotes you use on the outside, you cannot use on the inside without doing a hack. And that's because the strings will terminate. Let's actually open up the console here and see that. So here I'm going to just create like a nice little string. I'm going to assign it to a variable. So let's let string equal, and we're going to say, let's go to town. I'm going to wrap town in quotes today. Now, if we look, something weird happened here. I wanted to wrap town in double quotes because maybe we're not going to like town. Maybe we're going into the city, right? And so I tried to wrap town in double quotes. But since I have double quotes on the outside, you can see exactly it breaks. It doesn't let me complete that full string. And so to get around this, we could have used single quotes on the outside, right? We could have done single quotes on the outside, and then this would have worked, but then we would have ran into a problem with lets. So what do we do here? We have both single quotes and double quotes. How can we get around it? Yes, we can escape it, exactly. So if we do this backslash, beautiful. This backslash enables us to escape the quotes and have one singular string. Now, when I ask for a string back, we get let's go to town today. You can see our single quote is still there. Our double quotes are still there. And the string is stored in memory as a variable. What did I do right here? I'm going to highlight a very specific piece right here. What is that? What did I just highlight there? I know it's kind of hard to see. Let me circle it. Maybe a little bit easier. What is this called, chat? What is that called right there? Declaration, exactly. I created a space in memory called string, right? There's a space in memory called str. And then on this side, I did what? What did I do on this side? I assigned it exactly. Now this space in memory has the let's go to town today inside of it. So we did both the declaration and assignment on one step, and we were able to get around this idea of having the same quotes on the outside as on the inside by escaping them. Beautiful. So that handles strings. That's the first kind of data that can go into our variables. But we also have numbers. This is another kind of data we can put into our variables. We have both integer values, which are like whole numbers, and we have floated values, which are numbers with decimal places. So we can have both whole numbers and floated values. Alrighty. Why are the backspaces placed there? Why not after? It's because as JavaScript is reading it, it needs to know that it has to ignore the next character. So that backslash enables you to make sure, right? To make sure that you can escape the next character, which is the double quotes. Cool. So with numbers, we can have integer values or floated values. And we can also have signed values. So positive and negative are both up for grabs here. And we can also do arithmetic in JavaScript, of course, plus for addition, the hyphen for subtraction, the asterisk for multiplication, / for division, and then the percent for modulus. Modulus just gives you the remainder. So if we did 10 mod 6, what would our remainder be? Yeah, 4 exactly. 6 goes into 10 once, and we have 4 left over. Beautiful. If you're having trouble with a delay, try giving it a refresh. That sometimes helps. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and code variable fun time. So variable fun time, let's go ahead and take a look at that code. I'm gonna close out the other ones that we have here. Here we have variable fun time. Here we go. We have an HTML file, and then we have some style here, some CSS. Oh, sorry, not CSS. We don't need CSS anymore. I'm going to look at my JavaScript here. Beautiful. So I want you to go ahead and practice your variables. We have some easy, we have some mediums, and we have some hards. I'm going to put 4 minutes on the timer, and then we're going to go over them together. So this is your first time with JavaScript. This is your first time with variables. That's okay. Look at the slides, do as best as you can, and then pay attention when we go through them together. 4 minutes on the timer. You got this. Dig deep. Go for it. No problem, Breaker. Pony, if you need the code, it's on our Discord. Agree to our rules, and then in the following materials, you'll see the zip file. Unzip it, throw it in the VS Code, and here you go. Variable fun time. URL should just be the same, AJ. Depends on what you're trying to do, though. How do we find the slides to go over? ! Slides here in chat will give you the links to the slides. Do you think Fiverr is okay to get our first client? No. If you watch their freelancing class, I kind of talk about my thoughts on Fiverr and all those type of platforms. I think you're way better off building your own network elsewhere that you own and not beholden to those platforms, but to each their own. If you're having a lot of trouble, maybe then you kind of take some time to invest in them, but you're always gonna be better building your own network than a network that you're locked in to. Can we get an office tour? People keep asking. I gotta do like a short form video on it. It's a lot. It's pretty wild at the moment, honestly. Ooh, we got some dunzos. Nice. minute 15 left. Simo says, can't wait for JS to become second nature. Me too. Me too. With time, all good things. What keyboard do I use? I use the Kinesis Advantage 2. It's a split keyboard. What's your e-commerce platform of choice? I mean, if it's just straight e-commerce, Shopify is really easy to use. If you're building something custom, I recommend Nick's Use Shopping Cart. You can do !Nick and see their code. They have a free software project that's sponsored by Stripe to build shopping carts and things like that. Yep, Chow. Yeah. Yeah, it's a really expensive keyboard. It's not something I recommend you jump into and buy. I got both of mine. I actually got one completely for free. That's a fun story. And then the other one is work paid for. Yeah, the cool thing is, like, a lot of times I help people negotiate. When you're negotiating an offer, you're going to negotiate for a lot of stuff. And one of the things you'll negotiate for is like a work from home bonus or a PD funds bonus, like professional development funds. And that's how you can get a lot of cool stuff like your keyboards and things like that. But yeah, this is probably my favorite piece of tech. But what I always tell everyone is you don't need an expensive keyboard to do well. You're better off investing in like sitting right, typing the correct way with all your fingers, taking good breaks. You're going to get 90% of the benefit with just those things, and then that keyboard can help with the last 10%. Yeah. So I think some people just try to jump to the keyboard and they still have trouble because they didn't fix all the other stuff like ergonomically sitting and investing in typing right. Yeah. I do. All right, let's take a look at these together. Come on back, folks. All right, create a variable and assign it a number. Let num equal 10 minus 10 from that number. Num equals num minus 10. Beautiful. Whoop. Print that number to the console. So it's going to be a console log. Console.log num. So let's save this. Let's open this in the browser. And let's inspect. And if we look in the console, we see 0. Lovely. We see 0. Beautiful. Alrighty. Next one, medium. Create a variable, right? Create a variable that holds a value from the input. Add 25 to that number. Alert that number. So create a variable that holds the value from the input. So we can do a const. No, we're going to add 25 to that number. So let's do let, and let's say num from input. Notice my camel casing here. Lowercase, capital case, equals. And we're going to say document.query selector. And we're going to grab it from the input. Let's look. Is there anything on the input? Is there more than one input? No. There's only one input, but it does have an ID. We can use that ID if we want, but there's only one input. So we can just say input for now. I'll just say input. And then how do we get the value out of an input? How do we get a value out of the input? What will we do here? The value. Yeah. So dot value. Beautiful. That'll get the value out of the input. Let's add 25 to it. Num from input. And we saw how to like do the equals syntax up here. Let's do something a little bit different down here. Plus equals 25. It's the same thing as doing the value, reassigning it minus or plus that number. So we could do num from input equals num from input plus 25. Like that totally works. Or we could just do the plus equals 25. Both syntax work. It's just preference which one you want to use there. Cool. And then we want to alert that number. So alert, and let's alert num from input. And let's see if this works, and then we're going to talk about it. All right, let's refresh. All right, it immediately did 25. Wait a minute. It immediately did 25. Let's think about that. It immediately did 25. Why did it immediately do 25? It happened instantly. These 3 lines of code are not waiting for anything to happen. It's not waiting for a click event. It's not waiting for something to happen. It is simply happening as soon as the page loads. So those 3 lines run. It's not waiting for anything. So there's no way that our user can be fast enough, right? Fast enough to put a value in the input. They're just not fast enough. So they can't. So we're taking whatever was in that input, which is 0, and adding 25 to it, right? And that's why we see the alert of 25. It just happens instantly. It never gets a chance to put something into that input. Now, there are a couple things here that we've talked about in class, but I want to make sure we do it while we're reviewing. I say document here. What the heck do I mean by document? I'm saying document, query selector, and then value. What the heck does document mean? Yeah, it means the DOM, the document object model. When we're in here, like when we're on our website and we use the inspector, a lot of people see this and they go, oh, this is just the HTML. No, this is the rendering of our HTML files and our CSS files. Remember, we were at the very, very beginning, we talked today about like typing in dominoes.com and making a request to a server, and then Domino's responding with files and our browser reading those files. When it reads those files, it just paints a picture. It takes those files and paints a rendering of those files. If I come in here and I change this from like click me to free Domino's, right? Like and I hit enter, they're not losing it. I didn't just hack Domino's, right? Like there's not somebody at Domino's headquarters freaking out that Leon got him again, right? That didn't happen. We've just changed the rendering that we see here. It doesn't actually affect the HTML files. It doesn't actually affect the CSS files. It just affects the rendering. You can think of like an artist. They're looking at their model and they're painting the model that they see. You would never say that that painting was the model. It is the rendering of that model. Same thing here in the browser. The browser reads your HTML, reads your CSS, and paints the model, right? It paints the model. Now, the cool thing is JavaScript can come along and mess with this model. It can add stuff, it can remove stuff, it can do wild stuff to this rendering. And then once we refresh, all that stuff goes away, right? That's the beauty of JavaScript. JavaScript can come in here and mess with that rendering. And we call that rendering the DOM, or the document object model. So whenever you see document, what we're referring to is that rendering of the HTML and the CSS. That's it. So what we're saying is, hey, look in that rendering, find something that's an input and grab whatever value is in that input. That's what we're saying there. Cool. Last one. Create a variable that holds the H1. Add an event listener so that the element that console logs the sum. Well, hold on. Add an event listener to that element. Oh, that console logs the sum of the previous 2 variables. Cool. So we're going to create a variable that holds the H1. This could be a const. The H1 is not going to change. So we can say const H1 equals, and we'll do document.query selector, and we'll target the H1, and that's it. So now the H1, like that actual DOM element, is stored in the variable H1. Now we can add an event listener to it. H1.add event listener. We're going to give it a click. then we're going to say a function that calls add to nums. Now, let me write this all out, and then we're going to talk about it. Function add to nums. Beautiful. Here we go. All right. So here is an event listener. What this event listener is it's going to listen for a specific event, right? That specific event that's going to listen for, in this case, is a click. I like to think of these as Smurfs. What we have done is we have found the H1 and we have placed a Smurf on it. So let's go back and look at the DOM here. Let's go ahead and look. Let's refresh here and let's look. So here's this H1 of click me. What we have done is we have just put a Smurf that's just chilling on that H1, right? A Smurf that's chilling on that H1, right? And as soon as it sees that click, it's going to go, hey, yo, right? It sees the click and it's going to go, hey, yo, I heard the click, right? And as soon as it hears the click, it's going to run this set of instructions called add to nums. Is Smurf an acronym? No, I'm talking about the little blue people that used to be on television. They're little Smurfs sitting on stuff, right? And when it hears or sees that click, it tells this set of instructions to run. And this set of instructions is going to do two things. It's going to console log. It's going to do one thing. It's going to console log the addition of the previous two numbers. So that's going to be, what was the first variable? Num plus num from input. Beautiful. There we go. So this Smurf is chilling on this H1. Chilling on this H1, just hanging out, relaxing, all cool, shooting some b-ball outside of school. Couple of guys, they were up to no good, started making trouble in their neighborhood. They got in one little fight and their mama got scared and they said, you're moving with your auntie and uncle in Bel Air. The cab pulled up. There was dice in the mirror. But anyway, home to Bel Air. Anyway, so we were talking about this Smurf. It's chilling on the H1. It's just sitting here on the click me, right? Just sitting on the click me. It hears or sees that click and it immediately says, run this set of instructions. And here are the set of instructions. Don't worry about the function yet. Here's the set of instructions. And the one thing it says to do is just console log the sum of these two numbers. So let's see if this works. We go here, we refresh the page. Let's go to the console here, and I'm going to click on click me. 3, 2, 1, boom. It worked, right? It waited for the click. The Smurf saw the click and told those sets of instructions to run. And what we did is we added those two numbers together, but something weird happened. What happened here, chat? What happened? What's the error here? Notice that this number is like purple and this one is white. What happened there? Concatenation. Exactly. Concatenation, meaning that we took a number and we added a string to it. That's what happened. So if we go back and look at our code, we can see that the value that we pull from this input, what's the only thing that's going to be inside that input? Remember, that input, we grabbed the value from it instantly. The user never got a chance to put anything into that input. So what's actually in that input before we add 25 to it? Yeah, it's an empty string. So what we're actually doing here is saying empty string, right? This equals empty string. Boom. That equals empty string. It's the same exact thing. And then we add 25 to the empty string, which means when we get down here, we're going to be adding 0 to a string 25. So instead of doing 0 plus 25, we're going to do 0 plus string 25, which gives us a string. Let me put that back. Yeah. Because if we grow to grab the value out of this input, since it happens instantly, there's nothing inside this input. So what it grabs is actually an empty string. Why? That's just how JavaScript works. It's going to grab an empty string out of that input. We add 25 to that empty string. Whenever you add a string to a number, you get a string in JavaScript. It's one of the quirks. So what we wind up doing is trying to do a number 0 plus a string 25. And that's why we see 025. It's a string, not a number. Cool. Now we can fix this. How can we fix this, chat? Type conversion, yeah. Yeah, we could wrap this in, let's say, number. We can wrap this in number. Right, number. Beautiful. Let's save it. Now let's try it again. All right, let's click. Beautiful. Now we can see that it's blue. I'm sorry, that purple again, because that they're both numbers. There's no 0 being appended. It's not a string anymore. It's now a number. And so this number right here is a set of instructions that's built into JavaScript that can take strings and give us the number value. And so when we wrap this in number, we don't ever get an empty string. We actually kind of just get like nothing or 0 in this case. Yeah. Why is it capitalized? You're going to see that there are some rules that when you are using built-in stuff, there are going to be certain capitalization rules that we follow. Technically, this is a built-in function, which we call a method, but we're still kind of far away from that. We got to get through objects first. And once we get to objects, we'll understand better why it's capitalized. Yeah. Why didn't we have to do that with num? Well, because num wasn't coming from an input. We actually just set it to 10 here ourselves. We subtracted 10 from it here, and then we console logged it. At no point do we turn num into a string. It was a number, and it's always going to be a number, at least with the code we have here. Is string the opposite? Yes. Yes, it is the opposite. Yep, num is actually a number, exactly. Beautiful. All right, let's keep pushing. We did the hard. Wonderful. Good job, everyone. We want to make decisions. We eventually want to be able to compare stuff. We want to be able to do stuff in certain cases, but not all cases. But before we can start making decisions using things like conditionals, we have to be able to make comparisons. And so to make comparisons, we have to learn how JavaScript compares stuff to other stuff. Now, we're going through this at a pretty good speed. We spent 4 or 5 classes on the stuff that we've covered so far. And so if any point of this JavaScript is going too fast, it's too much, you can always come back and watch our individual classes on JavaScript. This is meant as a review and to give you like a good overview so you can come back and just focus on the things that give you trouble. Beautiful. So if we look here, 9 does equal 9 in JavaScript because they're both numbers and they both have the same value. 7 does not equal 3 because yes, they're both numbers, but they don't have the same value. And JavaScript gets a little bit weird because you can actually compare strings to strings. So this string hello actually does equal the string hello, and that would give us a true value. Now, this is where some people get hung up because when you are trying to compare stuff in JavaScript, there's a difference between 2 equal signs and 3 equal signs. When I see 2 equal signs, what am I comparing? It's just what? 2 equal signs is comparing just what? Just value, exactly. 2 equal signs is just value. 3 equal signs is what? 3 equal signs is value and type, exactly. Value and type. So here we have an assignment. We have 1 equal sign. So 1 equal sign is always assignment. So we have an x equaling 3. All right. Does 3 equal x in value? Because we just see 2 equal signs. So that's value. Does 3 equal 8 in value? No. 3 and 8 are different values, so that is false. Cool. Now, this is where it gets tricky. Is number 3, and listen up for a second, is number 3 equal to string 3 in value? Value first. Is number 3 equal to string 3 in value? Yes. Number 3 and string 3 are the same in value. Now we since it's 3 equal signs, we have to go one step further. Is number 3 equal to string 3 in type? No. One is a number and one is a string. So this is not equal in number and type. We have 3 here. It's going to not be equal in number and type. It's equal in, value and type. It's equal in value, but not equal in type. So we get a lovely false. Now, is number 3 equal to number 3 in both value and type? Yes. Number 3 is equal to number 3 in both value and type. So that would be true. Here we get to see that bang syntax for the first time. All that means is not equal. So is 3 not equal to 8 in value? That is a true statement. 3 does not equal 8 in value. Beautiful. Last thing here. Does 3 not equal string 3 in value and type? This is true. This is true because 3 does not equal string 3 in type. It does equal it in value, right? So it doesn't equal it in value and type. It does equal it in value, but not value and type. So when you have that not equals, that is a true statement because number 3 does not equal string 3 in value and type. Only value, not type. So that is a true statement. Beautiful. Folkman said, I went to Red Robin 8 and came back now, and he's still going. I wish there was a not equal sign. It's the bang. I get what you mean, though. It is a little confusing at first. Alrighty. Now that we know how to do comparison, we can introduce the second of the big 4, which are conditionals. Conditionals enable us to check if some condition is true inside the parentheses, and if it is true, we do what is inside the curly braces. Right? We do what is inside the curly braces. So let's take a look at this. Here we have the kind of 3 things you'll see in a conditional. We have the if. If what is true inside these parentheses is true, we stop. We do not continue. We just do what's inside the curly braces and we are done. But if what is inside the if is not true, we move on to the else if and we check what's inside those parentheses. If it is true, we do what's inside the curly braces and we stop. However, if what is in the if is false, the else if is false, then the else auto-magically runs. It does not need a condition. It's like a default. The default will just run if every single statement above it was false. And the beautiful thing is you can have as many else ifs as you want. So you can go if, else if, else if, else if, else if, else if. And you don't actually have to have an else. You can leave it off if you don't want a default case. Alrighty. Here's a good example. Our pizza is a variable, and I use the const keyword here to declare this variable y. Why do I use const here to declare this variable? It never changes. Pizza will always be Domino's. It'll never be anything other than Domino's. And so since it's never going to change, we can use const, right? So pizza equals Domino's. We've gone ahead and declared a space in memory for pizza, and we've assigned it the value Domino's. So if we know that pizza is Domino's, what gets printed to the console? What gets printed to the console here? All aboard the train to Flavor Town. Exactly. So does pizza equal Papa John's? Hell no, that's a false statement. So we go into the else if. Does pizza equal Domino's? Yes. So since pizza equals Domino's, we stop and we console log all aboard the train to Flavor Town, and then we're done. We do not continue. Let's say for some reason we spelled Domino's wrong and we had an E in here, right? We spelled Domino's wrong, so there's an E in there. We would see that pizza does not equal Papa John's. That would be false. Pizza in this case would not equal Domino's because we spelled it wrong. And then the else would automatically run, and we would see printed to the console. What are you even doing with your life? Beautiful. Alrighty. What's this danger that I speak of? Assignment versus comparison. I got you, Gonzo. Just for you. What's this danger I speak of? Yeah. 1 equal sign versus 2 or 3. If I do 1 equal sign, I am going to reassign something inside of my conditional, which will probably evaluate to true, which is really weird. And it's one of the quirks of JavaScript. If I was to chop off these two things, I would wind up trying to set pizza equal to Papa John's, which would give me an error because my variable is, of course, a const of pizza, and it'll never change. So if I drop these two equal signs, it would try to do reassignment. That reassignment can't happen because I have a const. It would be an error and a hot mess. So you always have to make sure when you're doing comparison that you're using 2 or 3 equal signs and not 1, because 1 is assignment. Beautiful. Now we can also do multiple conditions, right? What happens if there's 5 equal signs? It's 2, 3, or 1. Yeah. Actually, something interesting will happen if you have more equal signs, but I'll let you play around with that. Multiple conditions, right? So we can have and, where both of these have to be true. Name has to be Leon and status has to be ballin'. And so if name is Leon and status is ballin', you get a lovely wink. Right? Because both of those were true. So since both of those were true, we get the wink at camera. Beautiful. We can also do or. So if day equals Sunday, if day equals Saturday, or day equals Sunday, we know it's the weekend, right? So we do what's inside those curly braces. It is the weekend. Beautiful. Alrighty. We have an age checker code to do here. So if we go and look at our starter code for today, we have age checker. And we have some JavaScripts in here. And there are some conditionals that I want you to try. If you're under 16, I want it to console log they can't drive. Under 18, tell me they can't hate from outside the club. Under 21, under 25, under 30, etc. So we're going to speed run this a little bit. We're going to put 3 minutes on the clock. 3 minutes on the clock on this one. Try and get as many conditionals as you can done. If you're new, look at the slide, see how the if and the else ifs are created, and have at it. We're going to go over it together. 3 minutes, go for it. I've redone this exact page so many times. I'm ready. Let's go, Brooke. See if you can get it done. 3 minutes. My drinks changed all throughout this. Right now I'm just drinking water, cold water. Cold water helps the throat. But I was doing some vanilla chai. I had an energy drink at one point. I had some tea. I had some coffee. Yeah, it's mixed through all out here. Yeah, I've tried masala chai before. Yeah. This is the thing, everyone is review why we're speedrunning it, because we've already done this example like hundreds of times. A lot of folks have redone this example like 30 times already, because that was their homework like 3 weeks in a row, was just to repeat everything. So to be fair to folks that have done the homework and reviewed this and repeated this a bazillion times, I don't want to have to make them sit here for the full 5 minutes. So they'll do the full 3 and then we'll go over it together for folks that are new. A minute left. We'll go over this and then we'll take our break. Go over this one and we'll take our break, and then when we come back from the break, we'll finish up our review on, we'll finish up our conditionals, and then we got to get to our loops, and we'll do some exercises that review everything together. Done. Speedrun hurt the fingies. Alrighty, folks. Let's take a look at this together, and then we'll take our break. Alrighty. Let me chill the music here. Alrighty. If under 16, tell them they cannot drive. So first, let's create a variable called age. So we'll say let age equal, and we'll just set it off something at like 25. I think that's what we did before. And then let's start our first conditional here. Actually, I'm going to come down to the bottom and just do it all here. If age is less than 16, we are going to console log. We're going to log to the console. They cannot drive. Beautiful. Next, we're going to do our else if. So we'll do else if, and then inside of our else if, we're going to check. We're going to say, all right, if age is less than 18, then we can console log, and we'll say, I'm just going to copy it. They can't from outside the club because they can't even get in. Beautiful. And we have some characters that we have to escape here. See how these strings are breaking? So we can use the backslash that we learned earlier to escape the contractions there, and we're good. Let's do another else if for the next age bracket, which is 21, and they cannot drink. So we'll say if age is less than 21, and we will console log. They can not drink. Beautiful. Then we'll do our next else if. Notice how I'm always finishing out my parentheses and my curly braces and then going back in. That's way I don't ever forget them. Some people forget to close their parentheses, forget to close their curly braces. And so I always want to make sure that I don't forget them. So I type them all out and then I come back. So age is less than 25. We'll do our next console log. And this one is, they cannot rent cars affordably. Beautiful. Plug that in. Let's do our next else if. And we'll say age is less than 30. And then this one will be they cannot rent fancy cars affordably. Beautiful. And then we have another one here. If under over 30, if under over 30, tell them there's nothing left to look forward to other than 100 devs. There we go. Beautiful. So we'll do our last else if here. And we'll say if age is less than 30. We already kind of got that controlled. And we'll say and age is greater than 30. Then we'll do our console log. And we'll say there's nothing left to look forward to other than 100 devs. All right, there we go. I'm in my 30s, by the way. I always feel like I have to say that for this one. Alrighty, let's save it. And there we go. So we had something weird. It says under over 30. So as long as it's not 30, right? And so here I'm saying if it's less than 30 and over 30, then I'll console log that. But this actually precludes them from being 30. So we could just have an else here, and that else will capture anything if they're 30, right? Because if they're under 30, we got it. If they're over 30, we got it. And all the other ones are taken care of, right? So we can just say the else, and the else will grab if they're 30. And we'll just say, I don't know, something cool, right? But the idea here is that you don't ever need an else. It's just a default if everything else is not true. Oh yeah, not and or. Yeah, not and or. So if they're less than 30 or over 30, right? Less than or over, but not actually 30. So the else would grab if they're actually 30. Everything else is handled for the less thans and over then. Beautiful. Yeah, thank you for the engagement. How can you be under 30 and over 30? Interesting question. Maybe straddling a time zone. There you go. Woo, still got it. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and save this. That way we have it. You'll have this in the code that I shared to Discord after class. So you don't have to worry about frantically copying. You'll always have it. For the harder, click on the H1, which we just did. Take the value from the input. We just did that. Place the result in the conditional in the paragraph. So we basically just did these two parts. The only thing that we would do differently is instead of it being age like this, it would be document.query selector, like your input dot value. And of course we would wrap this in number. So we literally just did this. So you could combine the previous one we just did with this one and it would work, right? So now we have number coming out of the value. You put this inside of a click event and then it'll work with these conditional down here. So grab all this, put it in your click event and you're good to go. Alrighty, we're at the top of the hour. So let's take our break. After this 5-minute break, we'll come back. We're going to get into functions and then loops. And that's where we'll call it today, folks. So let's go ahead and put 5 minutes on the clock. If you're able, please get up, move around, hydrate, kiss some babies, look at something that's in the distance, and we'll be back together in 5 short minutes. All right, folks. See you soon. Alrighty, folks. Welcome back. Welcome back. The harder problem is exactly the same one that we just did. It's exactly the same code. So if you look at the past one, you can just reuse the code for that one. It's literally the same problem. Alrighty. Let's take a peek at it because folks want to see it. So on the click of the H1, right? So let's go ahead and do our event listener. Document.query selector. H1, add event listener. So kind of exactly what we just saw in the last problem. We'll call this age check. Cool. Then we'll have a function called age check. And inside of that, we'll get the value out of the input, which we did here. Yoink. Excuse me. And then we'll do our conditional logic. Yoink. Boom. And that's it. Place the result, the conditional, in the paragraph. That's the only thing that's different. So instead of console logging, you would document. We might actually make a variable for this. We might do document. Let's say let p equal document dot query selector paragraph. Right. So now this p is holding the paragraph. So we don't have to keep typing document over and over again. So we'll just do p dot inner text equals, and then that string. And then we would do this for all of them. So we would just do this over and over again. P dot inner text equals. And so you just go through and do it for all of them. I won't repeat it, but that's the idea. Go through, that's it. Cool. Alrighty. Let's talk about functions, folks. Talk about functions. Oh, actually, let's do a few questions from the Slido before we jump into our functions. What do you put in your Anki for code? Do you put a code snippet and guess the output, or do you try to understand the purpose of an object element of a language? I put code examples. I don't actually use like fill in the blanks or anything like that. I'll have some that are descriptive, like what is a function, and the other card is a function. I'll have one that's like from like an example from today, I would say declare and assign a variable, and then on the other side will be like let age equal 25. So I do a mix of like actual vocabulary and code examples, but I don't really do like fill in the blanks or anything like that. How do I locate the people and companies I'm interested in working in? LinkedIn, AngelList, their actual website. If you watch our how to get a job class, we talk through how to do those things. My plan is to keep pushing through JS, but what can I do to build confidence and catch up? Is it Catch Up Crew? It's exactly Catch Up Crew. Join the Catch Up Crew, find a group of supportive folks that are going through the material at the same pace that you are, and make sure that you kind of just keep in touch with that community. Always ask for help on Discord and you'll get through it as well. Cool. All right, let's keep pushing here, folks. All right. Let's see. What are functions? Yeah, the music's a bit loud for some. So here's the thing, it's weird. For some folks, I've asked for like audio samples from a bunch of different people. For some folks, it's super loud. For some folks, it's not. For some folks, the sound alerts are. Some they can barely hear it, and so it's something that I don't think I'm ever going to truly be able to figure out for everyone. Because I've even asked for audio samples from different people. Yeah, like some people are saying can barely hear it, right? So I think it's different for each person, but yeah. I'll keep playing with it, but it's funny because you'll see some people saying it's like deafening, and then some people are saying and we barely hear it. Yeah, it's off now. Yeah, it's off now. All right, what are functions? Functions are simply simply sets of instructions. Yeah. Functions are simply set of instructions. It's weird, right? I play music. Every single break there's music playing. And so it's odd that people can't hear the music. So here's music playing now. Right? It's very faint, but you can turn it up a little bit, bring it down a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. So normally it's a little bit lower than that. Yeah. But it's funny because some people say it's like deafening, and some people say like, oh no, I hear it's crystal clear. Yeah, that's the music. All right. Functions are simple sets of instructions. And the idea of functions is that they are reusable, right? The idea is that you can write a set of instructions once and then reuse those instructions over and over again. So the idea here is that we write out our simple sets of instructions, and we can use those as building blocks to build out the rest of our program. And eventually we'll get to a best practice where like really our functions are doing one thing, but don't worry about that for right now. Functions have a very specific syntax, right? A very specific syntax. That syntax, with the syntax, we have a very specific way that we write our functions. Here we have a function declaration, which is the same thing as a variable declaration. We're putting these sets of instructions into memory, right? So that our program remembers those sets of instructions and can reuse them, right? Can reuse those sets of instructions. But to use those sets of instructions, to actually get them to run, you have to call your function. Without calling the function, you will not get that set of instructions to run. Now, when you call a function, you can pass in arguments. So the way I remember this, I have a healthy relationship with my mother, but I like to say when I call my mom, it's to argue. I'm going to pass in arguments whenever I call. Call is just a fancy word for saying I want that function that's in memory to run. All right, so here's an example. Here I have a function declaration. It's my set of instructions. And this set of instructions does one thing. It alerts something. And the beautiful thing is here I am calling this set of instructions, and I am passing in the value of string hello. So string hello falls into word. Wherever I see word, it is actually string hello. We call this thing that we're passing into our function call an argument. We call to argue. So hello is an argument. Now in our function declaration are variables or buckets that can hold those values. And so these buckets that are built into our function declaration, we call parameters. So here we have one parameter, and that parameter is word. Hello falls into word, and wherever I see word, it's actually string hello. So when I call this function yell, this set of instructions runs, it takes in hello, and wherever I see word, it's actually hello. So this would alert hello in the browser. Cool. Here we have another function declaration, but this function declaration has two what, chat? What are these? This function declaration has two what? Yeah, it has two parameters, exactly, word and other word. And this function call has two what? This function call has two what? Two arguments. Exactly. Remember, when we call, we argue. When we call, we argue. So two arguments. Now, hello slides into word. Wherever I see word, it's actually hello. And goodbye slides into other word. So wherever I see other word, it's actually goodbye. So this function would do two things. It would alert hello, and then it would alert goodbye. Beautiful. Let's code some simple functions. So if you go to our starter code from today, we have a practice here called, what I actually call here, simple functions. And if you go ahead and open that simple functions, you'll see some JavaScript that gives us a few functions to work through. Some easy, some medium, and some hard. So I'm going to put 4 minutes on the clock here. See how far you can get in those 4 minutes. I'll bring the music up that's been playing this whole time. It's hilarious that you'll be able to hear the music. I'll bring the music up a little bit. Have 4 minutes. Good luck. Got this. We're doing simple functions. If you've already done this one a bazillion times, just jump right to the hard. I'll work on them. It's just weird to me that some people can really hear it though. Some people actually complain about the music being too loud. That's so wild that some people hear it really, really loud and then some people barely hear it. That blows my mind. They lying? I don't think so. People have sent me different clips and I can hear it in some of them. Mobile versus laptop, maybe. It's louder if I change my headphones to mic input. Interesting. I'll keep playing with it. That's weird. I've seen a lot of people saying different things. Some say it's low, some say it's high. Some say it's different setups. That's interesting. Never hear music during class unless the timer is running. That's the only time I play music, is when like, you're working on stuff. I have music in the background. So that's the only time that you would actually hear music, is when we're like working on stuff or taking a break. It's so weird. Look at other people in chat saying different things. Huh. I'm gonna have to look into it more. Yep, it's always like lo-fi playing. When I have headphones plugged in, I hear music, but if we're on Bluetooth, I never hear it. Crispy, what do you think that could be? Crispy, I know you're here and you do music stuff. Do you think there's like maybe different like outputs or something? I don't know. That's weird. I'll try and figure it out. All right, folks, let's go over it together. Alrighty. Let's create a function that subtracts two numbers and alerts the difference. Create a function that subtracts two numbers and alerts the difference. All right, so function sub2 and alert. That's a good name for that function. Since we're gonna subtract two numbers, we know we need two numbers, so we need two what? We need two what? We're gonna subtract two numbers. We need two what in here? Yeah, two parameters. Beautiful. So I'm gonna call this num1 and num2, but you can call your parameters whatever we want. We could call this robot and unicorn. It would work exactly the same. And then we're gonna alert the difference. So I could alert num1 minus num2. That would work perfectly fine. Sometimes I like to make it a little bit more readable, and I would do something like let difference equal num1 minus num2, just to have it like on a separate line. And then I could alert the difference. Beautiful. And then we could call this function sub2 and alert, and we could pass in two numbers like 10 and 5. Beautiful. Now 10 and 5 are my what? Robot Unicorn Attack was an amazing game. Yes. Yeah, 10 and 5 are my arguments. Exactly. Beautiful. So sub2 and alert, 10 and 5 are my arguments. 10 goes into num1, 5 goes into num2. We wind up doing 10 minus 5. So she alerted 5. Beautiful. Create a function that divides three numbers and console logs the quotient. Divides three numbers and console logs the quotient. So let's go and create a function called divide 3 and log. Beautiful. And we can pass in n1, n2, and 3. And we're going to console log the quotient. I'm not going to do it in two steps this time. I'm just going to do it all in one line. And we'll do n1 divided by n2 divided by n3. Beautiful. We're going to take in them all. Let's call it divide 3 and log, and we can pass in like 12. Let's do 4 and 3. There we go. So we would do 12 divided by 4, which would give us 3. 3 divided by 3 would give us 1. All right. Another one here. Create a function that multiplies three numbers and returns the product. Function multi3 and return. Beautiful. And we're going to multiply three numbers. So we're going to need three numbers. I'm going to do n1, n2, and n3 again. Right? Crispy said, different speakers emphasize different frequencies, and EQing could also play a part in that. Subjective preferences also play a big part in it too. Personally think your levels are fine. I've listened to your class on everything from cheap headphones, TV speakers, nice audiophile devices. Interesting. That's so weird then. I trust Crispy Nugget. They've been doing a lot of audio stuff for us, lots of fun things. Yeah, that's weird that folks have such a different experience. All right. We take in three numbers and we're going to return the product. So let's do return, and we'll do n1 times n2 times n3. Now remember, what does return do? What does return do in our code here? It returns the value. But where does it return it to? Where does it return the value to? It returns it to where it was called. Exactly. Returns it to where it was called. So right now, is this function being called? Is this function being called? No. So let's call it. Multiply 3 and return. Let's pass in 1, 2, and 3, right? And what happens here? So we're going to call this function. It's going to pass in 1, 2, and 3. So we'll do 1 times 2 times 3, which will give us 6. It's going to return 6. And it's going to get 6, and it's going to return 6 to here. And what happens when this returns 6? What happens to it? Yeah, Blue Mango got it. It's going to disappear. It's going to poof in the thin air. I haven't stored it anywhere. I haven't console logged it. I haven't alerted. So it's going to get returned to that location and then poof, disappear. So I could do something like storing it in a variable. I could say like let returned num equal, right? And then down here, I could do whatever the heck I want it with it. I could, let's say, console log it. Right, I could console log returned num. Beautiful. And now that'll spit out to the console, right? It'll spit out to the console the returned value because we called it here. So we call it, the value gets returned to here. So 6 gets returned to there. So return num now equals 6. And then I will console log return num, which is equal to 6. Cool. So return just spits it out to wherever it's called. So if we call it here, this is where it's going to get returned to. So it's as though this line does not exist. It's as though we just plugged 6 in there, assigning the variable to 6. Beautiful. Alrighty. Medium. Create a function that takes in 3 numbers. Add the first 2 numbers and return the remainder of dividing the sum of the first 2 numbers by the third. All right, so let's create a function sum and remainder. Beautiful. We need 3 numbers, so I'm going to just do my num1, n1, n2, and 3 again. Beautiful. And what are we going to do with it? We're going to return. We'll use our return keyword, and we're going to add the first 2 numbers. I'm going to use parentheses just to make sure that order of operations is at play in the right way here. So we're going to add the first 2 numbers and then get the remainder by dividing in the third number. So we'll do n3. So order of operations, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally or whatever your go-to lingo is. Just make sure that we do the addition first before we try and get the remainder. Once again, we would return it. I'm not going to call it. We kind of get the hang of it here. Does it matter if there are 2 different functions with n1, n2, and n3? No, because the parameters only exist inside that function, right? They only exist inside this function. So this n1, n2, and n3 are completely different than this n1, n2, and n3, right? They're completely different. They're inside their own, eventually we'll call it scope. You might have heard block, scope, things like that. We'll get to scope later on in the course. Hard. Create a function that takes in 4 numbers, multiply the first 2 numbers. If the product is greater than 100, add the last 2 numbers and console log the value. If the product is less than 100, subtract the difference of the last 2 numbers and console log the value. If the product is 100, multiply the first 3 numbers together and alert the remainder by dividing the 4th number. I'll let you work on that one. I'll let you work on that one, and I'll post the solution in our Discord. I'll let you work on that. We don't need to spend time on this one right now. That's too much math to be almost 9 hours in. Yeah, that's too much math for us right now. Alrighty. Now, before we get into more complex code, there's something really important. Whenever I attempt to write code, I really don't sit down and immediately start writing JavaScript. I sit down and I write pseudocode, which is plain English for how I am going to solve my coding challenge. So I'm not just writing out mean JavaScript right away. I am writing out my pseudocode, which for me is just plain English. Here's what my program's going to do. Then it's going to do this. Then it's going to do this. Then it's going to do this. And so I think a lot of folks get into hot water early on, especially when we get the coding challenges next week, because they just want to jump right into the JavaScripts, right? Instead of jumping right into the JavaScript, actually think through what you want your program to do. Writing out that plain English pseudocode can be really, really impactful, because not only does it become like your comments that'll guide your code, but you do the heavy lifting first. You take out of your brain the logic, and then you can kind of just go and cherry pick from examples the things that you need your code to do. So if you need your code to be an event listener, you can go and grab that. If you need the ability to grab something from the DOM, you can go and grab that. If you need to grab a value from the input, you can go and do that. And so if you write out your pseudocode first, you can go back through all the examples we've done in class and just cherry pick the code that you need if you can't think of it on the spot. And that's why I ask you all to code and recode so much, because I want those examples to be fresh in your brain, so that when you write your pseudocode, you can then use the examples that you've drilled and put into Anki, and the puzzles just come together. So by using Anki and pseudocode together, you become unstoppable. Your code snippet should be in Anki. Your pseudocode should be written for everything that you do, and you'll realize that you'll just kind of unlock some ability that you didn't know was there in your brain. Alrighty. So we have this idea of coding a temperature converter. So let's go ahead and open up that starter code here. So we have temperature converter. And I want you to convert a value, right? If we look in the index.html, there's actually nothing here in the index.html. But what I want you to do is to write a temperature converter, something that would take in a Celsius value and convert it to Fahrenheit. Celsius to Fahrenheit. Okay? Celsius to Fahrenheit. Now, if you're new, I just want you to write pseudocode. If you have drilled this a bazillion times, bang out your code. You have 3 minutes. So 3 minutes to get this done. If you're new, just pseudocode. If you've already drilled this a bazillion times, write the actual code. So you're trying to convert something from Celsius to Fahrenheit. How the heck would you do that? Write out your steps in plain pseudocode. If you finish your pseudocode, try actual code. Good luck. 3 minutes on the clock. Chow, I do. I study all the time. I do Anki and it still doesn't make sense to me. Ask good questions in Discord. Try and articulate what doesn't make sense to you and let somebody explain it in a way that might unlock it for you. So if you're putting in the work, you're doing the repetition, make sure that you're asking good questions on Discord so that folks can explain it in a slightly different way. And hopefully that helps you get over those barriers. Shout out to everyone that's been here for the whole stream. Exactly. That's wild. Today's class has been intense for reviewing, loving it. Yeah, it's a little much, but I'll be dreaming about this stuff in my sleep tonight. I do dream about code every once in a while. I'm gonna rewatch an Anki. Hey, there we go. For 30 seconds, folks. Nine hours wasn't planned in my Google Calendar. Yeah. I said I didn't know how long it would go. It takes us what it takes us. All right. Let's take a look at this together, folks. Come on back. All right. So I'm going to write my pseudocode first. If I want to convert something to Fahrenheit, well, the first thing is I need the value. Need the value. Then I need to convert the value, right, from C to F. And then I need to like show the value to the user, right? So if I had no idea how to do anything, this is a really good start. I know how to get values out of the DOM or out of inputs because we've done that already today. The conversion I might need to Google, and then showing the value we've already done today as well. So like 2 out of the 3 we've already done. I think I might wrap this in a function just to be like a cool kid and maybe tie it to an event listener. So I might have like an event listener. Let's see. So let's do document.query selector. And we'll just say when they click on the H1, we'll run the add event listener, like our Smurf that's listening for the click. And when they hear the click, we will run the convert function. There we go. And so then I'll just do function convert. Beautiful. I'm going to bring this into that function. And there's nothing in my HTML. We'd have to go and add this stuff to the HTML. Like the H1 that we're clicking and things like that. But let's say we get the value from the input. So let's say, let's create a variable called let entered val equal, and then we'll go to the document again. We'll use our query selector and we'll look at the input and we'll get the value from that input. Beautiful. So I'm going to get the value from the input. What's something that we learned that I should do today if I'm getting this value out of the input and I'm expecting something specific? Yeah, just so we don't run into that concatenation again, we want to make sure that we wrap this in number, just to make sure that we're actually dealing with a number here. We don't know if we'll run into it or not, but it's just, I feel a little bit better at the end of the day. All right, let's convert entered val from Celsius to Fahrenheit. So we'll do entered. Well, let's actually just do let temp equal. And what's the conversion math for me? Somebody give me the conversion math in chat. What's the conversion you got for me? I know there's an easy one. I never remember it. Times 1.8 plus 32. All right, so we'll do entered val times 1.8 plus 32. That's it. Cool. Awesome. And then we're going to show the value to the user. So we'll go to the document. We'll go to our query selector. And we'll go to, let's say, our H2. And inside the H2, we'll use the inner text and we'll put inside of it whatever temp is. Beautiful. So here we have our event listener. It's listening for a click on the H1. Whenever it hears the click, it runs the convert function. That convert function grabs the number out of the input, makes sure it's a number, stores that in the variable entered value. Down here, we create a new variable called temp. We do the conversion on entered value, and then we pop that answer into the DOM by selecting the H2, putting some text inside that H2, and that text is the converted value. Boom. Let's go. Turn up. It gets me hype. Gets me going. Now, of course, you're gonna have to go and add. You're gonna have to add the H1, the H2, and the input. OCC, what's up? Hey, thank you for the gifted subs. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. You've been with us for the whole time almost. I think so, like the whole time, indeed. So I appreciate you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the gifted subs. A lot of folks got gifted subs today. If you got a gifted sub today, you gotta flex those emotes. You got a gifted sub today, flex those emotes. I think we're up to like, I think it's like 40, 50 gifted subs today. Flex those emotes. Give me those micro Leons, whatever you feel like spamming. We go get whatever you got. Couple more streams like this and Leon will have to start worrying about OnlyFans. Yep. Start doing a few YOLOs here and there. It's gonna get wild real quick. Honda Civic, hey, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. All right, let's save this up so folks have it when they go back to Discord, and let's move on to the next example. All right, y'all are wildin'. Thank you. Ty Love, thank you so much for the gifted subs. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Alrighty, chat. What is the best TV show of all time? Answer, please. Beautiful, beautiful. Cinder. Cinder's VTA. Thank you for the gifted subs. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. All right. It's, of course, The Bachelor. Thank you for everyone getting the question right. OCC, Honda, Ty Love, Cinders. Appreciate y'all. Thank you. All right. The answer is The Bachelor, and that enables us to move into our Bachelor code. I'm not going to have you all spend time on these. I'm going to walk through them just so we can see them. I'm just going to walk through them so we can see them. So I'm going to close this out. And I'm going to open up Bachelor code. And in the Bachelor code, we have 1, 2, and 3. So let's take a look at number 1. And if we look at the HTML, we got some stuff going on here. So let's go ahead and open this in the browser. All right. So here we have Claire, Nikki, and Charlene, all contestants on Juan Pablo's season of The Bachelor, probably the one of the most controversial seasons of The Bachelor of all time, mainly because Juan Pablo got to the end and did not propose to the lovely Nikki. So what I want to have happen is when you click on Final Rose, I want Claire and unfortunately Charlene to disappear and for us to only see Nikki. Let's go ahead and take a look at this code. We can see that the thing that we are clicking on has the ID of final rows, right? The ID of final rows. And then the images down here have the IDs. ID of Claire, ID of Nikki, ID of Charlene. And so if we go here and look at our JavaScripts here, we have to start our event listener. So we can see we have a function down here. And we want this set of instructions to run when there is a click on whatever has the ID of final rows. If we look, that H1 has the ID of final rows. So when we click on this, we want this set of instructions to run. So we're going to go ahead and put those set of instructions in here. I'm just going to say run the hide instructions when you hear that click. Beautiful. Now we know we want it Claire and Charlene to disappear. So if we look, Claire and Charlene both have an ID, so we can use those IDs, Claire and Charlene. So we'll come in here, we'll select Claire using the ID, so we need the octoforp, and we'll unfortunately select Charlene, and we'll use the ID again using the octoforp, and there we go. So what should happen now is when we click on final rows, we should run the set of instructions hide, right? Run the set of instructions hide, get timed out, cool. Run the set of instructions hide, and then Claire and Charlene will both be hidden, meaning they'll set the style to display none, meaning that they will no longer be there in the DOM, that rendering of the DOM, right? Beautiful. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. Let's refresh. Let's click on final rows. And there we go. Claire and Charlene both hid. And now we just have Nikki left. Beautiful. I agree with the guy that got timed out. All right, there you go. Join them. Welcome. Hope you have some fun together. Beautiful. Okay, there we go. Get got. Beautiful. So there we go. We have the final rows. Both Claire and Charlene disappeared, just like our two friends that don't like The Bachelor, and just lovely Nikki is left. All right, let's take a look at the next one here. And of course, remember, we did this for a whole class, so we're going to go through this one a little bit faster, just because we've seen a lot of this stuff already tonight. But if you go through our JavaScript classes, you'll see this at a much slower pace. We spend more time going over this stuff. Alrighty. All right, this one's a little bit more complex. Let's open up the HTML. Alrighty. So here we go. We have Andy, Claire, and Charlene. Now, Andy became the next bachelorette. It clearly should have been Charlene, but unfortunately, Andy became the next bachelorette. Assistant district attorney from Atlanta. But I want that power to be in your hands, right? I want that power to be in your hands. I want for you to click on Andy and for their image to show. If you were to click on Claire, I'd want their image to show. If you were to click on Charlene, I would want their image to show. And so the idea here is if I click on Andy, the others two should disappear and only Andy should show. If I click again, Andy should disappear. And so the idea is I just want to be able to click on these names and see the different individuals appear and disappear. All right. So let's go ahead and take a look. Let's take a look at this stuff here. It's all jokes, folks. It's all jokes. Alrighty, so we have document query selector Andy, document query selector Claire, document query selector Charlene. What the heck am I doing here with these three? Why am I doing this? What am I saving myself from here with these first three lines? Saving my fingers, exactly. I'm saving time from typing. So instead of having to constantly type out document.query selector Andy, I can just store that in Andy. Wherever I see Andy, it's now this whole document.query selector. If we look at the HTML, we can see that these images have the ID of Andy, Charlene, and Claire. And the actual things we click on have a slightly different IDs: Andy next, Claire next, and Charlene next. So instead of having to constantly grab the images, I just grab them once and I store them in these variables. It saves me from having to repeat that document, that query selector over and over and over and over again. Beautiful. So if I click on Andy next, I want a certain set of instructions to run. And if we look down here, here's my Andy next set of instructions. And so this is just going to be called Andy next. Beautiful. Now, whenever I click on Andy next, I want something very specific to happen. I want Claire to disappear. And if we look, why are none of their images showing up by default? Like if we look at this page, their images are not here. Why are their images not showing up on the page by default? Exactly. They have that hidden class. So if we look at our CSS, we can see that they have that hidden class, which is making them display none. So we can actually use this to our advantage. We can hide stuff by giving that class, and we can make it appear by removing that class. And that's what we get to here with this set of code. We're saying, all right, if we just clicked on Andy, we obviously want to see Andy. So let's make sure that Claire is hidden by adding that class of hidden. So if Claire already has the class, it doesn't really do anything. But if Claire was visible, we would add that hidden class and they would disappear. So that's what that adding is doing. We're saying, look at Claire, right? Remember, document query selector Claire, find Claire, look at all the classes, on Claire, and add the hidden class to Claire, right? Same thing for Charlene. Let's go ahead and add the hidden class as well. And then on Andy, the one that we actually want to be seen, we're going to not just add hidden, we're going to toggle hidden. Now, toggle is very interesting. It's like a light switch. If the lights are on and you hit the button, the lights go off. If the lights are off and you hit the button, the lights come on. It's a toggle. The lights are on, you hit the button, they go off. If the lights are off, you hit the button, they come on. It's the same thing with toggle, right? It's the same thing with toggle. So the idea here is if Andy already has hidden, it'll remove it. And if it doesn't have hidden, it'll add it. That's the beauty of toggle. So if we save this and we actually go look in the DOM, we'll see what's actually up and happening. So let's go ahead. I'm going to inspect on Andy next. And let's actually look at the images down here. So right now, we can see that Claire, Andy, and Charlene all have the hidden class. So pay attention to these classes here. They're about to change. Ready? I'm going to click on Andy. 3, 2, 1. Oh, did I refresh? There we go. I'm going to come down here. 3, 2, 1. Oh, I forgot. We didn't comment out the other code. Let's go ahead and comment the other code. It's really not liking all the other stuff that we have here. Let's comment that out. Let's comment these out. It was getting too many errors because of all that gibberish insert code here. So let's save that. Let's go back. Let's give it a refresh. Beautiful. All right, let's do our Andy next. Let's click. All right, so when we click, notice what happened. Claire and Charlene still have the hidden class, but notice hidden is removed from Andy. Andy no longer has the hidden class. It was toggled off. If we click on Andy again, we can see the hidden class come back. Go away, come back. Go away, come back. That's the beauty of the toggle. And as you toggle, since you're adding and removing that class, Andy will appear and disappear, appear and disappear. And the beautiful thing is we have gone ahead and added hidden to Claire and Charlene, even though they already had hidden. We're just covering our bases because we don't know if we're clicking somewhere else and Claire is visible. If Claire was visible, then we would want Claire to disappear so that Andy could be shown. So we always just kind of hard coded the hidden on Claire and Charlene, just in case we had originally clicked on there. We don't want to have to keep track of like state and keep track of whether or not those things have been clicked in the past. So every single time we click on Andy, we hide the other two and show Andy no matter what. All right, let's see an example of that. Let's fix Claire and we'll leave the last one just to save some time. All right, so Claire next. Let's go ahead and call Claire next. Beautiful. And Claire next, we will target, let's target Andy and we'll add the class hidden. Beautiful. Let's target Charlene and we'll add the class hidden. And then let's target Claire and we will toggle the class hidden again. Beautiful. Now I created these variables up here, but if I wasn't creating these variables, I would wind up having to be typing this out every single time. So this is what it would look like without the variable. Document that query selector Andy every single time I'd be doing that over and over and over again. So to save me some time, I created that variable. Beautiful. All right, let's go back and look in the DOM. Let's refresh. Let's look at these images. So I'm going to click on Claire. Oh, did I not save? Let's see. Oh, I forgot to. Nope, everything's commented out. Let's save. Let's make sure I refresh. All right, let's look at the error that's in the console. Claire is not defined. Well, that's a good error. What happened? Claire is not defined. What happened? It doesn't like it. It says line 18. It does not like line 18. Let's go look at line 18. Line 18 does not like Claire. It's not defined. That means we don't have a variable named Claire. But wait a minute. Let's go up and look. Oh, we forgot the I. So since it's missing the I, it doesn't work. We get that undefined. There's no variable with that name. Come back and refresh. Let's go back to elements so we can see the images. And let's click on Claire. Great. So we can see that Andy and Charlene keep the hidden class, but the hidden is removed from Claire. Now here's where it gets fun, because now I'm going to click on Andy. 3, 2, 1. We saw that Claire got the hidden class, but Andy had the hidden class toggled off. So that's the cool thing. We can jump between contestants now because we set it up so that as we click on the contestant, the other two get hidden. Beautiful. And the other thing that we can do here is we can actually toggle Claire off as well. Boom, Claire disappears because we have that toggle on the hidden. So we toggle it off, toggle it on, toggle it off, toggle it on. And so we can actually jump between people and even toggle those individuals off. Beautiful. I can see clearly now. Hey, glad you're doing it. Like I said, we went through these ones in detail during class. So if you need to see it a little bit slower, definitely watch our class on this one. All right, we have one more here that I'm just going to talk through, and then we're going to take our break at the top of the hour. Cool. So number 3 here. All right, this one gets a little wild. So if we look at the HTML, we have 2 contestants. We have Claire and we have Nikki. They both have the class of contestant, right? We both have the class of contestant. However, one also has the class of Rose, which is Nikki, because Nikki indeed had the final rose. Beautiful. So what we want to do is if the contestant has Rose, we want to, let's go back and take a look. If the contestant has a Rose, we want to show their image, which would be showing Nikki's image. But if the user is to click on Claire, which does not have a Rose, then we would alert wrong. And there's some special stuff in here that I want you to see. So we're going to talk through it. So we can select all the contestants and use the class contestant. Beautiful. We got to use the dot, don't forget, because we're selecting all the contestants that have the class contestant. And the beautiful thing is this query selector all. This enables us to select all of the elements that have the class contestant. Then here, what we are doing is a special kind of built-in loop. And what we are doing is we are adding an event listener to every single thing that was inside of contestants. So all of the contestants, every person that had the class contestant is now going to get this event listener. We loop through all the DOM elements and we add the event listener. Now, I don't need that to make sense right now, but we're going to get to arrays in the coming week or so. And then when we get to arrays, this will make more sense. What's happening here is we basically have a list of all the contestants. We're looping through that list of contestants and adding an event listener to each one. And that event listener is going to call the function check for rows. So what we just did is we added a Smurf to Claire and to Nikki because they both have the class of contestant. Beautiful. So now each of those words, each of those contestants have the click event. And so what we're going to do is we're going to click on one of those contestants and we're going to say, hey, the contestant we just clicked on, that's the target. The one we just clicked on, check its classes. If its classes contains rows, if it contains rows, we know that we clicked on Nikki and we should toggle the hidden class on Nikki. If the contestant we clicked on, right, if we clicked on it and it does not contain rows, like if this is false, this will not run and the else will automatically run and we'll see the alert of wrong. So in this case, if the thing we clicked on has rows, we know we clicked on Nikki, we show Nikki's image. But if it does not have rows, we know we clicked on Claire and we alert wrong. Beautiful. And so we save all that. Let's see if it's running. We click on Claire. Oh, this is the wrong one. I haven't even opened up the right code. Here we go. Beautiful. Click on Claire. We get wrong because Claire did not have the class of rows. We click on Nikki. We see their lovely photo. Beautiful. Alrighty, folks. We're at the top of the hour. When we come back from our break, we're hitting the home stretch, which is loops. We're going to finish up our loops. We will do a review that reviews all the JavaScript, and then we'll call it for today. So top of the hour, let's take our 5-minute breaks, and then we should finish up shortly. All right, 5 minutes on the clock here. Please, if you're able, get up, move around, hydrate. It's been a long session, so please take care of yourselves. 5 minutes. You got this. See you in 5. I'm going to run some ads. Goldfish grew legs and took me for a walk. Alrighty. About a minute left, folks. How do you feel about taking crypto as a form of payment? Well, the cool thing is that there are a lot of like the major payment processors also do crypto. Stripe, I believe, still does crypto. I think they should just rolled out like new stuff for crypto as well. I mean, I wouldn't personally do it, but I know a lot of companies are interested in it. Yeah. Well, I'm just waiting until I'm done. I'm weird like that. I don't know why. What should we say if someone approaches us for an interview and we don't know the framework required yet? That's going to happen pretty much for every job that you apply to. You're not going to know all the tools that they use. That's impossible. If you're really interested in the job, maybe you do a quick tutorial over the weekend before your interview just to show that you can work with it. But that's about it. Alrighty. All right, let's finish this up strong, folks. Welcome back. Welcome back. I think this will be our last minutes together today. We'll back at it on Tuesday, though. Don't worry. All right, let's talk about loops. What are loops? Loops are a way to repeat an action some number of times. So if you want to do something and do it again, to do it again, to do it again, right? That's what loops are for. There are three main kinds of loops in JavaScript: for, while, and do while. And they all just kind of offer a different way to like start and stop your loop. That's about it. We actually know that there are more than just those three types of loops, because we just saw one. We just saw this lovely like for each, which is a method built into JavaScript that enables us to loop through stuff. So there are more than just the for, while, and do while, but those are the first three that we'll kind of emphasize in class together. For loops kind of break down to having three key things: the count, when we stop counting, and how we increment that count. They all have very specific words like initial expression, condition expression, increment. But I just like to look at them as like, hey, this is the thing we're counting by. This is when we stop counting. And this is how much our count goes up by each time we're done doing something. So if we were to let this for loop run, what we would wind up having is the very first time this runs, I is equal to 1. So we're going to check, is 1 less than 5? Since that is true, we're going to do what's inside the curly braces, and we would console log 1. Slaggy, hey, thank you for the Slaggy90. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Thank you for being here. All right, so we'll do the 1. Then we're going to add 1 to our counter. So I would now become 2. Is 2 less than 5? Yes, that is a true statement. So we do what's inside the curly braces and we console log 2. Then we go up by 1. So now I is 3. Is 3 less than 5? Yes, that is a true statement. So we do what is inside the curly braces and we print 3 to the console. Then our I goes up by 1. Is 4 less than 5? Yes, that is a true statement. So we do what's inside the curly braces and we console log 4. Then we add 1 to I and now we're at 5. Is 5 less than 5? No, that is a false statement. So we are done. 5 is not less than 5. It is equal, but it's not less than. So we stop. And so this for loop would wind up printing 1 through 4. Beautiful. Righteous James Dan, thank you so much for the gift of subs. Thank you for being here. Cool. So it just stops. If I wanted this to print out 5, what could I change? Like if I wanted to do 1 through 5, what could I change about this for loop so that I would also get the number 5? Yeah, the equal sign. Exactly. We could do an equal sign. Equals 5. Beautiful. So now that would go all the way up to 5. And once I was 5, we would say, is 5 less than or equal to 5, that would be true. So then we would console log 5. We'd wind up adding 1 to I, and then it'd be 6. Is 6 less than or equal to 5? No, that's a false statement. It's actually greater. So then we would stop. Beautiful. Alrighty. Let's take a look at our 21 Savage loop. 21. If we look at our starter code, we have 21 Savage loop here. So in our serve Savage the 21st, we have some JavaScripts, and I want you to create a function that has a loop that prints 21 times to the console and then call that function. Bonus if you can print 21 times to the DOM. So I'm going to give folks, I want you to practice your for loop. We just saw it on the slides. I'm just going to put 2 minutes on the timer here. Practice your for loop. See if you can get this running. And we're going to go over it together. 2 minutes on the clock. Go as quickly as you can, and we're going to go over it together. Is this the last topic? Yeah, Tony, this will be our last one. We're going to do a review of kind of everything real quick, and then we'll do a raid and call it a day. How to negotiate if ballpark budget is too low? Sometimes you just gotta walk away. Sometimes they just don't have the budget for you. That's okay. Just point them to somebody else that might be able to do their budget. It's about to eat dinner and sleep until class Tuesday. No, my resilient coders cohort starts tomorrow. I'm super excited. New cohort starts tomorrow. Moogle, hey, thank you for the tier 3. I appreciate that. About 30 seconds left. All right, come on back, folks. Come on back. Alrighty. Let's create a function that prints 21 times to the console and then call that function. So we're going to call this 21 console. Or let's call it console 21. Sorry, don't start with variables. I start variables with or function names with the numbers. So we'll call this console 21. Cool. And we're going to print this 21 times to the console. So let's create a for loop in here. And in that for loop, let's start our I equaling to 1. And then we'll go while I is less than or equal to 21. And then we'll go up by 1 each time. And every single time we do this, we will console log 21 the console. Beautiful. And then let's go ahead and call this console 21. Beautiful. And that should be good. While I is less than or equal to 21, make sure we don't have an infinite loop. Looks good. Let's save. Let's go ahead and open this in the browser. All right, let's open up our inspector. Let's look at the console, and there we go. 21 times to the console. Let's see if we can do the second step here, which is the make it print 21 times to the DOM. So let's comment out our console log here, and Do we have a place we can put it in the DOM? Yeah, we have this ID that says Savage Says. Let's put it in that H2. There's only one H2. I'm just going to use the H2 instead of the ID. Let's go ahead and do document.query selector. And we're going to grab that H2 just like we've been doing all night, all day. And we're going to put inside of there 21. Now, if we just did this, what it's going to do is it's just going to put 21 over and over and over again, but we're not going to see it like add it. It's just going to say 21. So let's actually save this and see it. We know that that loop runs 21 times, but at the end, we just see 21 here, right? We just see 21 here at the end. It's because we haven't like actually concatenated it. We just did something 21 times. So let's go ahead and make sure we're actually doing some concatenation here. So instead of doing the equal, we're just going to do plus equals. So we're going to keep adding 21 each time. I'm going to put a space in between each one. And I'm going to save it. And now when we refresh, we'll see 21 times to the DOM. Beautiful. All right. Well done, everyone. A good one. Alrighty. We also have other types of loops, while and do while, but we'll see those next week. All right. One last challenge, and then we'll end the evening, folks. It's the Bring It On challenge. So let's finish strong, please. So I'm going to go ahead and show you the challenge. It's Bring It On. We got some JavaScript to practice here, some variables, some functions, some conditionals, some loops. Let's put 5 minutes on the timer. Give it your all. Try and recall all the things we did tonight. If you need help, go back and look at the other examples. Look at the slides. Let's do this. Let's go through it together. Don't leave now. You've been here the whole time. Finish strong. Then we'll do a raid, get those sweet, sweet channel points, and we'll end it here tonight. 5 minutes on the clock, folks. You got this. Got this, folks. 4 minutes left. My brain left the house. Went go-karting last night. Now you have a headache from getting rammed into. Hope it's not a concussion. Bird laws. Hey, I'm well versed in bird laws, actually. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Thank you for being here. How do we set up the plus equals in the Savage loop again? I'll show it while folks are working on it. Morkmer, hey, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Appreciate you. Here it was. It's just the plus equals here. That's all the secret is to it. Plus equals. Birds aren't real. Get out of here. Just some light whiplash. Ugh. Hope you feel better though. We're working on the Bring It On again. 2 minutes, 22 seconds left. You got this, folks. Yeah, where are we at? What's our uptime? I don't even know. $9.21. Let's go. Turn up. 9+ hours. Let's go. We should just go for 10 now. Sam Squared, no worries. This was a quick overview. We got 18 classes for you locked and loaded on YouTube. Exclamation point YouTube. We got a catch up crew on Discord so you can go at your own pace and get caught up. I really think we have an 11-hour one somewhere. I don't know why I think that. I know we had a 9er. I think there was an 11 too. Maybe we broke it up into 2 and it equaled 11, but yeah, this is up there for sure. Just play Wordle and pick it. Just turns into me playing Pokemon just to beat the longest stream. No, I need to eat. That's a good idea though. I've been going ham on the crosswords. I love a Pictionary stream. Let's do it. Wow, let's do a Pictionary stream. All right, 20 seconds, folks. Finish strong. Hey, turn up. All right, we're gonna make it happen. Chat is full of champs. Heck yeah, they are. We don't get God, we go get. That's all I gotta say. Go get. We came, we got. We came, we saw, we got. Alrighty, folks. Let's go ahead and do some variables here. Create a variable and console log the value. All right, let's call this let almost done and set it equal to 5. And then let's console log almost done. Beautiful. Create a variable, add 10 to it, alert the value. Let num equal 55. And we're going to add 10 to it. Num plus equals 10. And then alert num. Wonderful. Create a function that subtracts 4 numbers and alerts the difference. Function sub 4 and alert. Beautiful. And so let's go ahead and take in our 4 numbers, and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And then let's go ahead and alert the difference. We'll do an alert, and we'll do n1 minus n2 minus n3 minus n4. Beautiful. And we alert that difference. Doesn't say to call it, so we'll just keep moving. Create a function that divides one number by another and returns the remainder. So it's not going to be division. What is it going to be? It's going to be what? Not divide, but what? Modulus, exactly. So let's create a function, return remainder. Beautiful. And then let's go ahead. We need to take in 2 numbers, do n1 and 2, or actually, let's get funky with it. Zebra, unicorn. Beautiful. Just to show that it doesn't have to be n1 or n2. Sometimes people get tripped up on that. And we'll return zebra modulus unicorn. Beautiful. Zebra modulus unicorn. That'll be the remainder that we are returning. That should be good. Conditionals. Function that adds 2 numbers that the sum is greater than 50 alerts Jumanji. So we'll create a function. Sum greater than 50 Jumanji. Let's go. Let's take in 2 numbers, n1 and 2. Let's add them together. So let's say let sum equal. We could do it directly in the conditional, but it's a little bit neater. n1 plus n2. And then let's go ahead and set up our conditional. And we're going to say if sum is greater than 50, we can come in and alert Jumanji. Exactly. Beautiful. Adds 2 numbers. The sum is greater than 50. Alerts Jumanji. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. Create a function that multiplies 3 numbers, and if the product is divisible by 3, alert zebra. So let's go and create a function here. Multi3 and alert zebra. Not fully descriptive there, but close enough. Let's pass in n1, n2, n3. n1, n2, n3. Multiplies 3 numbers. So let's go ahead and say let product equal n1 times n2 times n3. And if the product is divisible by 3, so we can use modulus to check to see if it's divisible by 3. So if, beautiful, we can say if product mod 3 equals 0, because if 3 goes evenly into product and we get 0 back as the remainder. So if 0 equals 0, we know that it was divisible by 3, and we can go ahead and alert zebra. Beautiful. All right, we got a loop down here. Create a function that takes in a word and a number, console log the word x times, where x was the number that's passed in. So we'll create a function called log word x times. Beautiful. And we're going to take in word and num, and we're going to set up a for loop in here. And that for loop, we're going to set let I equal 1. And while I is less than or equal to num, we're going to keep doing our loop. We'll add 1 to I each time. And so this will go from 1 all the way to our number. And each time that runs, we will console log. We'll console log the word. Beautiful. Alrighty. That is, we out of logs, we carried them all. First try. Let's go. Easy 9.5 hours. Easy 9.5 hours. Let's go. Alrighty, folks. Hope you got something out of the review. I hope you had a chance to see stuff for another time, to have it wash over you again, right? To make sure that you saw these things. And if you're brand new to us, welcome. I know this was a lot. It was a lot to do in one sitting. We've broken all this stuff up into 18 different classes that you can go back through on YouTube, leonnoel.com/YouTube. Look at the cohort 2 playlist. It's all there for you. If this was a review for you, I hope things clicked maybe a little bit better the second time. And even though we've done a review, not all these concepts should be there yet. Remember, it's a marathon, not a sprint. It doesn't have to click. It doesn't have to be all there for you. That's okay. We're going to keep trudging. You're going to keep putting in more time, more effort, and things will come with that time that you put in. So it was an absolute blast to have you all for 9.5 hours together. What a day. I'll share all of this code on Discord in a few minutes afterwards. So if you want all the solutions we did today, those will all be on Discord in just a few minutes. Where are we at? Let's see. We're over 1,500 people. So this will go on YouTube. We have to wait the day because we're partnered on Twitch, and it'll go up on YouTube on Tuesday. So we're there. Let's do a raid. Let's spread some love and positivity around. I know we're all tired. Let's go. Let's give this person some follows, give them some love, say what's up. We're going to Dion Saga. They're working on some character creation. It looks like they're building some games. Let's go ahead. Let's spread some love, some positivity, and then have a wonderful rest of your day, rest of your night. You deserve it. Thanks for being champs. Thanks for being here the whole time. I'm going to queue up the raid. Beautiful. They're working on some game development. So I'll see you all over there at the raid. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Get some rest, get some hydration in. I'll see you on Tuesday. We got a lot more stuff to get into on Tuesday, folks. I'm excited. Lots of really big news this week. Big news. I'm super excited to share all the news on Tuesday. I'll see you all in the raid. Peace. Have a good rest of your day.